Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Some people are too good for this world. I sat silent for a moment in shock that my plan had even worked. It seemed almost too simple, too easy. But here he was. Derek had a kindly face. Wrinkles around his eyes and cheeks only added to the softness of his expression. His white hair poking out from beneath his flat cap stood out in the dark night. "That's a lovely little patch you've planted. I can look after it if you like. I used to maintain the last garden here," he said, breaking the silence that had followed since his initial words. "I know who you are. We need you," was all I could manage. The mental exhaustion and fatigue from the whole experience had built up. But his arrival was like finishing a bad day working at school. I felt like I could relax again, even if only a little. "What's your name, darling?" he asked. "It's Kat. I live in flat 42 now." His face lit up as I confirmed my flat number. "Prudence has gone?" he asked. "She's gone. But the whole place is a mess. So many things are happening and the residents are suffering," I answered. We chatted for what felt like hours, outside with nothing but moonlight. He told me how he used to consider the building part of the garden, a place for him to maintain, the residents just like the plants he looks after. I explained my whole experience since moving in. I told him about Jamie, and I sobbed. Derek held me as I cried and made me feel safe, something I had forgotten the feeling of since receiving Prue's note. He didn't interrupt, he just listened. I told him about Natalia and the cultists, the problems they had been causing. He was particularly heartbroken when he heard that they had used Eddie and Ellie for entry. He had gone before they were born, but remembered Terry as a child and how sweet she was. He was pleased when I told her what a sweet adult she had become. My claims that Prudence was the only person who knew how to kill the imposter neighbors were met with a skeptical expression which gave me some hope. Derek listened to my entire tale with barely a word. When I finished, he stood up and asked me to follow him. I was confused, but I did as I was told. He walked me to the entrance of the lift. I lifted my arm to check the time on my watch. We had been outside for quite some time, and the idea of the creatures being inside made my heart pound and my stomach turn. "You are safe. It's 12:32 a.m. There's no need to worry or to check your watch." And with that, he pressed the call lift button. Despite his insistence that I was safe, my stomach continued to do gymnastics. It felt like forever before the lift finally made the clunking sound that meant it had reached the bottom. I felt my whole body shaking violently as the doors opened. I don't know what I expected to see. We were in the safe time zone, but every time I looked at the life I pictured Jamie's dead, crunched-up body. "Step inside," he said. "I can't, please don't make me," I begged. "I won't let anything happen to you. But you need to see something." There was such sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. I had never trusted someone so completely so quickly, but every fiber of my being told me this man was entirely good. I stepped inside the lift. Derek stepped in behind me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder as I hyperventilated. He gently turned me to face the panel of buttons that control where the lift stops. "What is wrong with this panel? Do you see it?" he asked cryptically. I studied the panel, read all the numbers, counting them. I couldn't see anything wrong. I really tried, but nothing seemed out of place at all. Everything you expected to find was there and nothing more. I shook my head, barely regaining my composure. "Can you take us to floor 9, please?" He smiled slightly as he made the request. I looked back to the panel to press the button, but floor 9 didn't exist. I was so confused, I had counted the numbers, I was sure of it. Derek must have made it disappear, but the panel didn't look any different to before. I can't explain it. Looking at it, I would have sworn blind nothing was wrong with it even once I knew, but floor 9 didn't exist. Derek could see my frustration. It was like the building was now playing tricks on me. He walked me out of the lift and sat me down on the bottom of the stairs before he finally began to speak. "The building is like a living organism. It can seal off parts of the world, and it can open up others you never could have imagined. When those awful people burned that whole floor of residence, I was devastated. Some wonderful people lived in those flats, both of the usual and unusual variety. But those people had no limit to their cruelty. Whole families burned alive. It was a tragedy that made me so angry. I felt so guilty when it happened. I can predict what some of our more tricky residents are going to do and make sure I'm there to help. But those people were nothing to do with this place. I couldn't see what they were planning, so I couldn't stop it. At this point, I noticed one of the hairless cats had sat between us. Derek looked at it with tears brimming in his eyes. He stroked it, and it moved on to his lap. Derek's fingers didn't burn at all. He continued. When it happened, the building used its defense mechanisms and sealed off the entirety of the floor. It stopped the fire from spreading and kept the perpetrators there to die by their own hands. The building only allowed the floor to be unsealed once they were dead. It took about a week before those awful people turned up again. Asking for sugar at people's doors, the first few let them in. It was so difficult, so many residents burned alive, that I was having to use their remains for my garden just to hide the dead. The entire community were terrified and grieving for those that died. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't predict them or see them, so I took Prudence, who at the time seemed a perfectly reasonable woman, to the burned-out floor. Floor 9, however, had been sealed again. There was no button in the lift, and it always skipped on the stairs. Only no one had noticed. This building really is a magnificent creature. I stared at him in amazement through the whole story. I was exhausted, but my brain was working in overdrive to process what he was telling me. I had started to stroke the cat too. My fingers did burn, but I didn't flinch. I found its company comforting. He carried on. I went back later that night and took the stairs again, alone this time. I think my intentions were clear, and the stairs allowed me access to floor 9 for the first time since just after the fire. I brought Prudence to the floor within the hour. The stairs had stopped skipping floor 9 for me, although I later learned that when Prudence had tried alone, she was not allowed access. We explored the floor, walking amongst the remnants of our dead friends' belongings. Eventually, we came across one of the soulless arsonists roaming the halls. It appears that's where they spend their time when they aren't out terrorizing the residents trying to claim more victims. He was disturbed and disoriented to see anyone not like them on that floor. He twitched a little and spat out the sugar line as if it was an automatic response. I almost felt sorry for him. He claimed to come from flat 66. More were approaching behind him. Prudence was terrified. She was starting to sweat profusely and back away from the man, but it didn't cool her down. He was burning her slowly. I felt nothing. See, the stranger things in life just don't seem to affect me. I've never known why. Sometimes I even just know how to deal with them, like it's programmed into me. On this new playing field, in their domain, I knew what to do. I grabbed the man and ran him down to flat 66, 4 doors from where we were standing. I threw him into the flat and waited. The other arsonists were approaching. The man tried to exit the flat that was doorless after the wooden doors all burned to cinders in the fire. But as he reached a door, something stopped him. He couldn't leave, no matter how hard he tried or how much he screamed. Prudence lit up. She grabbed hold of one that had tried to kill her friend Molly. She remembered the flat number she had claimed to be from and repeated my actions, with a lot more sweating and some winces of pain. It worked again. Prudence wanted to go after the rest, but as they got closer, I could see the blisters forming on parts of her body. I dragged her out of the hallway and back into the stairwell. We ran. She begged me to take her back, kept telling me that the stairs wouldn't let her, that it was too dangerous. The residents had started to learn not to let them in, and we had no casualties at all after we trapped the first 2. Don't get me wrong, it's a problem I was intending to deal with, but it was around that time that we first learned the council would be building that monstrosity over the top of my garden. He gestured to the window that just showed some of the neighboring tower block. This left me not at my best. My intuition was failing me when a few months after that, I allowed Prudence and Molly to herd the creatures from the lift to floor 9. It's one of my biggest regrets. I should never have walked them up there. But I didn't know she was going to burn them all. She didn't give me a chance to reason. I became mistrusting of everyone and distracted. not long after I went away for a long while. So I guess the arsonists remained, and now they're threatening you. Tomorrow I will go. I will fix the mess I left behind. I am so sorry it's affected you so badly. I'd love to meet these twins. They sound incredibly brave. They are, I finally interrupted, and I want to be there tomorrow. I want to lock Natalia away for good. I can't allow it. You'll be attacked. He cut me off entirely. I let it drop instantly, but in the back of my mind I knew I would be there, no matter what. I went to sleep that night with my mind reeling. I wondered where Derek slept and if he even needed to. The next morning I left my flat early, past the man on floor 5, and waited on the steps at floor 8. I tested it, of course, and just like anticipated, ascending any higher took me straight to floor 10, or 11 depending on if you hit a skip. So I returned to floor 8, and I waited. Derek hadn't indicated what time he was coming, but I was ready. I would wait all day and night if I had to, but luckily I didn't. Derek was climbing the stairs at around 11 a.m. I had already been there for 3 hours, but it had been worth it. He looked particularly unimpressed to see me. His face still looked kind, though, even with the sour expression. "I can't stop you, can I?" He sighed, sounding resigned in his tone. "Not for anything. You have to promise to stay back. If you get your girl approaches, you can do what you need to do, but you have to stay back," he pleaded. I nodded and stood up. We ascended the stairs, and for the very first time in my new life here, I saw the big plastic sign saying 9, the floor that didn't exist. As we pushed through the door, it was like entering an entirely new world. Everything was black, burned to carbon. You could smell nothing but charcoal. Literally nothing but empty shells of homes and flakes of what used to be sentimental objects remained. It was devastating to witness. If you've ever visited a mass gravesite, you'll understand partly how I was feeling. It was sickening to think of all the lives needlessly lost. But I didn't get time to think. Natalia walked towards me, flying down the hallway. "How the fuck did you get here?" she screamed. Her eyes were wide and angry. I started to feel hotter already. Derek grabbed my arm and pulled me next to him, making sure to keep a tight hold of my arm. "Where do you live?" Derek asked her. I started to back away as the sweat dropped from my brow. I desperately wanted to shout out the number, but I couldn't. I was so hot, I wasn't functioning properly. Everything became so overwhelming I couldn't remember what Georgia had said, what flat Natalia had claimed to come from. "I'm not that stupid. I saw what happened to them." She gestured over her shoulder to what must have been flat number 66, where a man laid on the floor, breathing but looking broken. Just existing in that room. Prudence had been creative with the truth yet again. She didn't kill them. You can't kill them. What had Georgia said? I racked my brains as I felt the skin on my face start to sting. I imagined her melting away. It was happening to me. I was next. And then, as my hair started to singe at the ends, it came to me. 71? I screamed as loud as I could. I could barely see as Derek grabbed her and ran towards me with her. She was clawing at his eyes and face, screaming at him to let go. But he didn't burn. He just kept hold of her. When he approached flat 71, he beckoned me over. "You do it, then get off of this floor." He was blunt but reasonable. I complied. I pushed hard. There was nothing but anger in her eyes. She pushed my face hard with her hand as I got her to cross the boundary into flat 71. I felt my skin sizzle and blister. My whole face was in agony, but I didn't stop pushing. Watching Natalia try to fight her way out of a door that didn't exist was both satisfying and humorous. The others had started to approach at the sound of the commotion. I lingered, hoping to watch her suffer, but Derek shot me one look and I knew. It was time to go. I ran out the corridor and back into the stairwell. I stopped for longer than I probably should have, but I knew I might not get to see that 9 again and it would be worth it. I waited for Derek on floor 9's stairwell. I couldn't help but imagine the cultists burning to death the first time around. I could hear angry screams faintly from inside the corridor. They made me worry about Derek, but I knew that really I didn't need to. It took a while, but he eventually left the corridor and joined me in the stairwell. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and the third degree burns across my face. He didn't need to speak. I knew he'd fixed the problem. We walked silently back down the stairs towards my flat. I looked back up at floor 9, knowing the building would seal it off for good. It took a few floors to reach floor 7, and I invited Derek in for a cup of tea. He rejected it, saying he wanted to go visit some old friends. Despite my injuries, I couldn't help but smile. Something I'd done was going to help these residents. I stood at my door and watched Derek walk away, pleased that there was some true good in this building. After a few steps down the hallway, Derek started to fade, almost like a CGI ghost in a movie. Every step he became more transparent. I felt my stomach turn again, like it had outside the lift. I ran out to follow him. I called after him, but by the time I had reached where he'd been, he was gone. I walked the entire corridor to the window at the back. I looked out the window into the small concrete-heavy garden and hoped to see him sat on the memorial bench. I didn't see him. Instead, I saw Prudence, hacking at my tiny planted patch with shears. She said no strings attached, but I think she lied. I'd like to start by admitting that I'm somewhat of a hermit. I live alone in the middle of nowhere. I don't own a cell phone, and I have exactly one real friend. As you can imagine, my life is pretty uneventful, or at least it used to be. That changed when I started dating a beautiful woman named Moira. Looking back, the past few days since I met her have been unusual, to say the least. But who am I to say what's normal? So I'm writing it all down and leaving it here for you to decide. Am I overthinking things, or does this all seem as strange to you as it does to me? Please let me know what you think in the comments. At the behest of Joshua, my best friend and social guide, I decided to set up an online dating profile. Having been out of the dating scene for an embarrassing amount of time, I wasn't sure what I was looking for. Was I looking for something serious, something casual, just friends, or something more intimate? I wasn't stoked about the idea at first, and it wasn't until I came across her profile that I knew what I was actually looking for. A reason to get out of the house, out of my comfort zone, and away from the everyday tedium that was my life. Her bio read, "I'm outdoorsy, adventurous, and looking to have fun, hang out, and maybe grab a bite to eat. I'm not looking for anything serious, so don't expect me to catch feelings or stick around. No strings attached." The casual tone of her philosophy on dating gave me hope, or maybe I just saw an opportunity. Every part of her bio seemed to speak directly to me. I wasn't outdoorsy or adventurous, but I was looking for a reason to be. I also wanted someone to hang out with and have fun with, someone besides Joshua, no offense if you're reading this. The cherry on top was the mention of no strings attached. That meant that even if things inevitably turned into a disaster, I could retreat into my shell and no one would get hurt. She'd move on to the next guy, and Joshua would finally get off my back. Besides her bio, her pictures were serene. Each one looked like a painting, with her as the focal point, and she looked absolutely stunning. She had long black hair and beautiful dark brown eyes. She was a little on the pale side, but who can resist the allure of a goth mommy? Or at least that's what Joshua called her when I showed him the pictures. There was just one thing off about them. They were all taken in the woods, by the lakeside, or in front of a waterfall. She wasn't kidding about being outdoorsy. The only way I can describe her aesthetic is Gothic cottagecore, and before you question how I know that, I just want to clarify that just because I'm a hermit doesn't mean I'm not chronically online. Joshua was a little cynical when I suggested her as my first choice. "She's a little out of your league, don't you think?" he said with uncertainty. I could tell he was trying to be nice and let me down easy, but I still went for it. I messaged her, and then immediately felt silly for even trying, Joshua's comment still echoing in the front of my mind. The echo was quickly pushed to the back of my thoughts, drowned out by the sound of a notification. "It was her," she replied instantly. After an hour of talking, I was already dressed and out the door, ready for our first date. I stopped on my way to the car, having completely forgotten to ask her where we were going. All I remembered her saying was that she wanted to go someplace to eat. I ran back to my computer and quickly looked for nearby places. After some frantic searching, I found a diner outside of town. It had one glowing 5-star review, and in my rush, I accepted it at face value. I went to the location she gave me, expecting to pick her up at her house, but instead, she was just kind of standing on the side of the road, with no side roads leading up to where she stood. If I hadn't been expecting her to be there, it would have felt like one of those ghost stories. The ones where hitchhikers appear in your back seat after you pass them by. But she didn't look scary at all. She looked even more beautiful than her pictures, almost glowing. The air around her smelled sweeter, and the sunlight seemed to shine just for her, like a spotlight. Though, that could have been the scent of the flowers around her or the way the sun reflected off her white dress. I leaned over, opened the passenger door, and gestured for her to get in. The uneasy silence stretched the 10-minute drive into what felt like an hour. The road was as rough as you'd expect on the outskirts of a small town, and my car's worn-out suspension didn't help. Needless to say, we were off to a bumpy start. The actual date went just as poorly. It didn't take long for me to realize I had picked the wrong place. To say the place was run down would be an understatement. There were unidentifiable stains on every table, and one persistent group of flies circled them. I think even the flies were too scared to land anywhere. The owner introduced himself, and I remember thinking his name sounded familiar. Normally, you can chalk that up to being a small-town thing, but I knew almost nobody from town, except for a handful of people I graduated high school with. And this guy clearly wasn't in the class of 2018. He was more or less my grandmother's age. We took a seat as far away from the bathroom as possible. You don't want to know what the place smelled like. Strangely enough, she didn't seem to mind the smell or the surroundings. Maybe she was just putting on a brave face because I was the only one who ordered something. I felt bad for taking her out to eat, and then choosing the one place no girl would ever want to eat at. She assured me she wasn't hungry, and even when I insisted I was paying, she just smiled and slid the menu over to my side of the table. "Pick your poison," she said with a smirk. Reluctantly, I ordered a cheeseburger with fries, and for drinks, I went with 2 bottles of water. I was just relieved to be drinking something that didn't come from whatever machine had produced those stains. The food arrived quickly. I still felt guilty about being the only one eating, so I offered her some fries and half my burger, but she politely declined. I didn't think much of it until a couple of bites into my burger, I had to use the bathroom. I jokingly asked, "Would you mind keeping the flies off my food while I'm gone?" She agreed with a playful smile. "Of course, take your time," she said, a little too eagerly. The diner was cramped, and the bathroom was barely separated from the seating area by a half wall that desperately tried, but failed, to quarantine the stench. As I washed my hands, I had a clear view of our table. I could see her eating from my plate. At first I thought it was cute. I thought she was just too shy to eat in front of me. But then I noticed how quickly and erratically she was grabbing the food. She must have been starving. But when I returned, my food seemed untouched. Not even a single fry was out of place. I could have sworn I saw her eating. At least she did a great job fending off the flies. There wasn't a single one in sight when I came back. Our second date was lovely compared to the first. The fresh air and beautiful scenery were a stark contrast to the stomach-churning experience at the so-called 5-star diner. Technically, the 2 dates could be considered one long date since the second followed immediately after the first, but I'll refer to it as the second date, just to wash off the stink from the first one. When we left the diner, my head hung low with embarrassment. "Do you want me to drop you off at home?" I asked, searching for my car keys. Moira's face fell, a look of surprise and sadness washing over her. I think I even saw a tear. "Or I can just drop you where I found you," I added quickly, trying to recover. This date couldn't have gone worse, I thought to myself while scrambling to console her. She put her arms around me, and just like that, the tears stopped. "Does it have to be over?" she whimpered. Now I was surprised. I'd thought I had blown my one chance, yet here she was giving me another shot. Looking back now, it seems more like she was the one pleading for another chance. Could this really be the same woman whose bio explicitly stated she wasn't looking to catch feelings? It only seems strange now in hindsight, but at the time, all I could do was say whatever would keep the sweet woman in front of me from crying. No, of course not. What did you have in mind? She paused, then, as if flipping a switch, her voice suddenly became calm and composed. Have you ever gone hiking? Hiking? Are you serious? I said with a chuckle. She frowned, not seeing the irony. Before I even messaged Moira that day, I had been talking to Joshua about first date ideas. Hiking was my first and only suggestion. I knew from her bio she'd love it. But Joshua wasn't convinced. You can't go hiking on a first date, that's ridiculous, Joshua scoffed. How can you expect a girl you don't even know to meet you in the middle of the woods? Not to mention, it's dangerous. I've been hiking before. My backyard is practically part of a hiking trail, I argued, trying to convince both him and myself that I was up for the task. No way. Nobody wants to get all sweaty and exhausted climbing a mountain on a first date, he said firmly, shutting down the idea. I wish I'd listened, but standing there in front of Moira, asking so little of me, how could I refuse? Besides, this wasn't our first date anymore, so Joshua's point didn't matter. I should have known the trail she had in mind started right where I picked her up, hidden in the underbrush and barely visible unless you knew where to look. I had to crouch down to squeeze through the narrow gap in the bushes. The earth beneath me was damp and cool, and the air was thick with the scent of wet leaves and rich soil. This was all so new to me. As soon as I emerged, the contrast was striking. My car, only a few meters away, was nearly invisible, swallowed by dense trees and undergrowth. The road was a distant hum, barely audible, as if belonging to another world. The forest enveloped me, its silence heavy, and the few sounds I could hear felt like a soft lullaby. This wasn't just a hike. It felt like stepping into another realm, a place that had always been here, just outside my home, waiting. Too bad it will be a long time before I can go hiking again. We followed a barely visible footpath for about 15 minutes, making awkward small talk. She was even shyer than I was, but I already liked her enough to want to break through her tough exterior, despite what her bio had said. Eventually, we reached a proper trail, much more defined than the one we'd been following. Staring at the path ahead, it seemed we had two choices, left or right. On the other side, a steep cliffside loomed, too steep for me, but seemingly made for mountain goats and creatures far nimbler than I was. Already a bit winded, I looked at Moira, trying to hide how out of shape I was. Left or right? I asked, exhaling quickly. She smirked, and without a word, grabbed a tree branch and started climbing. With no hesitation, she scaled the cliff with practiced ease like an expert climber. I could only watch in amazement. Are you coming? She called from the top. I don't know. Seems kinda unsafe. Maybe there's another way up? I scanned the area for an easier route. Nope, this is the only way up. Come on. It's my favorite path. The view at the top will take your breath away, she teased, her tone playful, almost like a challenge. I hesitated, staring up at the cliff face. It didn't look too bad, but I could already feel the tension in my arms. I grabbed the first handhold, feeling the rough rock beneath my fingers. I was moving slowly and I almost made it to the top, but when I tried to steady myself and take a breath, my foot slipped on loose gravel. My heart raced as I fumbled for a grip. Just as I thought I was going to fall, a hand shot down and grabbed mine. Moira's grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers wrapping around mine with reassuring force. With a firm tug, she pulled me up. I scrambled to catch my breath, adrenaline still pulsing through me. Thanks, I muttered, trying to hide how shaken I felt. Moira was one strong lady. She probably could have dragged me up there herself if I'd refused. I looked back at the path we came from, barely 5 meters above where I started. The same trees I had walked under now stretched below me. That's it? This view is supposed to take my breath away? I asked, irritation creeping into my voice. No, silly, that's further up. She smiled, flicking her hair playfully before continuing her ascent. I remember thinking, how much further is this going to escalate? I was already worried about how I'd get back down, let alone going higher. Thankfully, the rest of the climb was relatively smooth. After about 30 minutes of carefully navigating a winding, uneven trail, I pushed through the final stretch of dense underbrush. The path didn't look man-made. It seemed more like something massive had carved through the forest, leaving a jagged trail in its wake. The bushes and trees on either side were thick, but what stood out the most was the smell. It was as if I were surrounded by a minefield of dead animals, yet I couldn't see a single carcass. The only thing that seemed out of place were the trees. At first glance, they appeared ordinary, no different from the ones lower on the mountain. But these were scattered with odd, bulbous growths. From the branches hung white, waxy shapes that reminded me of overripe fruit, but there was something wrong with them. Their shape resembled pine cones, but their surfaces were smooth and glistening in the light. The sizes varied wildly, some as large as prize pumpkins, others small and shriveled like withered pears. Still, I pushed on, just hoping the trail led somewhere. As we got closer, the sound grew louder. It started as a deep, rumbling roar, almost mechanical, like the earth beneath me was groaning. As I got closer, it sounded like water over rocks, but heavier. The noise vibrated through my chest, a low hum that stirred the dead air around me. My steps slowed as the static noise gnawed at the back of my mind. As I pushed past the last few branches, we finally broke through into a clearing. I almost walked right into Moira. She was standing there with her back to me, the only thing between me and the source of the noise. She turned around, her white dress from earlier now caked in dirt, bits of plants clinging to her almost as desperately as I had when she pulled me up. She looked at me curiously. "You know, there's something different about you," she said with a curious smirk. Her words caught me off guard. It was the first thing either of us had said since I first heard the distant rumbling. Most guys would be full of questions by now. Are we there yet? What's that smell? What's that noise? How much further? Blah, blah, blah. But you seem oddly content, just following along, wherever the wind takes you, like a blank canvas or a lump of clay. She smiled. "I admire that about you." I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could say anything, she began unbuttoning her dress. The shock flustered me, my breath catching in my throat. My eyes darted away from her, finally taking in my surroundings. We were on top of a much higher cliff. I stepped forward, feeling icy water seep into my shoes. We were standing at the edge of a waterfall. I'd found the rather mundane source of the otherworldly noise, but the sight before me was unlike anything I'd ever seen. However, my mind was elsewhere, on the woman in front of me, now in her underwear. She was right about taking my breath away. Her skin was impossibly smooth, flawless in a way that seemed unnatural for someone who climbed rugged rocks and broken branches all day. Flawless except for one spot. Too faded to be a tattoo, it resembled butterfly wings. It rested in the middle of her stomach, and it was tilted at a 90-degree angle, like an artist had started drawing something delicate but left it unfinished. For a fleeting moment, I almost likened it to a tramp stamp, but that didn't sit right. There was nothing crude about it. It was something else, subtle and elegant. Perhaps a birthmark? Beautiful, isn't it? Yes, I stuttered, unsure if she was talking about herself or the view. "Would you join me for a swim?" she asked enticingly. I don't know. The water up here seems a little shallow." I gestured at my soaked shoe. "Plus, the current is a little too strong." "I didn't mean up here," she said with the same challenging smirk as earlier. I stared at her blankly, feeling the blood drain from my face, down to my legs and into the icy water. Her implication was clear, almost demanding. I had already given up my right to say no the second we left the diner. She knew she had me wrapped around her surprisingly strong finger. I couldn't back down now. Even my logical side knew this was my best option, to jump into the white noise at the bottom of the waterfall and pray the water wasn't deceiving me, that it really was as bottomless as it had seemed. The only alternative was to climb down, alone. "It's not that bad. The water will catch you, almost like a safety net," she said reassuringly. "If someone asked you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? The answer is yes, if that someone was Moira." We had only just met, but I wanted her to take me everywhere she'd ever been. And if she was going down that waterfall, so was I. But not out of obedience. I was doing it for me. So Moira, if you're reading this, Don't feel bad about what happened. It wasn't your fault. I had been following her every move. But even before I met her, I was already living life on autopilot, never taking risks. Going out with Moira today was supposed to be my first step toward changing that. So what's one more step? Even if it's off a cliff. I anxiously undressed, slipping off my waterlogged shoes and watching as the current took them over the edge. One pair of shoes was a small price to pay for a new life. I looked at Moira with all the steely determination of a man standing in his underwear. I inhaled as deep as I could, my chest swelling with newfound confidence. "Stand back, milady, I'll go first," I said in a voice befitting a hero. I rushed toward the edge, sharp rocks digging into my bare feet, trying to stop me before I did something foolish. But they only turned my triumphant dash into more of a brisk waddle. Then I saw it, sticking out of the water right on the edge, an unassuming, smooth, round rock. A tiny island in a sea of needles. So soft, inviting, flawless. It reminded me of Moira. I leaped onto the rock, placing all my faith in one foot. It failed me. It wasn't until I was already in the air that I realized my mistake. I slipped on the rock that once looked so innocent. Now it was biting into the back of my neck. The rest is only flashes and sounds. A loud thud, a soft crack, a bright sky swallowed by immediate darkness. Moira's scream was drowned out by the sound of rushing water, and the last thing I saw was the surface of the water spiraling closer as I made my descent. What exactly happened after I hit the water? That's something I'm still trying to figure out. It's important to note that I am writing this more than a week after my accident, but the memories are still surprisingly fresh. It took me a while to get this part written down, but I should have the next part posted within a week. But for now, my doctor is urging me to get some rest. I woke up in darkness, unsure where I was. My body felt stiff, my chest tightening with each breath, like something was constricting me. A coarse blanket weighed over me, suffocating in its own way. Even my arms felt heavy, pinned down by strings anchored into my veins. I was wrapped in a cocoon I couldn't escape. My neck was squeezed too tightly to take in enough air, and my breaths came in shallow bursts. I was a fly caught in a web. One by one, my senses returned. The soft hum of machines filled the silence, the sharp scent of antiseptic cutting through the haze. The room swam in and out of focus. It wasn't a web. It was a hospital bed. But even as the confusion faded, the feeling of being trapped didn't. I tried to move, but a sudden pain flared through my neck, the brace holding me still. I laid there awake for hours, hopeless. It wasn't until one of the nurses carefully turned me over to my side that I saw the bundle of flowers next to a bottle of whiskey. It was the same flowers from where I first picked up Moira. I knew it was from her. I don't recall much of our small talk leading up to the cliff, but I remember mentioning I was a whiskey guy. The faint memory gave me hope. I knew she was the one who had saved me from a watery grave. The only person who visited me was Joshua. I expected a friendly greeting, but all I got was an earful about how reckless I'd been. After an hour of "I told you so," he finally relented and asked about the rest of the date. I told him everything I could remember. To me, the events had happened only a few hours ago, but apparently I'd been in the hospital for a week before even waking up. And on top of that, another 3 days had passed before I was able to write anything down. Sorry you guys got the watered-down version of the events in part 1. The realization didn't hit me in the way you would think. I wasn't concerned about the time I lost. The only thought on my mind was if she still remembered me, if she still cared enough to see me again. In my current predicament, strung up in a hospital bed, I thought my chances with Moira were over. Desperate for any sort of way to communicate with her, I begged Joshua to bring my laptop to the hospital. He reluctantly agreed, but not before imparting more of his wisdom. I was growing sick of it. He paced up and down the hospital room, waving his hands like a preacher delivering a sermon. "I don't like this. Look at you. Look at where this Moira girl got you. You should be happy you're alive, man. If you keep pushing, I don't know how much more you can take. If you want my advice, just cut ties with her and..." I cut him off before he could finish. You don't even know her. How could you blame her for this? How can you point fingers when it was your advice that led to all of this? I spoke harshly, aware of how defensive I was being. My words felt strange. Arguing with Joshua was something I'd never done before. We had never even disagreed on anything. This was the first time I pushed back instead of just going along with what he suggested. His calm response caught me off guard. I do know her. His voice didn't sound convinced of the words it carried. We briefly met at the hospital after your accident. We exchanged numbers. She asked me to let her know when you woke up. He hesitated, his uncertainty deepening. There was something off about her, man. Her eyes, they were colder and more aged than in her pictures. Did you let her know? I asked eagerly. His tone softened, shifting from ignorance to compassion. This was the Joshua I knew. Not yet. I'll let her know tonight, and I'll bring you your laptop tomorrow. I can see this is important to you. I'm sorry you think this is my fault. With a slight grin, he continued, but hey, at least you're out of the house. His twisted sense of humor almost made me chuckle, if only the pain would allow it. The next day couldn't come fast enough. The hope of seeing Moira again was all I could think about. In a misguided attempt to make the night pass quicker, I asked the nurses for more sedatives. I'm not sure what they gave me, but the effects were immediate. It was like I was pulled into a deep sleep, one I'd never known before. If only they'd warned me about the side effects. That night I had a nightmare brought on by whatever the nurses gave me. I was still trapped in the hospital in the same room, but now everything was shrouded in darkness. I awoke even slower than before, my senses muffled and distant. But I knew there was someone in the room with me, an old woman. I couldn't quite place her at first. The figure was small and frail, her presence oddly familiar, yet foreign. I thought it might be my grandmother, but then I remembered she'd died years ago. The woman knew I was awake and stood up from her chair. She quietly walked over to me and placed her hand on my face. It was cold, but as it pressed against my face, I felt a strange warmth, as if the touch was meant to comfort me. She leaned in closer, her breath cold against my ear. Then, in a voice soft yet chilling, she whispered, "Just point me to your pain, and I will do the rest. I'll clean you of this mess. In trade, I will request the recesses of your mind, of which I'll weave my nest." The words were cold and ominous, their implications comforting at first, and at the same time terrifying. Yet they were spoken as kindly as a lullaby, guiding me back to sleep. My laptop arrived the next morning, and with it the painful acceptance that my body was still too weak to make use of it. My message to Moira would have to wait. I spent the next 2 days trapped in my own thoughts, barely able to move. On the third day of waiting for Moira to visit, I finally caved. Ignoring the doctor's advice, I convinced a nurse to help me set up my laptop. I needed to write her something just to show I was alive. Once I booted up my laptop, I was met with the last page I had visited before our date. The nurse looked at me funny as I tried to suppress my laughter. There, in bold letters, right above 5 glowing stars, I realized why the diner owner's name sounded familiar. Not wanting to dwell on our first date any longer, I closed the page and opened Moira's messages. No new messages. In fact, it looked like Moira hadn't been online for the past week. My heart sank knowing she hadn't written me, but at least she wasn't online looking for someone else. I sent her a pretty desperate and way too long message that she hasn't replied to yet. So I won't repeat it here for my own sake and for whoever ends up reading this. With nothing else to do between physical therapy and doctor's visits, I decided to write down my experience so far, mostly as a mental exercise to try and remember what happened, and to serve as a warning to myself and anyone else planning to go hiking on their first date. Since I woke up, it took me almost another week of writing, but I'm finally all caught up. I know that seems slow, but between piecing together my memories and then painfully writing them down, I think I did okay, and just in time too. I'm finally getting released today. Joshua is picking me up in my car. He gave Moira my address so she could leave my car there. She didn't know what else to do with it after driving me to the hospital that day, the day I spent so long trying to recall. The next thing I write should be from the comfort of my own home. I should feel relieved, but I can't shake this strange, lingering feeling. Like there's something I'm forgetting, but I can't quite place my finger on it. My first night back was worse than anything I've ever experienced. Not even the creepy old lady at the hospital can compare to what happened last night. Let me preface this by saying, I don't usually have a nightcap before bed, but last night I made an exception. When I got home and unpacked my things, I found the bouquet of dead flowers that served as a reminder of my relationship status with Moira. I put them into a vase of water, even though I fear it might be too late. With a sad sigh, I picked up the bottle of whiskey Moira had given me as a get-well-soon gift. I'd planned to keep it for sentimental value, but after these last 2 weeks, I figured I deserved a drink. Falling asleep was easy, even with the itchy neck brace. I don't know if it was the whiskey or the last few sleepless nights I spent in that rigid yet worn-out hospital bed, but I was exhausted. So tired that I even felt groggy during my dream, almost like the anesthetic the doctors gave me hadn't worn off yet. I guess it's my fault for mixing my pain medication with vintage. I should have known something was off the moment I got home, but exhaustion has a way of dulling your instincts. The dream started like any other. I was drifting in that strange state between falling asleep and clinging to consciousness. Of course, I know now that I must have been asleep and dreaming, because there's no logical explanation for what happened next. The room was silent as any other night outside the city. My eyes were closed and I could almost convince myself I was asleep. But then I heard it. It was faint, but unmistakable. The heavy silence was broken up by what I can only describe as the sound of fingers cracking or ligaments popping into place. My eyes shot open. Something was moving, crawling onto the mattress. I couldn't see it, not fully. At this point, it was merely a suggestion of motion in my periphery. That's when I felt it, a slow, calculated weight shifting closer from the foot of my bed. I was begging every muscle in my body to allow me to sit up and turn on the light. Not a single one listened to my plea. The only thing I could move was my eyes. I looked down, as far down as my eyes would allow. I tried to lift my head, but if the paralysis wasn't enough to keep me anchored, the neck brace made sure of it. It was hopeless. I could feel the pressure building in my throat, making it almost impossible to breathe. The popping noise faded, replaced by the relentless pounding of my heartbeat, hammering against my eardrums as if desperate to escape. All the while, the silhouette was inching closer, the weight carefully shifting on the mattress. The shape was hovering over me, making sure not to touch me. My breathing was rapid and uncontrollable, and my heartbeat was growing louder, so I did the only thing I could in that situation. I used the only part of my body I still had control over, my eyes. I shut them with the same force I had opened them when I first heard that dreadful noise. The instant I closed my eyes, everything went quiet, all movement stopped, and my mattress was suddenly as stiff as the hospital bed I had grown accustomed to. It was all inside my head, I thought. It's just a bad dream. Keep your eyes closed and focus on falling asleep. This will all be over when you wake up. I laid there for what felt like hours, but realistically, it was just a few minutes. All I could do was wait. Wait for sleep, or wait for my body to finally respond. I'm not a patient man, and I never have been. But after what I saw last night, I will never even complain about a red light ever again. I wish I had kept my eyes closed, but against my better judgment, I slowly opened them, my eyes adjusting to the darkness all too easily. Then I saw it, its face only a few centimeters from mine. The skin was smooth and pale, cracked like a porcelain doll, and stretched too tightly over the ridges of its face. But it was the eyes that held me in place. A row of 8 black pearls that tapered out to the sides, the largest of which was a pair placed right in the middle, easily distinguishable by the glint of light collected in them, like pools of ink sucking up the last bit of light from the room. The time for screaming had long passed. All I could do was stare. I didn't even bother attempting to move anymore. For all I knew, my paralysis had worn off, but I didn't care. Its gaze was unblinking, relentless. consuming. The darkness inside those eyes seemed to ripple, as though something moved just beneath. The sharp reflection of the room was mirrored in their glossy surfaces. The longer I stared, the more the room's reflection fell out of focus, and I could feel myself slipping further into pure darkness. I was falling down a well and unraveling like a poorly made basket drifting into the void. The next thing I remember is waking up, expecting the usual soft morning light to seep through my paper-thin curtains, gradually brightening the room. Instead, the harsh midday sun spilled in unapologetically. Still, it was a welcomed change from the unforgiving darkness of the previous night. I glanced at my alarm clock but couldn't see the time. Slowly, I turned my stiff body and clumsily reached over, knocking the half-empty whiskey bottle out of the way. It was almost 3 p.m. Still half asleep, I stumbled out of my room into the hallway. At first, I thought the old stained wallpaper had little square patches of new wallpaper stuck over it. Then I noticed the wooden floorboards were scattered with broken glass and fallen picture frames. I didn't bother picking up all of them, but one caught my attention. When I took it out of the broken frame, I saw myself and my grandmother standing in front of an old house in the woods. I was just a child. Beside us were two unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. An aunt and uncle? Family friends? My parents? Why can't I remember what happened to them? Memories swam around in my head, but none pertained to my parents. I was starving by this point, so I figured I'd save time and make breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at once, which just meant pouring a comically large bowl of cereal. Now I'm sitting at my dining room table, spoon in one hand and the other on my keyboard, writing down what I remember from last night's dream. All the while, I was thinking of the photograph next to my laptop. The old picture patiently resting on the polished surface of my grandmother's vintage table. I slid it closer, shifting my focus from the two strangers. I instead studied the background. A brand new tire swing hung from an old tree. And the house. I couldn't quite place it, but I knew I had been there as a kid. Strangely, recalling details from the picture felt harder than remembering a dream. On a different note, I once read something online about Chinese water torture. Don't ask me why I remember this, but not my childhood. Memories are strange like that. Anyway, it's a method where drops of water are slowly dripped onto a person's head at irregular intervals. The randomness of the dripping can lead to psychological effects, since the victim can't anticipate when the next drop will fall. Over time, this can lead to anxiety, stress, and even hallucinations. About halfway through writing this entry, I started feeling a faint, inconsistent dripping coming from the ceiling above me. I'd describe the source, but that would require me to get up, take almost 4 steps back, and painfully crane my head far enough back to even see the ceiling. It's too much effort for what I already know is just a leak. I've tried moving seats 3 times, but the dripping seems to follow me wherever I sit. Then it happened. After finishing my cereal and absent-mindedly twirling my spoon, I swear I saw something. On the glossy surface of the spoon, a flash of movement caught my eye, a large shape skittering across the ceiling behind me. It moved like a shadow, but its color was a pale white. I saw it only for a second. It was swift and fleeting, but its form was unmistakable. A spider, bigger than a person, its 8 legs pushing and pulling it out of the room in one smooth, coordinated motion. I almost jumped out of my skin. I spun around as fast as I could, whipping my head back. The pain was immense, shooting through me like lightning striking the back of my neck. In my frantic attempt to look at the ceiling, I found myself on my hands and knees, staring at the floor. Slowly, I pulled myself back onto the chair. I was lightheaded, on the verge of fainting. I jumped at every black spot in my vision. For a moment, I just sat there trying to make sense of what I had seen. It was then that I recalled reading about water torture and how it can cause hallucinations, which oddly gave me some comfort. At least now the dripping has stopped. I'll post all I have written so far for part 2. I can't bear to sit here and write another word. Not after what I just saw. I think I'll message Joshua to come over. I can't be alone right now. I'll keep you guys updated if anything else happens. Expect another part soon.
The water park is where I worked at last summer obtained a shark statue that was discovered abandoned in a lake. They should have left it there. The summer Texas air hung heavy and thick, clinging to everything like a wet blanket, even as the evening sun dipped low. My name is Oliver, and for me, it was just another shift at Schlitterbahn Water Park. My new maintenance tech gig was a decent step up from pulling all-nighters at Waffle House, even if it meant wrestling with chlorine levels and clearing out gross drains. But tonight's task was different. Tonight, I had to dive to the bottom of the Maw. This wasn't just any water slide. The Maw was the park's newest, biggest, and without a doubt, its most unique attraction. It was a giant slide, but the real showstopper was at the very end. The park owner, Sterling, a dude with more money than sense and a famously macabre taste, had bought it. It was a shark statue, dredged from the cold, murky depths of some forgotten lake. According to Reddit, the statue was a prop from a low-budget horror flick, sunk by its creators to startle unsuspecting divers after production wrapped. I'd seen the pictures online, the ones that popped up if you dared to search for abandoned lake shark statue. They were unsettling, sure, but more fascinating than frightening to me. Just a big, weird piece of art. A quick warning, if you have even the slightest bit of submechanophobia, don't look them up. This massive, great white, its head frozen in a bizarre, vague smile that looked almost unintentional. A subtle, upward curl at the corners of its mouth that just seemed off. But to me, it looked cool as hell in the pictures. Sterling had spent a fortune retrieving it, then even more, having it mechanized. Now for just a few extra bucks, after a screaming descent through twisting dark tubes, riders were spat into a vast, deep pool where the shark, its mouth agape, in that almost menacing smile, loomed directly beneath the surface, occasionally lunging upward towards the guests with a hydraulic hiss along a 20-foot track that made the whole pool rumble before the machines pulled it back, making it descend out of sight to the deepest area of the pool, waiting for the next round of unsuspecting victims to trigger the sensor. Tonight, after the last shrieking kid had been ushered out and the gates locked tight, the Maw was silent. Not just quiet, but a profound, almost oppressive stillness that felt strangely peaceful. I ran through my checklist, filters, pressure gauges, and then the shark itself. The most critical sensor was acting up, meaning I had to get in the pool and check its housing. I grabbed my dive gear, feeling a pleasant calm. Just another Tuesday night. I strapped on my dive mask, adjusted the regulator, the hiss of my own breath, a steady, comforting rhythm in my ears. The pool water, usually a chaotic riot of splashing, was perfectly still, reflecting the distant park lights like scattered diamonds. I pushed off the edge, sinking smoothly into the cool, chlorinated embrace. The world above vanished in a ripple, leaving me suspended in a dim, watery silence. As I descended, the surface light gradually dimmed, the familiar blue-green deepening to an inky black. I flicked on my dive light, the beam cutting a crisp, clear path through the gloom, and then there it was, the shark itself. I'd seen it 100 times from the surface, as well as the photos online, but being eye level with it underwater was different. It was huge, dwarfing me, but still just a statue. Its cold, unseeing eyes, twin black voids, didn't bother me, but that smile, so odd, that faint, almost evil-like curl at the corners of its mouth. I figured it was just how the mold settled, a trick of the artist's hand. It seemed to expand slightly in the low light, but that was just the water. the lack of real vision, a mild curiosity, and nothing more. At least that's what I told myself. I forced myself to focus, kicking slowly, deliberately, towards the shark's head. The faulty sensor was located near its jawline. The water directly around the shark was surprisingly clear, almost unnaturally so, as if the massive form repelled the usual murk, granting me an unobstructed view. As I drew closer, the details sharpened. The rough pock texture of its fiberglass skin, somehow organic despite its artificiality. The perfectly formed teeth, each one a predatory shard. And that smile, the one that just didn't quite sit right, seemed to deepen. Not wider, not more aggressive, just deeper. A subtle crinkle around its mouth that hadn't been there before. I paused, treading water. Must be the angle. Or maybe a trick of my dive light, bouncing off the contours. I took a steadying breath, the sound loud and calm in my ears. Just a statue, I murmured. The words a garbled bubble. Just fiberglass and hydraulics. I forced my fingers back to the panel. Finding the latch, I finally got it open, revealing a tangle of wires. I quickly checked the connections, nudging a loose one back into place. Done. I started to close the panel, already thinking about getting out and grabbing a cold bottle of sweet tea. Just as my fingers brushed the panel to close it, I glanced up. The shark's head seemed to have shifted a fraction, the subtle tilt to the left, a bit more pronounced, and the smile, it had deepened, just a hair more, a hint of something sly, almost knowing, in its fixed grin. A prickle of unease finally touched my calm, an uninvited chill under my wetsuit. I blinked, shaking my head. Currents. Gotta be the currents. I pushed off the statue, kicking backward. I felt a deep but very brief vibration that seemed to emanate from around the statue itself. My heart gave a little thump, a nervous flutter. Okay, that was weird. The hydraulics were offline. The park was deserted. I was the only one here. Must have shifted slightly with the water currents, or maybe I'd bumped it. I needed to get this done. I needed to check the track itself, where the shark slid. That would mean swimming past it, to its flank, towards where the tail would be. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, that strange, unsettling feeling growing, but I pushed it down. It was silly to be spooked by a hunk of fiberglass and paint. With a deep breath, I swam past the shark's massive, immobile head, past its still body, until I was almost at the tail end of the mechanism, my back to the sharks in its entirety. I worked quickly, checking the rollers on the submerged track, my light beam dancing over the metal. The familiar routine, a welcome distraction from the rising unease. As I pulled my gloved hand back to adjust my light, a sudden, sharp click echoed through the water. It was loud, like metallic and unsettling, almost like teeth clinking together. And it was too close. My breath hitched. A sudden, involuntary spasm. The sound was too precise, too deliberate to have been an accident. My mind screamed at me to spin around, to see, but my body was suddenly paralyzed, muscles locked, refusing to obey. The silence that followed the click was even worse. A heavy, expectant quiet that seemed to hum around me. Every nerve ending in my body screamed wrong, wrong, wrong. I steadied my light, my fingers fumbling, and as I started to attempt to calm myself, a sudden, oppressive cold radiated from behind me, making the terror that was in my blood run even deeper with each passing second. It wasn't the water. It was a presence, a chilling weight, a suffocating awareness that filled the space directly behind me. Slowly, reluctantly, as my whole body screaming in protest, my head swiveled and my entire body froze in its tracks. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stare in horror at the sight before me. The shark. It was no longer facing forward. Its head merely tilted. No. It hadn't even just tilted further. A gradual, nor a deliberate lean into my personal space. Its entire body was turned completely on its axis, now facing me head on. Its nose was now only a mere 5 feet away from the protective glass of my mask. Its mouth, already agape, seemed to widen, a slow, silent stretch of its impossibly broad jaw that swallowed more of the dim light from my beam. The grin was not just vague, deep, or sly anymore. It was a monstrous, impossible rictus of pure, menacing evil. It stretched impossibly wide, pulling back, until its lips seemed to tear, revealing every single one of its impossibly white, jagged teeth, each one a perfect, ancient blade. Its eyes, those dead, black, unseeing eyes, were now ablaze with a malevolent, hungry glee, reflecting my own terrified, distorted face in their depth. It was still immobile, as it always had been, still as night, but its expression showed a sliver of hidden mortality that shook me to my core. It wasn't just watching me, it was savoring my terror. A silent, yet deafening laugh in its fixed, demonic smile. A cruel amusement in its paralyzing gaze. It was alive, and it was playing with me. Oh, fuck. I didn't bother with my tools. I kicked with desperate, frantic, soul-shattering force, propelled by pure, primal terror through the water, the silent grin of the maw. Its eyes lit up with sinister delight, burned itself into my mind, its own special brand of terror. I clawed my way upwards, kicking and thrashing, desperate to break the surface, to escape the crushing darkness. My lungs burned, screaming for air, the dim outlines of the surface lights shimmering tantalizingly above. I was halfway there, a choked sob bubbling from my throat. When I couldn't help myself, I took one last, terrified, agonizing look back. The track was there, but the fucking shark was gone. Nothing but the wavering reflection of the park lights and the silent, swirling chlorine. No. I thrashed and kicked furiously towards the lights that swore me my safety, my eyes playing tricks on me. Every bubbly wave from my erratic movements that momentarily obstructed the few inches of clear vision I had was a fin and a flash of a gigantic tooth. The surface seemed 1,000,000 miles away. The fear that I would be pulled back down to bottom of the darkness the second before I finally reached the safety, the dock weighing me down. But I scrambled out of the pool, tearing off my mask, my breath coming in ragged, painful, heaving sobs that racked my whole body. I stumbled backward, away from the wooded edge, my gaze fixed on the water, watching it slowly settle, the placid surface a cruel lie. I knew it wasn't empty. That fucking thing was still there, somewhere. And I knew, with a horrifying, absolute certainty that stole my breath, that it had just let me go. For now, that was my last night at Schlitterbahn. I put in my 2 weeks the very next morning. No explanation given, just a flat, I'm done. Sterling called me multiple times, begged me to reconsider, even offered a bonus. Oliver, please, I'm not sure what happened, but we can fix this. Just tell me what you want. Give me a number, man. I'll match it. But I just hung up. I couldn't set foot in that place again, especially not near that pool. The thought of that black fucking abyss beneath the water of that pool was enough to make me gag. As it would turn out, the park closed down for good. A few months later, the official line was unforeseen operational difficulties. But everyone knew it was just code, for we can't tell you why. But it's bad. A few days later, Sterling just dropped off the face of the earth, and no one has seen or heard from him in a year. They never mentioned the shark in any capacity. It was never spoken of again, almost like they had done their due diligence to erase the fact that it even existed. I don't know what happened to it, if it was ever moved again, or if it just stayed there, along with the rest of the park, abandoned and waiting in the depths of the now disgustingly unkempt water. I hope to God no one ever finds it. Not in that pool, not in any lake, ever again. May it be lost forever. But unfortunately for me, it doesn't matter if it's hidden from the rest of the world. I see it every night. That grin, those eyes, just before it vanished. It's always there, waiting in the darkest corners of my dreams, bubbling beneath the surface of my consciousness. And now, I can't even look at a swimming pool without feeling that cold dread, that lurking predatory presence all around me, watching me. Open water. Forget about it. The world suddenly feels too deep and too full of things that watch you from the dark, things that hunt you, things that smile. Edit. Holy shit. A breaking story on the news tonight immediately caught my attention while I was eating dinner. A group of parents are desperately pleading for anyone who can give them information on the potential whereabouts of their missing children. 3 teens have been missing since last night. They were last seen by a homeless man hopping the fence of a local abandoned water park. Being young and rebellious often means being young and dumb. You usually make dozens of stupid choices before that voice in your head finally screams, just say no. So I don't know if that makes me one of the lucky ones, still here while my 2 best friends aren't. I'm trying to decide, but it's a decision I'm not getting anywhere with. Fuck. Let me start over. My name is Tommy. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm telling you this, why you should care what some random 16-year-old kid has to say on the internet at 2 a.m. You've probably already left, scrolling for something more entertaining. But if you're still here, thank you. And if you dare to hear my story, I only ask that you refer to the link above before you proceed. It will all make so much more sense. I just can't shut my eyes. Every time I do, I see it. That smile. Those dead fucking eyes. You sure this is it, Casey? I whispered, clutching my backpack straps. My eyes darted from the road behind us to the park's remains. Its broken structures look like the bleached ribs of some ancient, dead monster. I didn't want to do this. My dad would kill me if I got caught trespassing. KC, though, practically bounced. Dude, obviously, this is prime urbex. Seriously, Tommy, you're going to back out now. After all that talk about adventures, he gestured at the slides, their silhouettes jagged against the distant town's dim glow. Besides, the homeless dude said, look for the section where the fence is pushed in. See, he pointed to a sagging section of chain link, an obvious entry point, the bent metal glinting ominously in the moonlight. It's fine, bro. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Justin, ever the chill one, clapped me on the shoulder. He's right, man. It's just an abandoned water park. What's the worst that could happen? We trip over a rogue flip-flop. He let out a giggle, his phone already out, flashlight beam cutting a path through the gloom. It revealed glimpses of faded, peeling murals of cartoon animals. Their eyes seemed to follow us. I swore the smile on one faded octopus mural stretched before settling back into its original shape as I looked directly at it. All right, I mumbled, shaking my head. Casey grinned, pulling at the bent wire, widening the gap. Come on, First one past the old concession stands gets bragging rights. We slip through the fence, one by one, onto what used to be a busy pathway, now cracked and swallowed by weeds. The air hung heavy, with the cloying scent of stale water and dying leaves. The once bright slides overhead now looked like the hollowed-out bones of something long dead. A coldness shot through me. This was nothing like the pictures. This was bizarre. The silence was absolute, broken only by our footsteps. Holy shit, Justin breathed, his phone flashlight slicing through the shadows. This is wild. Told you, Casey said, heading deeper into the park. He glanced back, a glint in his eye, stopping to hold the flashlight beneath his chin. The maw, anyone. The maw, the park's infamous final attraction. For months our town whispered about it. Rumors flew, dark assumptions made about what had happened, why the park shut down. All anyone knew was that hell broke loose not long ago after Sterling bought the statue. Few people had ridden it, all with different experiences, and after a while, it became more urban legend than something real. Since Sterling was gone, no one had answers, so everyone just had fun with it. I'd always been timid with spooky stories, so the thought of investigating the legend didn't sound super enticing. Maybe let's just stick to the regular slides, for bragging rights. Justin just laughed, too loud in the oppressive silence around us. Nah, where's the fun in that? Everyone knows the maw is the real fucking reason to come here. He and Casey sped up, their silhouettes swallowed by the darkness. Being left behind in the lobby felt worse than whatever was waiting inside. So I took a breath and caught up with them. We moved like ghosts. The lazy river was a green, thickened trench, its fountains dry and crusted. Plastic flamingos protruded from the ground, their colors faded to a sick off-white. The wave pool was a debris magnet, littered with sticks, leaves, and dead insects. Everything felt wrong, not just abandoned, but dormant, as if something was waiting, unfurling itself deep within its concrete veins, becoming aware of our presence. Then I froze, my light fixed on something ahead. Fucking shit, dude. There it was, looming in the distance, partially hidden in shadows, was a tall, twisting slide tube, cracked from top to bottom. Its bottom emptied into a circular pool, once filled with clear water, now an empty, gaping wound in the park's center. Even from where we stood, it was clear. It was an abyss. The sign above, bolted onto a steel pole, had triangular shapes carved out, resembling bite marks. A massive, gray fin emerged from its top left corner. The letters, boxy and wide, peeked through dirt and dust, aged and faded shades of white and blue. The maw. Dude, no fucking way, Justin whispered, his jokes gone. That slide's bigger than it looks in the pictures online. I know, Casey breathed, awe in his voice. You think it's still there, fellas? Only one way to find out. Justin's words felt hollow. Something was not right, but I couldn't back out now. They'd never let me forget it. If I had come this far just to quit, all I could do was swallow my fear, trying to regain what little control I had. Okay, but let's not get too close. Something in that pool smells really fucking bad. We crept closer, taking in the decrepit surroundings. As we passed the old ticket booth, a discarded mirror lay face up on the concrete, its glass cloudy and cracked. I looked down at my reflection and froze. For a fraction of a second, my features elongated, my jaw warped into a curled grin that stretched far beyond my ears. my teeth becoming sharp and jagged. I blinked. My reflection was normal. I snapped my neck to see if either of them had seen it, but they were already trailing ahead, their words prideful, while discussing how awesome our story was going to be. We walked a few more yards towards the pool's edge. As we got closer, I noticed something low on the slide's decaying side, near where it emptied riders into the pool, was a small, dark stain. It wasn't algae or rust. It looked almost dark, like dried blood. I frowned, my gaze lingering on it, unease tightening in my throat. Casey, though, was already focused on the pool's empty depth, his excitement overriding any sense of foreboding that only I felt. We reached the pool's edge, our flashlights dancing along the disgusting few inches of water that had stayed managed through stay along the bottom. The water was still, an oily, gray-black color that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. As our trio of lights trailed along the floor, we saw it, and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. Fuck, you guys, it's actually still here. Casey's eyes were wide with excitement as we studied this thing. Even in its broken state, it was intimidating. Its skin, once a cool blue-gray, was now faded and streaked with orange rust, like a forgotten tombstone. Real barnacles clung to its snout and dorsal fin, remnants from its aquatic origin of the lake. The water level was exactly where its jaw met the metal track beneath it, allowing us to see the rails. Its mouth was frozen in that creepy, disgusting smile. The eyes, black voids, seemed to stare directly at us. "Come on," Casey squealed, starting to climb down, using the ladder bolted to the pool side. Justin was anything but enthusiastic about crawling into the sludge. "Casey, are you insane? Look at the water. Flesh-eating bacteria. You dumb fuck. How else are we supposed to have proof we did this then? Shit breath. We each take a picture with it. God, why did you two even agree to this? Tommy has been a spouting bitch fits since we got here. Now you're gonna puss out too." Justin and I locked eyes, neither of us wanting to step forward, but with shared hesitation, we nodded and slowly made our way to the ladder. As we got closer, the surface seemed to bulge inward near the center, like an eye slowly opening beneath the surface before settling back into its oily flatness. I felt dizzy and could feel the acid burn the back of my throat as I choked back the buffalo wings I had for lunch. "What the fuck am I doing here?" I murmured to myself. Every instinct screamed at me to climb back up, but Justin was already halfway down the ladder, grumbling about tetanus, and Casey was losing his shit at the bottom, aiming his phone at the maw for all the TikToks he was going to make. "Dude, this is so fucking cool," Casey called out. I forced myself down the cold, slimy rungs, my gaze fixed on the maw. Up close, it was grotesque. I almost felt ashamed for being scared of an inanimate object, but I couldn't help the dread I felt that only kept getting stronger the longer I was in its presence. Justin moved closer, his feet sloshing, as he nearly lost his balance. "Jesus, it stinks and feels like snot." He was right. The smell was overpowering now, so much so that it made my throat burn. Casey, oblivious as always, was already wrestling Justin into position. "Come on, Justin, put your head in its mouth." Justin grimaced, but leaned in, positioning his head between the shark's jaws, and held his breath from the smell. Casey snapped a photo, the flash briefly illuminating the hollow of the pool, turning the maw into a grinning shadow puppet against the cracked concrete. "Oh my God, if I edit this and add blood around your shoulder." Justin had finally had enough and cut him off as he walked back beside us, the maw just a few feet away, now invisible to us without our lights. Casey, it fucking stinks in here, man. Let's finish this bullshit and go before we all die from Ebola or something. Casey rolled his eyes as he ignored Justin's outburst and gestured at me to start moving. Tommy, get your ass over there. My legs felt heavy, as if the water was trying to pull me down. I took a reluctant step towards the maw. Its eyes seemed to draw me in. I stood 2 feet, trying to look anywhere but its face, and slowly leaned in, forcing a strained smile. The flash popped, blinding me for a moment. Fuck yeah, Casey crowed, lowering his phone to review the shot. Now we've got proof we were actually... His voice hitched, his smile faded, his brows furrowed, as I watched his face change, the air heavier, and I knew for certain that my gut had been right all along. Something definitely wasn't right. Balls of steel, Casey stood frozen, phone clutched, eyes locked on the screen. His body went rigid, his cocky smirk vanished, and it was replaced by horror. I glanced at Justin, who looked back at me, my thoughts own, reflecting back to me through his eyes. Casey, he said, what's wrong? Casey didn't answer. He just stood there, still, rooted in the water, eyes wide, fixed on the photo. He breathed in shallow, rapid gasps. I couldn't see the screen, but the fear radiating off Casey was almost enough to make me run for the exit. Again, the sick smell intensified and stung in my nostrils. Then, Casey lifted his phone, turning the screen just enough for us to see. There I stood, next to the monster, but the photo had glitched. My face, my entire body, was a hazy blur, distorted just enough to know it's me, but my features were impossible to define. However, the maw was terrifyingly clear, the corners of its mouth revealing something that definitely wasn't there before. A coat of what looked like dripping saliva, glistening between rows of its bone-white teeth. A huge contrast from the decayed rust color we just saw in front of us. Its skin was now a vibrant and healthy gray, textured and slick, reflecting the bottom of the slide above us. It wasn't until I looked at the eyes that I felt the world, and my heart stopped simultaneously. Its eyes were now bright and alive, slightly squinted into a devilish shape. No longer the lifeless, deadpan stare straight ahead. They were now at a downward angle, hyper-focused on one thing. Its eyes were hungrily looking down at me. Justin began to laugh. That's amazing, dude. Bravo. Casey was still frozen, eyes wide, staring at the photo in bewilderment. I didn't. How do you even Photoshop something that fast? Justin, I swear I didn't do anything. His voice was cut off by a vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath us. It was low, but it created a silence where you could hear a pin drop. As we huddled, we slowly lifted our lights back over to the maw. It stood there, its expression emotionless, just as it had always had been. The eyes were dull. There was no glistening saliva, no sharp teeth, nothing. It was the feeling in the atmosphere that was suddenly different. The smell of decay was now overwhelming, not just from the water, but something deeper, muskier, like wet, rotting meat. And the silence wasn't just the absence of sound anymore. It was accompanied by a presence, a silence that felt like something was listening, holding its breath. Let's get the fuck out of here. Justin's voice was less sarcastic, as he too clearly felt the shift in energy. Casey, still clutching his phone, slowly, reluctantly, dragged his eyes away from the screen, his terror-stricken face finally breaking free from its stupor. Yeah, let's go. We shuffled backward, our eyes glued to the maw, unwilling to turn our backs on it. Every movement felt sluggish, the water clinging to us, resisting our escape. The putrid, rotting meat smell was now thicker than ever, and it tasted metallic on my tongue. My lungs burned with each breath. As we reached the opposite side, hoping for another way out, I slammed my hand against the cold concrete wall. It was just a curved, slick surface, impossible to climb. There was no other ladder, no indentations, nothing to grab onto. We were trapped. Then I looked at the dark, oily water at the base of the maw, just beneath the surface, where the bottom of its huge, stretched jaw met the murky depths. A faint shimmer pulsed. It was subtle, barely there. A heartbeat, like rhythm, that seemed to writhe with an invisible life. It pulsed, slow and deliberate. Justin, seeing the shimmer too, let out a choked whimper. He stumbled back from the ladder, splashing in the grime. It's doing something. Oh my God. Guys, it's fucking breathing. Casey grabbed Justin's arm, pulling him. Move. We'll try the other side of the pool. The air was now pressing us down, making it hard to breathe. I swept my flashlight beam frantically around the pool's rim, searching, pleading for an escape. But there was nothing, just the walls, grime, and the darkness above. And as my light swept back towards the maw, its eyes narrowed and the smile stretched. It was gone with a blink of my eye, but I know what I saw, and I knew what was happening. The maw was playing with us now, and it had just closed the last exit. Suddenly, the smell exploded. It punched into my nose, my throat, stealing the air. I doubled over, coughing, gagging on the taste. My eyes slammed shut, watering. At the same instant, a feeling of the most intense cold slammed into me, bone-deep, paralyzing ice. My body spasmed, shivering violently, and my teeth chattered. The vibration escalated through the water, up my legs, into my skull. It was everywhere, disorienting me, blurring my thoughts, and then I dropped my phone, plunging myself into darkness. I stumbled, splashing water, my hands flailing in the void. The combined assault was too much, and I collapsed on my side in defeat. I lost all track of time, all sense of direction. I was a trembling mess, struggling to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it came, the cold lifted. I stayed down on my side, still gasping and shaking. My eyes slowly fluttered open. I fumbled for my phone when the screen flickered to life, its weak glow doing little to pierce the dark. The maw loomed yards away, partially hidden in the shadows, facing me. But the rest of the pool was empty. Justin and Casey were gone. No sound, no struggle, no trace. They had vanished. It was just me and the maw. My body felt numb and detached. The last thing I remembered was the cold, the darkness, the death stench, and then nothing. I don't know how long I was out. I honestly thought I was already dead. I blinked. My eyelids were so fucking gritty that it burned. I was lying in the filth, feeling it soaking through my clothes, and my head throbbed. I tried to sit up, but my muscles screamed in protest. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through my body. Then I heard it. Somewhere behind me, I heard a splash, like something heavy falling into the water behind me, and it started to move towards me with purpose. Then something moved, its dark shape, just at the edge of my blurry vision. It was too large and solid to be debris. It was moving towards me, faster now, the sounds growing louder. I began to panic. I tried to scream, but my voice was too weak. My body wouldn't move or wouldn't respond. I was trapped, helpless, waiting for whatever was coming to get me. Oh my God, kid. Hey kid. I thought I was hallucinating again. I heard a man's voice grow closer, and I felt two hands on my back as his silhouette came into view above me. Thank God. Don't worry, buddy. You're safe now. Okay. Huh. I could only whisper. You and your friends are all over the news. I thought I was too late, but thank God, you're alive. He embraced me not as any stranger would. I could tell that he knew. Somehow, he knew everything. I'm going to get you out of here, but we have to go now. Where are the others? I don't know. We will find them, but we need to get out of the pool. Follow me. He led me to a ladder that we all must have missed in the chaos, but I could have sworn it wasn't there before. Just as the mysterious man helped me pull myself up and steady myself on my feet as we made our escape, we heard it, coming from behind where the man stood. A click, the undeniable sound of teeth clicking together. I could now see the man's face in the streaks of the light he was holding at his side. The horror in his eyes was one of familiar dread, as if he knew what was about to happen next. He had heard that sound before. Once again, the ground started to softly vibrate, and the same dark coldness from before began to rise around us. With a warning-laced and desperate command, he spoke only one more word before the cold started to consume him. Run.
There's a gig app that pays disturbingly well. Stay away from it at all costs. You won't find the app in any of the app stores, and even a Google search doesn't turn up results. To download it, you need to scan the QR referral code of someone who's already using the app. That feature makes it feel like you're joining an exclusive club. If a friend offers to let you scan their code, under no circumstances should you take them up on it. That friend is as good as dead to you. Trust me when I say from experience, this isn't a club you want to be a member of. Whatever you do, do not download it. I was at the bar with my buddy Matt when he convinced me to download the app. We're both broke with a ton of student loans, so aside from the occasional $2 pint night at our local dive, drinking anything other than store-bought booze was a rarity for us. But Matt had said a celebration was in order and that he was paying, which was enough to get me off of my couch for happy hour. He milked the situation, refusing to tell me exactly what we were celebrating until we were a few beers in. Sick of waiting for an explanation, I guessed it was a new job, and Matt gave a mischievous grin. "It's way better than that," he said. "It's an app called Tisk Task." I rolled my eyes. We'd both tried every gig app out there. When I'd get sick of switching between Uber and Lyft and washing sorority girls' puke out of the back seat of my car, I'd drive for DoorDash for a few weeks until the smell of fast food started to make me nauseous. After that, I'd hustle for gigs on Fiverr or pick up odd jobs on TaskRabbit. Then the cycle would start over again. Most days, my circumstances felt inescapable. The last thing I needed was another app to slowly chip away at my sanity as I struggled to cobble together enough cash to cover rent and utilities. I told Matt as much. "Screw those other apps," Matt said. "This is the easiest money I've ever made." I have to admit I was intrigued. Matt never gets excited about anything, so part of me wanted to see what had turned him into a diehard so fast. The other part of me was gullible enough to believe there might actually be such a thing as easy money that didn't involve the lottery or an inheritance. It didn't take much badgering from Matt before I scanned his code and clicked the link. The link took me to a nondescript website with nothing but a download button. Seconds later, the app was on my phone. The app itself was bare bones, like Venmo, but with even fewer frills. Nothing but a few tabs. One for my own QR referral should I want to pass it along, one for linking my bank account, and one showing my current balance of $0. In the middle of the otherwise mostly blank screen were the words, "You have no new tasks." Before I could accuse Matt of tricking me into downloading malware, he cut me off. "I know what you're thinking, but just wait for a task," he said. I was sketched out too after Rachel referred me. The fact that Rachel was using it eased my concerns. Rachel's this girl Matt hooks up with on occasion. I'd only met her a few times at Matt's, but from what I could tell, she didn't seem like the type of person to get into anything that wasn't legit. Aside from the fact that she went to film school, so she has even more debt than we do with fewer employable skills to show for it. When you say the easiest money you've ever made, I asked, trailing off. I've already made $800 since downloading it yesterday, and that's not counting the referral fee you just got me. I hope they paid you well to rope me into your weird pyramid scheme, I joked. Yeah, they did. Matt held up his own app to show me $1,000 had just been deposited into his account. Jesus, is that for real? The money transfers, if that's what you're asking. If this ends up being a scam, at least I know how much our friendship is worth to you. Oh, they way overpaid then, he said. He laughed and flagged down the bartender for another round. We moved on to chatting about movie trailers and how there was barely anything coming out that we wanted to see. I'd almost forgotten about the app altogether when my phone buzzed 20 minutes later with my first task. I read it and reread it, mystified, and more than a little creeped out by the words on the screen. Piss on the bathroom floor. You have 5 minutes to complete the task. Dude, you made it seem like I'd be less sketched out when I got my first task, I said. Is this a joke? What kind of sick person created this? Matt read my task and snorted. Yeah, that's a weird one, but $100 is $100. I looked at my phone again. Sure enough, the app was offering me $100 for the task. Below that, a timer was counting down, already at 4:27. There's no way I'm doing that for $100. So wait for one that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, Matt said. Or what? Piss on the floor that someone's going to have to clean? You know how many guys are going to end up doing that tonight anyway? At least you'd get paid for it. It's a dick move. People are dicks all the time. Have you gotten one like this? The first one I got was knocking over a display stand at Publix. And you did it? For $50, hell yeah, I did. It was no big deal. I apologized and went on with my day. How are you not more creeped out by this whole thing? How does it even know where we are or that you've completed the task? The same way every app does, by spying on you, using location sharing to see who you're with. I mean, how does Instagram know to show me ads for tampons every time I hang out with you? You're an asshole, Matt shrugged. Who is even paying for this? Like it doesn't make sense. All the other gig apps are connecting workers with clients and taking a cut. There's no upside to this for anyone but the people who do the tasks. My money's on Zuck, or some other billionaire. Think about it. They're bored of all the luck stuff. They've got more money than anyone could spend in a lifetime. What else are they going to use it for but to laugh at all the dumb shit people will do if you pay them? Yeah, I'm not really interested in being part of someone's messed up social experiment. I checked my phone again. The timer was down to a little over 2 minutes. I scanned the app for a decline button but didn't see one. How do I decline the task? I asked. No clue, I haven't declined one. Since there wasn't an option to decline, I decided to test the app. If someone wanted to mess with me, I'd mess with them right back. I went to the bathroom but didn't do anything. Just waited a minute, washed my hands and returned to the bar. I checked my phone just as the timer ran out. A frowny face appeared on screen. Then the app went black. Matt's phone buzzed a few seconds later. He checked it and laughed. What? Did you get a task? What is it? Matt smirked at me before holding out his phone for me to read. I barely had time to register the words, "slap your friend," before I felt Matt's hand connect with my face. The smack jolted me off balance, and I jumped up to keep from falling over. What the fuck? I could feel everyone staring at us. I couldn't tell if my cheek was burning from the slap or the embarrassment. Matt held up his hands in apology. I'm sorry, dude, but $200 was too good to pass up. Having seen the exchange, the bartender made his way over with an annoyed look. I think that's enough for you two, the bartender said. All good, Matt replied. We'll just close out. The bartender shook his head and went to the register to ring Matt up. Matt's phone buzzed again as the bartender returned with the check. Matt checked it and winced. Then he took a big swig of beer and spit it like a fountain all over the bartender. The bartender turned red as security stormed over and grabbed Matt by the back of his shirt, dragging him towards the door. Sorry, Matt said. It was just a joke. Hope it was funny 'cause you're 86th. Sign the tab and tip him good, Matt called back to me as security shoved him outside. I picked up the pen to sign the tab when my phone buzzed on the bar top. I saw the alert from Tisk Task and told myself not to check it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I clicked it. The task read, "Do not leave a tip. Write FUCKYOU instead." Every alarm bell in my head was going off. This went well beyond location sharing and listening in on conversations. I looked around the bar, sure I'd find someone in here watching us, pulling the strings to see how far we could be pushed. But I didn't see anyone who didn't seem to be here for a normal bar outing. And the way everyone was side-eyeing me like I was an exhibit in a freak show suggested they were not in on whatever was happening. I looked back at my phone. $250 to write "fuck you" instead of leaving a tip. I felt my face flush with shame as I wrote the words, but I had to know if this was for real or not. I was positive I'd walk outside to find Matt had been screwing with me, somehow faking the alerts. I turned the receipt face down and scurried out before anyone could read what I'd written. By the time I stepped outside, the app was alerting me that I was now $250 richer. In the midst of so many emotions and my desire to get away, at the time it didn't cross my mind that out of all the sketchy aspects of the app, I just encountered the biggest red flag of all. That slap from Matt wasn't a random task, it was a warning. Not following orders had consequences. Matt wanted to go somewhere else and keep celebrating our good luck, as he called it. But once the adrenaline faded, I felt hungover and on edge, so I went home. The whole thing felt wrong on multiple levels, so I decided not to go on the app for a while. Still, I needed some proof that the whole thing wasn't a hoax, so I transferred the money to my bank, and sure enough, it showed up. As easy as the money had been, I had a knot in my stomach about it, though I struggled to articulate why. Part of it was being watched, all the unanswered questions about who was behind the app and why anyone would create it. But I think something about it also felt manipulative, like I was just a puppet in some messed up game I didn't understand. But I can't deny I had felt an immediate rush, along with whatever pang of guilt came from stiffing the bartender. Like the app had tapped into some impulse I hadn't even known was there. Did I want to do that? Had the app made me take the smallest step towards some darkness lurking inside of me? I accepted some rideshare requests, hoping to distract myself. But even those reminded me how I was trapped driving, having leased a car to be able to drive for the apps, and now needing to accept a certain number of rides to make my payments each month. It wasn't even midnight before I found myself shampooing the floor mats in the back seat after some drunk kid puked on the ride home from a bar. Screw this, I thought. I opened Tisk Task and waited. No tasks showed up. I refreshed the app, but still nothing. I figured they just didn't have the bandwidth to monitor the app 24/7, but looking back again, I think it was conditioning me to want more tasks. Like the app was negging me, making me feel unworthy so I'd be grateful when it paid attention to me again. It wasn't until the next day that a new task showed up. I won't bore you with all the details of the tasks I accepted over the next few days to chip away at my debt, except to say that they seemed mostly mundane, if pretty dickish. At first they were basic, things like spitting gum where someone's guaranteed to step in it, bumping into a kid with ice cream so they drop it, ringing someone's doorbell in the middle of the night and ditching. I realize now that they were escalating, though I barely noticed at the time. 72 hours after refusing to piss on a bathroom floor, I was doing things like taking a package off a neighbor's porch and tossing it in the dumpster and calling a random number to leave a message telling someone their sister had died. Robert Cialdini wrote this book, Influence, that I read a while back. In it, he talks about the psychological tactic enemy soldiers use to turn patriotic American POWs against their own country. See, no true patriot will immediately talk crap about their homeland, but if you can get them to admit that the U.S. isn't perfect, it's a slippery slope. Something in the mind makes you double down on things you said in the past. So once they'd admitted the U.S. wasn't perfect, they were willing to talk about the flaws in more detail. With a bit of patience, the enemy soldiers would have American POWs publicly denouncing American values altogether. They never even noticed the concessions they were making until it was too late to turn back. Like those soldiers, I didn't fully recognize that I was leaping across lines I never would have crossed before Matt introduced me to the app. The first time I truly had a chance to recognize how far I'd strayed arrived about a week after I accepted the first task. I hadn't gone back to my other gig app since the vomit incident. I made way too much accepting tasks for what felt like far less effort. But for whatever reason, I still don't like to think of myself as a gig worker. Yes, I take gigs, but knowing I might need something on my resume, I occasionally work part-time for a company doing data entry. It's already mind-numbing work for a little above minimum wage, but returning to it this time was downright painful. Up to this point, I had had to leave the app open in the background for it to assign me tasks, but halfway through the morning my phone lit up with a notification even though I was pretty sure I had closed the app and my phone was on focus mode. The funny thing is, I had been wishing for something to break the monotony of the work, and here it was, my desire fulfilled. Email, redacted folder name, to redacted email address. You have 90 seconds to complete the task. My pulse quickened as I read the notification. On the one hand, I knew it was wrong and probably illegal. On the other hand, as far as I had been told, the company did not deal in sensitive information that would interest the public. The bulk of the data I even had access to was mundane user analytics the company sold to advertisers. I quickly rationalized the task, though I suspected it would likely be the end of my working there. I'd already decided to do it before I even registered that it paid a whopping $2,000, by far the most I'd been offered for any task up to that point. It took all of 30 seconds before the money was on its way to my bank account. I got a huge hit of adrenaline, something I'd started to crave lately. My head buzzing, I focused as much as I could until lunch. Upon my return, I wasn't remotely fazed to learn my supervisor wanted to see me in her office. She was shockingly nice about the entire thing. She did not immediately fire me, though she was well within her right to. Instead, she gave me a chance to explain myself. A look of confusion came over her when I declined, and she politely let me go. Like I said, I had been told, by her specifically, that we did not deal in particularly sensitive information, so the way she handled the whole thing tracked. But when I looked back one final time, I saw something on her face that made me think otherwise. Dread. She looked terrified. The next day I understood why when I saw on the news that the company was shuttering its doors after a data breach. The pang of guilt I felt over potentially costing a lot of people their jobs was quickly replaced by a fear of the possible repercussions. I wondered if I would be thrown under the bus in the company's attempts to cover their tail. As if it could read my mind, my phone lit up with a notification informing me I'd received a $5,000 employee loyalty bonus. The familiar mix of elation at the huge payday and not-inducing chills from being involved in something so strange crept in, and I managed to shake off any remorse I felt. I fell into the now routine act of rationalizing away what I had done. Whereas before I'd told myself no one was really getting hurt by my actions, this time I focused on the fact that clearly the company had been doing something shady, or else a seemingly innocuous folder wouldn't have been enough to bring them down. Fuck them for doing something that put me in this position in the first place, I thought. It wasn't the first time I had gotten angry that week. Getting angry anytime guilt or shame started to creep in over a task had become a pattern for me. Like a lot of you reading this, I did what I was supposed to do. I went to college. I studied something useful. But the jobs in what I studied were mostly in bigger cities, far away from family circumstances that required me to be close to home. And even if I could have moved, the entry-level pay wouldn't have covered the cost of living before I took my loans into account. It didn't matter what I did or where I went. Life was shaping up to be one big hamster wheel. Everywhere around me, I heard folks complaining about how hard it was to find good workers, workers who care about the job, who are loyal. Well, what did they think was going to happen when they filled our heads with dreams of cushy office jobs and home ownership, loaded us up on debt, and then offered us one fucking way to pay it off? By staring at a register or a screen doing absolute bullshit for $15 an hour, if we're lucky, for 10 to 12 hours a day. We were sold a bill of goods. The American dream is dead and gone, but the older generations are still doling out advice based on their experience of a steady paycheck and a reasonable mortgage. And on the flip side, every time we open a fucking app, Some rich influencer is saying that if we follow our passion, we'll find more freedom and success than we ever thought possible. But both sides are speaking from a place of having already found success. And every single one of them is positive. The only thing that factors into that success is good old hard work. So of course, most of us end up juggling multiple gigs, trapped in the hustle economy. At least that way we have some semblance of control over our lives. Sure, we have crippling student loans that our best hope of paying off is the government stepping in to forgive. And yeah, buying even an outhouse is a pipe dream. But at least we get to clock in and clock out as we want, quit when we get bored, give rides or deliver food, YOLO what little we have into crypto, or curate our own social feeds on the off chance fortune might rain down on us and lift us out of the endless grind. I'm not proud of how little I hesitated accepting these tasks. It legitimately felt like, for the first time, I had a way out of the rat race. So what if I had to be a dick to do it? Jeff Bezos wouldn't even let his employees take a proper bathroom break, and look where he ended up. Not long after I thought I had perfected the art of justifying my actions, I got the task that finally changed my mind. The day before I downloaded the app, I had made plans for the following weekend with a woman I'd matched with on Hinge. I'd been anxious about the date when I committed to it, worried we'd be limited to the cheapest margaritas I could afford along with complimentary chips and salsa. Telling my dates I'd had a late lunch and wasn't hungry enough for dinner had become my go-to move on the dating scene. But that night was different, because I could finally afford to go somewhere nice. I texted her back to let her know we were still on and told her where to meet me. We met up at a spot local foodies love and hit it off immediately. When I say it was the best date I've ever been on, I'm not exaggerating. We bonded over the things we had in common, laughed our asses off ribbing each other about the things we disagreed on, and kept the tapas and fancy cocktails flowing for 2 hours before things went south. When my date announced she needed to use the restroom, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. As she was walking away, I checked the task I'd just been assigned. Tell the woman in red to hurry up and get it over with. I looked around the restaurant and saw a woman in a red coat sitting alone a few tables over. She was lost in thought, running a finger around the rim of her martini glass. I checked my phone again and frowned in confusion. Get what over with? I didn't consider the question for long enough. I had gotten greedy. I happily ignored all the details about the woman that might have stopped me from going over there. It didn't seem like it could possibly be that big a deal, but the payout alone should have been enough of a red flag. If I'd received $7,000 in total to destroy a company, how innocent could a task worth $10,000 have been? I got up and walked over. I was already speaking before the woman even realized I was there. Hurry up and get it over with, I said. I registered shock on her face as my words sunk in, but she didn't say a word. I didn't say anything else, just returned to my seat. What was that about? My date asked, having seen the exchange as she came back from the bathroom. Oh, nothing, I said, staring at my phone expectantly. Don't worry about it. I grinned as my phone alerted me that I was $10,000 richer. What should we order next? But my date wasn't looking at me. She was staring in horror as the woman in red left the restaurant in tears. We didn't have a view of the street outside, but we could clearly hear the screech of tires and the screams of patrons close enough to the window to see the woman in red walk into oncoming traffic. My date didn't look at me again until she was giving the police her statement. By the time the cops had quit asking me questions about what I said to the woman in red and decided I wasn't involved in her death, my date was long gone. That was the last straw. This time I couldn't rationalize away the guilt and shame. This app was evil. There was no more pretending that wasn't the case. Whether there were flesh and blood employees behind it or some sinister presence, I didn't know. But the evil nature of it was undeniable. I went home and deleted the app. I sent Matt a string of texts asking him what he'd gotten me into. I called him several times, but each time it went straight to voicemail. I wished my roommates weren't out of town, as I was desperate to talk to someone, anyone, about what had happened. Instead, I could only smoke and drink myself into an oblivion as I waited for a reply from Matt, finally falling asleep around 4 a.m. I woke at 9 a.m. to frantic banging on the door. It was Matt, eyes bloodshot with dark crescent moons carved into his lower lids. Before I could lay into him, he had pushed his way inside and started closing the blinds. "I fucked up, man," he said. "I fucking fucked up. I shouldn't have gotten you involved." "No shit, dude. I had to delete the app." "You can't delete it." "What?" "It keeps coming back. You have to get rid of your phone. And even then, I'm not sure." I checked my phone, and sure enough, it was front and center. I deleted it again and watched it disappear. But when I scrolled to my next screen, it had already reappeared. "What the fuck is this thing, Matt?" He didn't answer, his face catatonic now. That's when I finally noticed he had blood on his shirt. "What happened? Where's that blood from?" He sat on the floor and hugged his knees as he started rocking in place. "I fucked up. I fucking fucked up. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead." He just kept repeating the words over and over like a broken record, making my skin crawl. "Who's dead?" "All of them." Because I wouldn't do it. "Wouldn't do what?" "I couldn't do it. I tried, but I couldn't." "Whatever it is, we'll go to the police and get it straightened out. We'll tell them about the app," I said. "We can't go to them. They'll blame me." "For what?" "Just tell me what happened." "You don't get it," he snapped. "We can't. They're listening. They know what we're doing." "Okay," I said, trying to calm him down. "All right, why don't you take a shower and get cleaned up? Then you can tell me what happened and we'll figure out what to do." Shortly after I got him in the shower, someone knocked on the door. By the time I looked out the window, a delivery truck was driving away. I cracked the door and saw a small box on the front step. I picked it up and shook it. Whatever was inside thudded around. I locked the door behind me and carried the box to the kitchen. "Is someone here?" Matt called from the shower. "Just Amazon, all good." I cut open the box and stared in confusion. Inside was a revolver. My phone buzzed. An alert from TiskTask. My hand shook as I checked it. "Matt's services are no longer needed. Terminate his employment. You have 5 minutes to complete the task." A wave of nausea hit me. I thought about calling 911, but I realized Matt might be right. I had no idea what to tell them. There's an evil app that wants me to murder my friend? Good luck with that. I decided to call Rachel. She was the only other person I knew of who was involved with this thing. Maybe she'd have some information or know what to do. I started to ask Matt if he could recall her number when I remembered he'd texted us both when we all went to a party together a few months back. I searched through my texts and found the chat. Rachel picked up almost immediately. "Hello? Rachel? It's Matt's friend, Spencer." I kept my voice down and went to my room. "Something happened. I don't even know where to start." "Where's Matt?" "He's here, in the shower. I think they want me to..." "Not over the phone. I'm close by. I'll be right over." I hung up and noticed the shower had stopped. I walked back out to the living room to find Matt, still wet but now dressed in the clothes I'd left for him. His back was turned, but I could see the empty box next to him on the floor. "What's the task?" he asked. "Matt, I wasn't going to..." He turned and aimed the gun at me. "I'm serious. I wasn't. I would never... Just put down the gun and let's talk." "Shut the fuck up and let me think." With his free hand, he clutched his head, his face scrunching up as he held back a sob. He took a deep breath and let it out. "I'm sorry, man." He gripped the gun tighter. His finger moved to the trigger. A car door slammed outside and got his attention. He hesitated as he turned to look. I jumped in his direction and tackled him. The gun skidded across the floor. He thrashed at me as I held him down. "Stop," I said. "I'm not trying to hurt you." The fight went out of him and he quit struggling. "I'm going to stand up now," I told him. "Are you going to be calm?" He nodded. I stood and moved to the window, peering through the blinds to see Rachel walking up the front steps. "It's just Rachel," I told him. "The three of us are going to figure this out together, okay?" Matt didn't say anything, but he sat up. I unlocked the door and had it halfway open when a sickening realization hit me. Rachel had never been to my place before, and I didn't give her my address. I was already slamming the door when she raised her own gun and fired. Relief washed over me as I realized she'd missed. I dropped to the floor, reached up and deadbolted the door. I turned around and pressed my back against the wall, but from this angle I could see that she hadn't missed after all. Matt's lifeless eyes stared at me from the carpet, blood pooling around the hole in his head. Steady, methodical thumping came from the door, the sound of Rachel kicking at it. I scrambled to grab the revolver from where it had skidded across the floor when I tackled Matt. I aimed it at the door and yelled out, "Please don't make me shoot you, Rachel. Just leave." "I can't," she called back, her voice cracking. "They have my sister. I gave them. I told her." She couldn't finish the sentence. Bullets peppered the door around the lock. She kicked it again, the frame splintering. I pulled the trigger, hoping a warning shot would scare her off. Click. Nothing. I pulled the trigger again. Click. Nothing. They'd sent me an unloaded gun, a twisted test that I'd apparently failed. I ran to the garage and climbed in my car. I had no idea where Rachel was, but I wasn't waiting around to find out. I pushed the garage door button. The door hummed as it rose slowly. Rachel's boots appeared just outside. I didn't hesitate. I turned the ignition and shifted into drive. I slammed on the gas, bursting through the door and catching Rachel off guard. Her upper body slammed into the hood of the car even as she fired the gun at me through the windshield. Unable to see with bits of garage door blocking my view, I swerved across the lawn and plowed into the mailbox, sandwiching Rachel's body against it. Tears burned my eyes as I climbed out of the car and crawled towards Rachel's body. Neighbors had emerged from their homes. If they'd been disturbed by the gunshots, they'd hidden behind closed doors. Now that the threat seemed neutralized, they exited to witness the gruesome aftermath. I leaned over Rachel's dying body. "I'm sorry," I cried. "I didn't want to." Her mouth flapped uselessly as she tried to speak. I moved closer to hear what she was saying. "My sister. They said they'd let her quit if I... Please help her." "Who are they?" I asked. But Rachel was gone. I noticed blood dripping onto the lawn near Rachel's arm. I looked down to see I'd caught a bullet in the shoulder. I heard sirens as I passed out next to her body. I awoke in the hospital to find an officer sitting with me. I tried to sit up. "Stay down," she said. "You were hurt pretty bad, but you're going to be okay. Your parents have been notified and they're on the way." It wasn't... I had no idea where to begin. "You don't have to say anything. You're not in any trouble. The neighbors' reports made it pretty clear it was self-defense. The two deceased turned out to be some pretty big drug dealers and you got caught in the crossfire. But you're lucky. Things could have been a lot worse for you." "That's not what happened," I said. She looked at me for a while, taking me in. Then she said, "You're not thinking straight. Get some rest and we can chat later if you still want to." The cop stood up and walked out of the room. I noticed a phone on the table between my bed and the chair she'd been sitting in. "Hey, you left your phone," I called out. She turned back and shook her head as she held up a cell. "Mine's right here. I'm pretty sure that's yours." The phone buzzed on the table, giving me instant chills. A single notification lit up the screen. "You have a new task." The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I think I'm going to need more than a guide. So much has happened in the last 24 hours. I'm so stressed and I barely slept since I discovered that Jamie was missing. It's starting to make me feel a little twitchy. But I thought I'd better update you guys. I was overwhelmed by all the suggestions you gave me and have taken more than a few of them on board. I'm definitely going to be getting a huge planter full of sage for the balcony, and I did spill a little salt in my doorway. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that didn't help at all. There's nothing I'm following quite like Mrs. Hemming's rules. I've followed them to the letter so far, and lo and behold, I'm still alive. That's not to say it hasn't been tough. I'll start from the beginning. I was going crazy. And a few hours after my last post, Jamie still hadn't returned. He had been gone for almost 24 hours. His work have called me multiple times. I don't know what to say, so I just keep ghosting the calls. I was bang in the middle of the danger time when I decided checking the lift had to be my first step. But I wasn't going to break that rule. I waited. I waited desperately for 334 to come, and I'm ashamed to say that when it did, I remained paralyzed to our sofa for almost half an hour before I found the nerve to leave the flat. It was 4:02 when I finally reached the lift. The lift in this building is old and rickety. It hasn't been updated in a very long time and has likely been here as long as the building. Its big, clunky buttons stared back at me as I glared at them, hoping for some sort of answer or clue. My heart thumped and I was overcome with a feeling of dread, but nothing came of any of it. It was hopeless. I stepped inside the lift, rode it up and down a few floors, and searched the entire perimeter with a phone torch for anything I could find. I found nothing. Jamie had completely disappeared. Sobbing and exhausted, I rode back to floor 7 and turned my key in flat 42, the perfect home that felt anything but home at that point. I sat at the cheap flat-pack dining table we'd managed to put together on move-in day and cried, my hands shaking as I held my phone. I was flitting between reading all your comments and contemplating calling the police for an hour, but I decided to call my friend Georgia instead. I needed a real person here. Things were so crazy, I wasn't sure the police would be able to help with what little information I had, but I knew I needed to sound it out with someone. I'll spare you the details again, but I told her everything. She promised she'd be with me in the late morning. She had to take her younger brother to school. I waited anxiously, not before arming every room exactly as advised. Before I knew it, I looked at the clock and it was 8:23. I had around half an hour until the postman was due to show up. There was no way I was missing him today. I stood by the door looking vacantly at the wood, like someone in a film who was possessed. The exhaustion was really setting in, but Jamie was all I could think of. Pure adrenaline was keeping me standing. At 8:52, I opened the door. The next 2 minutes were the longest of my life, but when I saw him, a wave of relief swept my entire body. Right on cue, 8:54. The postman, Ian Flanders, stood in front of me, a smile that barely hid his concern covering his younger-than-expected face. He didn't look old enough to have been the postman for over 35 years, but I was too distracted by the answers that I needed from him to care. "You must be the new tenant," he stated, but in a way that it sounded like a question. I struggled with my answer, so I got straight to the point. "Mrs. Hemmings left me a note. She said to speak to you if—" "Can I come in, dear? I think we need to chat." I ushered Ian in, my hands still shaking as I flapped them in the direction of the sofa, gesturing for him to sit down. I shoved the now slightly crumpled note into his lap and waited. "I'm glad Prue still thinks that highly of me. I will miss that old girl," he said with a coy smile as he reached the end of the note. "Can you help me or not?" I had no time for his ego trip over a moved-on neighbor. "I can help, but I can't stop for long, so it'll have to be quick. I've walked these halls delivering the post for 40 years. I've seen it all, everything Prue's mentioned and more." "What do you need to know?" he said. Ian was nothing like what I expected. The note made me feel like he was going to be a kindly old granddad-type figure, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Postman Ian spoke with a thick city accent and wore a heavy gold chain around his tattooed neck. He had dyed his graying hair boot-polish black. His demeanor was thankfully non-threatening, but extraordinarily cocky. He was the sort of man I imagined in a betting shop, rubbing his grubby hands on notes as he bragged over a win. He didn't ask as he lit a cigarette in my living room. I didn't question it. We would usually smoke outside, but I wasn't going to argue over technicalities. I grabbed a bowl for the ash and lit one too. "Let's start with the things in the lift. My boyfriend is missing, and he took the lift at 3:15 over 24 hours ago. We hadn't got this note yet. I haven't heard from him since. I need to get him back." I barked at him, as if the louder I spoke, the more I could influence his answer. But nothing prepared me for what he said. His skin turned pale, and his harsh-looking face became more sympathetic as he explained. "He's dead, love. Forget about him now. Only one person has ever come back from the lift at that time of night, and it was Prue herself. After witnessing it, those creatures ripping their victim apart, poor Prue was traumatized. Your boy is gone. Let go and follow the rules." He was blunt, but I could tell he felt sorry for me. "There must be something I can do," I pleaded. "There are things I've heard to bring back those who are lost, but I've never seen solid proof they work." It would be irresponsible of me to tell you to do something that might get you killed too. It's nice here, honest, just get over him and live the status quo. Sorry if I sound harsh, I don't mean to, but you seem like a decent young lady and I don't want to see you go too soon. I asked about what Mrs. Hemmings had seen in the lift, and if they were sure it happened to all who entered it. I refused to believe that Jamie was dead. There had to be something I could do, and if I knew what I was dealing with, I could be better prepared. It was awful what happened. I wasn't there, but this is what I was told. Little Lila was such a cute kid. She used to open the door and give me a tip when I delivered the post. She was Prue's granddaughter. Lila was her son's little girl, and that night she was staying over for the first time. Prue finally felt confident that she could protect Lila from all the strange things that happen here. She was wrong. Little Lila had a problem with sleepwalking, and she took a trip into the hallway at 1:30 in the morning. Prue took a little too long to notice the sound she had heard was the front door, and by the time she reached the lift, she saw the creatures dragging Lila's limbs away from her body. She tried to fight them, even killed one, but she couldn't save the little girl. I was hysterical, imagining Jamie's fate. "What are the creatures? Have you ever actually seen them?" I asked. "No one really knows what they are, love. They're something to do with the building and all its quirks. No one's ever seen them elsewhere. We don't know where they came from, just that they're here. I've seen them a few times over the years, usually when new neighbors have left biscuits down for their cats and dogs or haven't disposed of food waste properly. They're curious little creatures, mostly harmless out of the hours Prue warned you about, but if they're fed, they can become quite viscous looking for more food. That's why you have to bin all your scraps, or hide them or pack them or whatever. Just don't leave them out and don't use the lift at those times and you're safe from the creatures. They're a little smaller than humans, but they're a similar shape. They come with grotesque rodent-like features and are far larger than any rodent could be. Like rodent children, I suppose. They have 2 sharp rows of teeth per jaw and are consistently hungry. When they eat, they crunch down in a violent and disgusting way, dripping spittle everywhere. Prue said she could hear her granddaughter's bones shatter in those jaws. He went pale at the thought of that, but continued. When they first arrived in the building, there were hundreds. It caused pandemonium amongst the residents. We lost the residents of more than 30 of the individual homes, but the residents fought back and managed to kill all but the strongest minority of them. The creatures left over were incredibly dangerous and seemingly impossible to eradicate, so the residents struck a deal that they will be left unharmed and allowed to live in the building in return for the residents' safety at all times. But if anyone wanders into the lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m., they are fair game. This time frame is the period the creatures are at their most frenzied, and restricting them to the lift was safer for all parties. God help anyone who encounters them during those hours. They've been here ever since, claimed lots of unsuspecting people avoiding the stairs, but nothing like when they first arrived. A few got put down for not holding up their end of the bargain, but we haven't had an incident outside the lift in years. Count yourself lucky you missed that crisis. Everything here's pretty peaceful right now. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. I really have to go. I'm late for my round. He scrawled his phone number on a bit of paper and handed it to me. Emergencies only. I don't like to be bothered. You can't go. The note said you would help me, I exclaimed. And I will, he snapped back, when there's something I can help with. I can't resurrect your boyfriend, and I don't like to be late delivering the post. I will see you soon, love. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I couldn't believe he was leaving me after the information overload and the small ray of hope he had lit inside me and then squashed. I'll call the police, I shouted, desperate to feel as if I was solving this somehow. You can try if you want. Ian sighed as he opened the door to leave. It just aggravates the creatures, and it isn't going to bring your boy back. Mr. Prentice hates it when police come too. If you want to get any sleep in the next week, then I'd avoid it. Wait a week. Report him missing and learn to adapt to life here, love, or you'll be dead in days. And with that, he shut the door behind him. I opened it again. I had so much more to ask, but he was gone. No sign of him anywhere in the corridor. Maybe it was me losing my mind. I might be imagining all these things. But no matter how much I willed it, the note was still there, and Jamie still wasn't. Georgia arrived not long after Ian had left. I, of course, asked if she had seen him in the corridor, to try and affirm to myself that he was real, but she hadn't. She looked at me worried and held me as I sobbed and told her what the postman had said about Jamie and the creatures. I wasn't sure she believed me. Even as she read the note, she looked skeptical. If she was skeptical, I wouldn't have blamed her, but she had always been supportive. She sat with me for hours while I just sobbed, heartbroken. I was so conflicted as to what to do. It felt insane that I hadn't contacted anybody, but this note had turned out to be accurate so far, and if the postman was to be trusted, then I should wait. Georgia had been my best friend for many years. She stuck up for me when I was too scared to do it for myself and had always been the brave one of the two of us. I felt safe around her, so after hours of crying and despairing at the way my life had changed in a matter of days, I finally decided to take a nap. It was early evening, and Georgia was watching some TV, just there for me if I needed her. Despite the deprivation, I struggled to fall asleep. I tried to imagine Jamie's arms around me, but it became a more painful reminder that they probably never will be again. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of staring at the damp patch on ceiling, I drifted off. About 3 hours ago, I woke up staring at the goddamn damp patch on the ceiling and could hear chatting in the living room. I jumped out of bed and walked towards it. Georgia was on the sofa with a middle-aged looking woman, both nursing a cup of tea and the matching mugs that Jamie had got me as a move-in present. My blood boiled, but it wasn't their fault. I cleared my throat to get their attention. "Oh, Katie, this is Natalia. She lives upstairs. We got chatting, so I made her a cup of tea. I hope you don't mind." I looked at the dark-haired woman on the sofa, drinking tea from my cup, and nodded. Georgia was a sociable idiot with no understanding of when to not be herself. I wasn't going to lament her for it right now. It was her coping. "Of course. Hi, Natalia. What flat do you live in?" I tried my very best to be polite. I would have to discuss not bringing people into my home mid-tragedy with Georgia after she had left, but until then, I would be neighborly. "Flat 71. It's so nice to meet you. You have a lovely home," Natalia responded, her lips curled at the corners into a smile that wasn't replicated in her eyes or the rest of her facial expression. She looked at me smugly, with full knowledge that I was aware of the implications of what she had just said. The rules, the flat number. Every now and again, someone will knock at your door claiming to live in one of these flats and ask to borrow some sugar. They will seem entirely average, but you must shut and lock the door immediately. I installed 2 extra security bolts to avoid these fuckers. I don't like to swear at my age, but they really are fuckers. Prue's warning echoed in my mind, and I couldn't take my eyes off Natalia. Something really was off about her. I looked at Georgia sat on the sofa next to her and noticed her sweating. Anyone in the UK knows that it's been a hot for few days, but this was beyond just the ambient temperature. Her entire body was dripping. Suddenly she began to pant. Natalia's eyes were locked to mine, just like the window cleaner's had been. Nothing happened before with the cleaner, except this time the rule had been broken. She was already in the flat. Georgia started to scream as her skin blistered and charred. Her hair fell from her scalp as the skin flaked and melted away from every inch of her. She was being burned alive without a flame in sight. She scratched frantically at her own melting face, digging into the exposed raw flesh. The sound a person makes when they burn alive is like no other. That will never leave me. I screamed and screamed, but no one came to my door. I tried to grab my phone to call Postman Ian, but the wooden surface I had set it down on burned my fingers to the touch and forced me to recoil. She was going to set the whole flat alight. My actions needed to be quicker than a phone call. I grabbed hold of the large knife I had set down on the side earlier when weaponizing. The handle blistered my fingers instantly, but I didn't care. I needed to get her out now and help Georgia if I could. I ran towards the dark-haired lady, sweat dripping from my brow the closer I got, and plunged the knife into Natalia's throat. She gripped it and fell to the floor. She didn't bleed like a normal human. Her insides were black. She was still moving, and I figured it probably wouldn't be long before she stood right back up and tried again. So I dragged her into the hallway, ready to bolt the door. As we reached the entrance of the corridor, one of the cats was waiting, hissing at her semi-conscious body. I caught her eyes fixate on it as I dumped her on the floor. I grabbed the cat, pulled him inside, wincing as its skin caused more burns up my lower arms, shut the door and watched through the peephole. She got up and held her hand to the wound, cauterizing it and walking off towards the lift, as if she hadn't been injured at all. I dropped the cat by that point, but every bit of naked skin it had touched throbbed and burned for at least an hour. Georgia hadn't been as lucky as Natalia with injury recovery. I anonymously called an ambulance for her. I couldn't believe it, but she was still breathing. She was badly burned, and her life wouldn't be the same again, but she was alive. And for that I was grateful. It sounds awful, but I left her at the park across the road from the building. With no phone or ID, she's my best friend and I want to be there. But if I own up to involvement in injuries that bad, they'll suspect me. And I lose the already slim chance that Jamie might be savable. It doesn't mean I don't care about Georgia, but she's alive. I won't believe Jamie isn't until I see it. So now I'm alone again, in the flat, conflicted about what to do. I want to leave. So badly. But this was mine and Jamie's first home together. If he's alive and I can save him, then I want it to be here for him to come back to. And if he's dead, and the postman is right then, I don't know if I can leave his memory behind. There's only one person I think could help me right now. So tonight I'm going to do some research, hunt down an address, and tomorrow morning I'm going to visit Prudence Hemmings. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Last night my survival was threatened. I was in complete shock, looking at it, at her. Prudence had a facial expression filled with guilt, and now I knew the truth. I could see it. The creature was exactly how Ian had described, except with wavy ginger hair and a sadness in its beady eyes. This abomination was Lila. This was how Prudence had bought her back, and this was the only way I would ever see Jamie again, a risk I wasn't going to take. After days of disbelief, the reality finally hit me like a ton of bricks. Jamie was dead and he wasn't coming back. "Why did you do this?" I asked, my voice shaking with horror. Prudence scowled at me, trying to mask her shame. "I didn't want this. If you think this was my aim, then you're sicker than I am. I just wanted my granddaughter back. When she died, a part of me died. My son blamed me, his wife blamed me, and although he never said it, I could see in Bernie's eyes that he did too. I'd pushed for her to stay. I wanted to spend more time with her. I got cocky about my ability to cope with the strange occurrences in the flats. I know what you must be thinking, but I swear I didn't know about the sleepwalking until it was too late." We had moved into the flat not long after my son left home to move in with his girlfriend. He's the youngest of 3 and was the last to fly the nest, so we downsized for the 2 of us. He never knew what we were facing in that flat, or the dangers that he sent his little girl into. When it happened, it was a few years after the fire and the troubles with the creatures. We'd struck the deal with the things in the lift, and the neighbors of the burned flats had become a fixture just like the other quirks. I really thought she would be safe. Prudence paused to gaze longingly at the mutated little girl in the cage. The creature just twitched. In return, it bared its 4 rows of teeth and made a gentle hiss. "But how did you do this?" I stopped her with more urgency this time, looking at Rat Lila in disbelief. I had to get answers out of her fast. I didn't want to spend any more time than was absolutely necessary in this shed. "The gardener helped me," she answered, her voice trembling. "Who the fuck is the gardener?" I grew more impatient with every new confusion she threw at me. The last thing I needed was something new and potentially malevolent in the mix. "I didn't mention him in my note because he's been gone for over 20 years. He'll be of no concern to you, so don't worry. His damage is in the past now. Around the time Lila went missing, the council granted planning permission for the tower block next door. But before that was built, the land it sits on acted as a communal garden for ours and the neighboring tower block on the other side. It had a regular gardener named Derek, who you would often see tending the flower beds out front. Derek was one of the first people I met when I moved in. Like I said, I had to work it all out myself, and the first time the window cleaner came to the balcony, I naturally reached to let him in and offer a cup of tea. As my hand applied pressure to the handle to open the balcony door, there was a knock at the front door. I made a gesture to the cleaner to indicate that I would only be a minute and answered. There was Derek. He stopped me and told me not to let the man in, that I would be making a huge mistake. I thought he sounded crazy, and I told him so. After a while of arguing, I got up to reboil the kettle and let the man in, and Derek grabbed my hands and shouted at me to look at the man outside. When I turned to look, there was no man outside, but a monster. He was tall and impossibly thin, flesh and bones, but somehow thinner than bones, with graying skin stretched over them. He had eyes that seemed to be so deep set they went on forever, like the blackest cave you can imagine. Saliva dripped from his mouth and landed on my balcony floor, some sliding down the glass panel of the door. I opened my mouth to scream, but as I did, Derek let go of my hands and the monster was gone. In its place was that smug, friendly man begging for a drink while he cleans the windows. It took me a minute to process it, but I know what I'd seen. That was the real window cleaner. I never intentionally opened or tried to open the door for him again. That day, Derek didn't stay long. He didn't tell me what the window cleaner is or why he visits every few days. He didn't explain anything about the weird things that go on. As much as Derek was a part of the strange happenings, he was like one that had been carved from light. He said that he'd always be around when I needed him, that it was his job to look after the residents just like the flower beds. Over the years, he appeared a few times. He was instrumental in striking a deal with the creatures. When the neighbors died in the fire, he created a special display for them in the garden and made sure that nothing planted was poisonous to the cats as soon as they arrived. He also stopped an imposter from killing Bernie at our front door. He seemed like such a good thing for the residents, always there to help, offer some gentle advice or a creative solution, someone to be trusted. He changed when they granted planning permission for the other block, though. He knew his garden would be dug up to lay foundations and his uses redundant. He became grumpy and bitter over time, but no one paid enough attention to notice, especially not when my tragedy struck. When Lila died, I was devastated. Derek appeared to me as I sat on a bench in the garden crying. He offered to help me, to use the garden to get her back. I snapped at him. I told him it was his fault, and that he should have been there when it happened to stop them. He worked so hard on the agreement with the creatures, he spent a lot of time with them. Lila broke the rule and he had to allow them to do what had been agreed, he said. He couldn't have stopped them, but he wanted to help make things right. I understood why he hadn't intervened. But I couldn't accept it. I lashed out at him. I'm embarrassed to say I actually slapped the poor man along with stamping on his freshly planted flower bed. I was angry and grieving. I quickly burned myself out and collapsed into a blubbering heap on the floor. Derek attempted to comfort me, but his mind was on his garden. He said he was sorry for my loss, but I shouldn't have attacked the flower bed, that he'd always been nice to me, and I should be kinder in return. I snapped and told him that it didn't matter because it was all about to be bulldozed in the next few days anyway. I should have taken more note of the way he twitched as I said that. He snapped. He said that he knew I was angry, but there was no need to take it out on him. If I was that desperate to get Lila back, he knew a way. But it was dangerous. I begged. Anything I said, I would do anything. He told me it was simple and that all I had to do was enter the lift and offer the creatures some food, whilst repeating the phrase revertetur mortuis during their frenzied hours. He said that there was no guarantee they wouldn't be crunching on my bones before I even got the first word out, but that if I succeeded, I would have Lila back. Of course, it was successful. There wasn't a creature in sight as I performed the ritual as instructed. I thought nothing happened at first. She didn't appear straight away, but a few days later I found her running round inside my house. She'd taken a chunk out of Damon's ear with her teeth. I tried to kill her at first, but just as I was about to finalize it, I saw in her eyes who she was. I tried to look for Derek, but by that point the workmen had started. Nothing was left of his garden, and nothing was left of Derek. No one's seen him since. You see, Kat, nothing in that building is totally harmless. You have to be on your guard at all times. I've kept her like this ever since. You may think I'm crazy, but I couldn't kill my own granddaughter. I'm not a monster." Prue sighed and ushered me back out of the shed. She locked the door behind us, closing the padlock on her most hideous secret. I was exhausted. It was a lot of information to take in, and as a result of the information I'd received, real grief for my boyfriend was finally settling in. Every hope I had was dashed. I know many of you tried to tell me in the comments that he was gone, but I wanted you to be wrong so bad. I couldn't bear to look at Prudence Hemmings for another moment. I made my excuses and left, morosely riding the bus back to the tower block I had once been so excited to live in. It was mid-afternoon by the time I got home. The choice between the stairs and lift didn't strike much enthusiasm into me, but I opted for the stairs, and after what I'm sure ended up being 11 flights, I made it the 6 flights up the stairs to my flat. I laid on our mattress on the floor and sobbed for Jamie. I sobbed so hard my throat went dry and hurt, and my stomach cramped with each gasping breath. I sobbed myself to sleep. My body and mind must have given up fighting the need to rest and shut down. When I woke up, it was late, about 10 p.m. I wrote as much of my update as I could for you guys, hit post, and just sat at the dining table with my head in my hands. My whole life had fallen to shit, and I knew it. I thought about so many things, questioned why they were happening to me. I searched social media for updates on Georgia, but there were none. Jamie wasn't super close with his family, but I knew it wasn't long before they'd start to worry. Everything I considered just snowballed in my mind. The loneliness in dealing with this situation was killing me. I decided to do something I usually wouldn't. I went downstairs and I knocked on the door of flat 26. Terry answered. Her perfectly bobbed hair was a little unkempt and out of place. She had huge bags under her eyes and I could smell wine on her breath. "Are you okay, Kat?" She looked concerned. I found it ironic that she looked so disheveled I had forgotten it was me who came for help. I'm sorry, I know I don't know you, I could barely speak." "Don't worry. Prue called me. She told me everything. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. It's a shame I never got to meet him." Terry stared back at me with the same expression a mother would, warm and understanding. "Would you like a cup of tea, maybe something stronger?" "I'd love a coffee, please," I answered meekly, making way into the living room. Her sofa was comfy. It reminded me of being back home at my parents' before any of this started. Terry trotted out to the kitchen, stumbling slightly. I could see the kitchen counter from the sofa and the empty bottle of wine that accounted for her stumbling. As she boiled the kettle, there was a huge crash from somewhere inside the flat. I jumped, feeling startled. Terry coughed in a meager attempt to conceal the noise. "Excuse me for just a moment, please," she muttered apprehensively as she walked out of the living area and into the hallway containing the bedrooms. I heard another crash, giggling, and some inaudible shouting. After a while, things went quiet, and Terry came back into the living room. "Sorry about that, kids, you know," she announced, brushing off the noises. I'd almost forgotten about Eddie and Ellie. It was late already, and by the resigned expression on Terry's face, indicated that this was how all her nights began. I nodded. I couldn't muster up much more of a response. I think she could see that I just needed to sit there. She got up to finish making and then set the cup of tea in front of me with 2 digestive biscuits. I hadn't eaten properly in days, and I really needed the sugar. It turned out me and Terry get along really well. We have similar taste in movies, music, and food despite the age gap. We spoke for about an hour about random, normal stuff. It was nice to get a break from the madness. I got used to the crashing around from the twins. I even laughed a few times. I'd forgotten what that felt like these past few days. The break didn't last long. The next noise that we heard was louder than the first. It was quickly followed by 2 small children running into the living room, diving into their mother's arms. I was taken aback for a moment. Eddie and Ellie were dressed in pajamas and were still the cute children that I had met in the hallway. But something was different. Their brown puppy dog eyes had become deep voids, like what I'd imagined when Prue described the window cleaner's true form. And at the ends of their fingers were long, sharp claws protruding from where nails should be. I didn't have time to recoil in terror at their new looks. Terry clutched them and asked what was wrong. They wailed and buried the voids where their eyes should be into their mother's shoulders. Despite their terrifying exterior, these were two very scared little kids. It had been a very long day, and I thought my nightmare was over, but it was only just beginning. Ellie mumbled into Terry's shoulder, in that high-pitched voice kids do when they're scared. "Mummy, we're sorry. We didn't mean to let them in. We were just teasing." "Shh, they're coming," hissed Eddie in the same distressed, high-pitched tone. What have you done?" Terry asked, color drained from her face. The kids didn't get a chance to reply. Terry's face turned paler than I thought possible. I looked up, and standing in the living room doorway were about 10 people, all incredibly average-looking. They were almost expressionless. They didn't look angry or pleased to see us. They were dressed in nondescriptive clothes. I imagined trying to describe them to one of those artists that draws pictures for the police, and I genuinely don't think even one of them had a distinguishing feature. That's why it took me a while to spot her in the crowd, even though she had been glaring at me the entire time. Natalia. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I might need some help. I sat all morning thinking about everything, cup after cup of coffee in front of me to keep me awake. Once the postman had left and I was alone with my thoughts, they just continued to get louder. I thought about Natalia and the cult, about the kids and their nighttime antics, about the committee meeting, Jamie and how much I missed him, Georgia and my burning guilt, and Mr. Prentice, who was finally making those aforementioned animal noises. Most of all, I thought about the note left for me on move-in day, how it had changed everything. My whole life was different now. I was alone, and it felt like my new home was attacking from every angle. I reread the note a few times over my coffee. I worried about my rent. It was tight but manageable. School is currently out in the UK, but as a training teacher assigned to a school, I still get paid a small amount through the summer. The rent is low, and with a second summer job, I can just about make it without Jamie. It sounds strange, but it felt nice to worry about something normal for a minute, even if I should have been worrying about my survival and the many entities currently trying to kill me. I didn't get to stew for too long. I had to get ready for the committee meeting. After the events of the night before and my growing mistrust of Prudence, it was imperative that I got the neighbors on side if I was going to achieve anything like my goals of eradicating the imposter cultist neighbors. The meeting was at noon in Flat 31. There was a poster on a communal notice board by the entrance that I was glad to spot. Terry hadn't mentioned the time when we met, and all our meetings since had been a bit hectic to discuss it. The poster promised tea and cakes, and my stomach rumbled at the thought. I hadn't eaten properly in days. At 11:55, I left the flat and wandered out into the corridor. I'd never seen so many neighbors. Mr. Prentice, however, was still making that awful noise, and I watched in disbelief as every single person in the corridor walked past his door, as if it was silent. I did my usual deliberation on whether to take the stairs or lift, but yet again the stairs won. I still couldn't bear being where Jamie died, and all these extra flights were keeping me fit. Flat 31 belonged to an older lady named Molly Thompson and her husband Eric. She had a blue rinsed head of curls attached to her head and had gone to the effort to make homemade Battenberg cake. Other neighbors had bought along baked goods as well. It reminded me of a school fair. The flat itself was decorated for the 70s, with plenty of china cat ornaments littered around. I sat down on a dusty plastic garden chair, one of many that Molly seemed to have acquired and laid out for the residents pouring in. I hadn't seen community spirit like this in my life. I smiled as I saw Terry, Eddie, and Ellie wander in. It was nice to see some familiar faces. I had noticed people looking at me, wondering who I was. It probably wasn't often they got new neighbors. Eddie came running up to me, swung his arms round me, and sat down in the rickety garden chair next to mine. It was so sweet. Terry smiled at me and took a seat the other side of mine. Ellie sat next to her brother. The brown puppy dog eyes were back, no claws. "I'm glad you came," Terry said to me, loud enough to hear over the voices of the other neighbors. "I really want you to see the good side of the block. We don't bite, really." She laughed nervously as she realized the irony of her statement. "Terry, I need help." We need to stop those people from coming back again and from terrorizing people. The block can't go on like this. I wanted to make the purpose of my attendance clear to her. It was time for things to change. But if you don't let them in, then they don't bother you. I've spoken to the kids. They know not to do it again, that those people are dangerous. She paused for a moment and sighed. Although them running away didn't help, the kids think they're indestructible now. They've been telling me all morning that they're going to kill the bad guys. She looked so resigned, but it was true. They did run away from the twins. Maybe there was something in that. I knew they could die, I just had to work out how. But as the thought crossed my mind, and I looked at Eddie and Ellie, I couldn't imagine taking the risk. I could have flat out gone back and asked Prudence. But to be honest, I didn't want anything to do with her. She gave me such a bad feeling. I was doubting everything she told me. It doesn't matter if you can keep them away. We can't all live in fear. Yours aren't the only kids in this building. I knew this from surveying the room. But I bet not all the kids here are as special as yours. What if another family burns to death because their kids were hyper one night? I could see this struck a chord with Terry. She looked at me with glassy eyes as if on the verge of tears. You're right. Molly's the chairwoman and she can be a little strict, but you can bring it up under any other business. She spoke with a lump in her throat. Here you go, by the way. She handed me a piece of printed paper. Any other business felt a bit lackluster, but it would do, as long as it got discussed. I turned my attention the piece of paper. It was the agenda for the meeting. For something written so formally, it appeared farcical. It seemed other flats and floors had different but equally strange issues to mine. There were only 6 items on the agenda for the meeting, with AOB as the 7th. They were as follows. 1. Welcome and introductions with apologies for absence. 2nd. Replacing of the flickering lights on floor 11. It seems to incite vicious behavior from the pets and elderly of that floor. 3rd. Serving a formal residence letter of concern to the man who doesn't move from the bottom of the stairwell on floor 5. 4. Finances, budgets for general maintenance and the annual barbecue. 5. The stairs with no grip leading up to floor 14 at the very top and the health and safety hazards this presents. 6. Soundproofing of Mr. Prentice's flat, number 48. I was comforted to know that I wasn't alone in dealing with all these strange occurrences. I was also chilled to the core to know for certain that it was the entire building that was more than a bit odd. What really struck me as odd is that when I thought about it, I had seen that man on floor 5 when going down the stairs. But I'd never noticed that it had been every time, or that he had never moved until this moment. The meeting begun with a loud and dissatisfying clink. By this point, the tiny 70s-themed flat was packed. Garden chairs had all ran out and people were standing. Molly Thompson stood up from her floral-patterned armchair and bashed a teaspoon against the outside of her cup. She reminded me of a very strict disciplinarian school teacher I had worked with during my university placement. She commanded quiet in the room. "I think we should get started, everyone," she shrilled, her voice growing louder with every word until the crowd came to a silent hum. "Right. Firstly, we are not going to skip the introductions today. Apologies have been given by Joe and Steph of Flat 2, and yet again by Mr. Prentice. We have a new face in the room, as I'm sure many of you have noticed." She gestured to me and looked in my direction, but didn't really make any eye contact. She was just talking about me as I sat in the room. Eventually, she addressed me directly. "Stand up, dear, introduce yourself. We're pleased to have you here." I was deeply uncomfortable. I could feel some sort of panic coming on. I never liked standing in crowds very much, but I stood up anyway. Hi. My name is Kat. I live in flat number 42. I moved in with my boyfriend Jamie, but he was killed in the lift by the weird rat creatures you people have living here. The people that claim to live in the burned-out flats won't leave me alone, and one in particular seems to want me dead. Oh, and that window cleaner outside my flat makes me want to scoop my own eyes out with a spoon every time he knocks on the door. Nice to meet you all. The crowd had gasped a little. I sat down. Instantly mortified, I don't know what happened. The normality and structure of the meeting overwhelmed me. There's something about a sense of order and normality amongst chaos. It does something to your brain. And for me, for the first time in this whole journey, it sent me into a meltdown. I sobbed as I hit the chair, both in pure mental exhaustion and disappointment that I had blown my chance at building any sort of army against Natalia. Terry rubbed my shoulder. Molly broke the awkward silence that had blanketed the room. "Nice to meet you, Catherine. I understand life in this building can be a little overwhelming. We did ask the previous occupant to let us intervene when you moved in, but she was insistent. In hindsight, we may need to review our policies on new tenants. I am so very sorry for the loss of your partner. The lift is a most unfortunate situation." She had been in positions of power in her life for certain. She responded professionally but coldly. There was no feeling in her condolences. She came off like a corrupt politician digging themselves out of a hole. She did decide to skip the introductions after my outburst. I also hate it when I'm called Catherine. My parents named me Katie, and I shorten it to Cat. Her presuming it was Catherine added to her schoolteacher demeanor. She carried on with the proceedings pretty swiftly, and interesting characters present at the meeting started to emerge. My favorite was a large middle-aged Caribbean woman named Precious St. Fleur, who would not accept Molly's claims that there was not enough in the budget to replace the lighting on floor 11. She got up and lifted her shirt to reveal a large, deep bite mark across her stomach, caused by her dog, after a long episode of the lights flickering. When that didn't change Molly's answer, she lifted her trouser leg to reveal a smaller but still noteworthy bite mark on her leg from her elderly mother who lives with her. Molly didn't budge. It took what felt like an eternity to get to any other business. If I weren't so focused on my goal, I would have enjoyed hearing about the quirks of the other floors, maybe tried to engage a little, but I just couldn't concentrate. When the chairwoman asked if anyone had any other business, she scanned the room quickly. I stood up from my chair, and she locked in on me with her eyes. My hands were shaking, and I could feel a cold sweat forming all over my body. "Catherine, what can we help you with, dear?" she asked in a patronizing tone. "I want help in getting rid of the people pretending to be from the burned-out flats. I can't be the only person that doesn't like living in fear," I stated boldly, trying not to break down again. "Dear, we have had this discussion multiple times, and it's been taken off the agenda. I am aware you're new here, but there is nothing we can do about certain problems within this building, and for this particular issue, we would appreciate you not letting them into your home and ignoring them like the rest of us," she snapped back. "But that's not good enough. Terry's kids answered the door last night. They're children. It's easily done. What if someone else's child does it and aren't so lucky to survive? One burned my friend so bad a few nights ago that she's still unconscious in hospital." This I knew from social media. A few people called out in agreement with me from the crowd. The only one who has ever been able to deal with them is Prudence, and that difficult woman never revealed her methods. "Don't think we didn't try. You're suggesting a suicide mission. You do well to remember you are new here," Molly hissed through her teeth. Did she have to mention I was new so many times? It was grating on me. "Well, I'm willing," shouted Precious. She seemed stronger than the rest in her earlier rant. I was glad to have her on side. Where she came forward, a few others followed. Soon I had 5 people, plus myself, willing to form a subcommittee to get rid of the cultists. Molly didn't like it, but she agreed to let us do it. There was me, Precious, and Terry, along with a lady named Shanti, who lived a few doors from me. A man named Anton and his friend Leo from floor 8 made up the group. To be honest, they just seemed keen to get involved with any kind of battle. Leo was the loud one. Anton was mostly silent. I invited them to my flat after Molly swiftly adjourned the meeting. Inviting anyone into my home made me anxious now. I found myself studying each of their faces to ensure there weren't too average, and I hadn't invited the wrong people in. I was fairly certain I hadn't. Eddie and Ellie settled in front of my TV in the bedroom so they didn't hear our conversation. They may only be kids, but I felt safer with them there. We discussed for hours how we could bring the imposter people into one place and kill them all. Leo was particularly creative. He came up with weird and wacky ways to end them, from locking them in a room and blasting with fire extinguishers until they freeze, to herding them into the lift between 1:11 and 3:33 a.m. The whole time I waited nervously for a knock on the door for them to come for us. But they didn't. We got time to plan. But despite the time, it never really took off. No idea seemed feasible. I shared everything I knew. My conversation with Prue the night before in Terry's flat. Everything. Precious listened to my tales intently before speaking. Derek would have helped us. He was a great man. He used to turn up at my door in the dead of the night just as those lights started and take my dog for a walk. She spoke of the gardener with a fondness. Prudence told me about Derek. She said he's been gone since the garden was demolished. I replied flatly. It was awful when he left. That woman that used to live here was nasty to him. I watched out my window as she tore up the garden. I know she was grieving for that little girl, but I know Derek only ever wanted to help. Shanti spoke up from the corner. She had been pretty quiet the whole time. He was the whole reason we don't have those awful creatures from the lift all over our homes anymore. My brother was killed by one before the agreement. He was 4 years old. I twitched as she told her story. Shanti has such sad eyes, and speaking about her brother only filled them further with sadness. This is another thing I don't understand. Why have any agreement if you manage to kill most of them? Why not all? I asked, feeling anger over Jamie burn through my throat as I spoke. Precious laughed. Terry shot her a look from across the room. No one's told you the whole story, have they? Shanti asked, a single tear running down her face. What do you mean? This was driving me insane. Nothing was simple. How could I trust anyone? When Prudence and some of the others killed the creatures, they killed a large group of them in one hit. They had started to work out that food scraps and pet food were attracting them, and they gathered all the pet food in the tower block into one empty flat on the floor. The fire had happened. They creatures came in droves, just like expected, and they set the flat alight. Again. The flat was burned to ash on top of pre-existing ash. Nothing could survive that. Shanti was interrupted after this by Leo. And then 3 giant rat motherfuckers literally rose from the ashes, triple as smart and strong, and fucked shit up, he said, a look of excitement on his face. Shanti rolled her eyes and continued. So all Prudence did was cause a quite literally bigger problem. She didn't kill them. All she did was help them evolve. There was only 3 of them, but they learned to sneak attack. More people died than during the original infestation. They were more intelligent, but not in the way it comes across when the agreement's spoken about. We couldn't speak to or reason with them. Terry was looking at the floor. Only Derek was able to do that. He spoke to them like he spoke to the garden. He made it safe for everyone again. I wasn't there. I was too young, but there we were told he didn't even have to use words. They understood just a series of movements and eye contact. Derek explained the rule with the lift. He told us it was a gesture of goodwill. The creatures needed a home and seemed attracted to the building, and we would let them live there and stop killing their kind if they would stop killing ours. But to show them some respect, we would allow them a small time frame where unleash their instinctual nature, but only if someone came to them. There are only 2 left now. Prudence killed the other during what happened with her granddaughter, but that only made them 2 stronger, like they absorbed the 3rd. I tried to take in all the information I was receiving, but I couldn't. It was too much. Derek isn't coming back. It's been years. This is pointless, Terry finally erupted. Precious laughed again. How do you know? You speak to dear old Prue all the time. Know something we don't? Precious spoke sarcastically, but I think she meant what she said. It was becoming clear that Prudence Hemmings wasn't too popular in this building. I don't speak to her all the time. We just keep in contact. She was always nice to me. Terry tried weakly to defend herself. That's because you're naive and a pushover. She used you because no one else would give her the time of day. Precious was about to launch into a full rant on Terry. I was glad Eddie and Ellie were in the other room and couldn't hear. I wondered if she'd seen them at night. I decided to stop the rant. This was becoming counterproductive, and we were getting nowhere with our plans. I interjected and told them all I needed them to leave so that I could sleep. Partly true, although I knew I couldn't sleep. I had other things to do. They all filed out of my flat. Terry and the kids were the last to leave. She gave me a hug as she left and told me to get a proper night's rest, telling me she was always there for a cuppa and a chat. It was sweet. I felt sorry for Terry. The kids hugged me too as they left. I know she spoke to Prue, but I was certain that it really was entirely innocent. I sat in the empty flat disheartened that my assembling of an army had turned into a bickering shit show with no real suggestions on how to kill the imposter neighbors. I felt totally alone. I couldn't trust Prue or Ian or pretty much anything I thought I knew. Maybe Prue didn't even kill those neighbors. They only told me half-truths about the creatures after all. I was left alone with my thoughts again. And after a few hours, a good one finally struck me. But I needed supplies. I left the building and went to the nearest shop to gather the items I needed. For what I needed and the time of night, I had to travel to a 24-hour supermarket. It took half an hour each way on the bus. But I stayed focused. My bags were heavy and awkward on the way back to the block, but if it paid off, this was going to be worth it. I trudged up the stairs. It took me 2 trips and 24 flights of stairs instead of 14 to get everything in my flat and organize myself. It only took 16 and a large gym bag that was much easier to carry on the way back down, thankfully. I passed the man on floor 5 twice. Now I'd noticed him. He made my skin crawl a little. I walked through the downstairs corridor, diverting away from the main entrance, and passing all the ground floor flats to the door at the back of the building. The door at the back led to a small concrete area with a grass strip along the side and a bench decorated with a memorial plaque. This was the block's outside space. As is typical in the city, the whole bench was covered in graffiti. The memorial was unreadable. I got to work. I dug the strip of grass, turning soil with my new equipment. I had never been green-fingered, and to be honest, the shrubs I had bought had been so heavy, I had grown to resent them a little. I worked for an hour and a half. I was sweating and night had come. It was pitch black, and I was using my phone torch to see. I had almost given up until I got up from my crouching position to stretch my knees. I reached my arms out, put down my shovel, and took a seat on the bench. I hadn't seen him arrive, but the man was already sat there. He wore a flat cap and a jacket despite it being the middle of summer and a beautiful night. He just smiled warmly at the shrubs for a moment without a word. Eventually he spoke. "I've missed this place. Name's Derek." The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Some people are too good for this world. I sat silent for a moment in shock that my plan had even worked. It seemed almost too simple, too easy. But here he was. Derek had a kindly face. Wrinkles around his eyes and cheeks only added to the softness of his expression. His white hair poking out from beneath his flat cap stood out in the dark night. "That's a lovely little patch you've planted. I can look after it if you like. I used to maintain the last garden here," he said, breaking the silence that had followed since his initial words. "I know who you are. We need you," was all I could manage. The mental exhaustion and fatigue from the whole experience had built up, but his arrival was like finishing a bad day working at school. I felt like I could relax again, even if only a little. "What's your name, darling?" he asked. "It's Kat. I live in flat 42 now." His face lit up as I confirmed my flat number. "Prudence has gone?" he asked. "She's gone. But the whole place is a mess. So many things are happening and the residents are suffering," I answered. We chatted for what felt like hours, outside with nothing but moonlight. He told me how he used to consider the building part of the garden, a place for him to maintain, the residents just like the plants he looks after. I explained my whole experience since moving in. I told him about Jamie, and I sobbed. Derek held me as I cried and made me feel safe, something I had forgotten the feeling of since receiving Prue's note. He didn't interrupt, he just listened. I told him about Natalia and the cultists, the problems they had been causing. He was particularly heartbroken when he heard that they had used Eddie and Ellie for entry. He had gone before they were born, but remembered Terry as a child and how sweet she was. He was pleased when I told her what a sweet adult she had become. My claims that Prudence was the only person who knew how to kill the imposter neighbors were met with a skeptical expression which gave me some hope. Derek listened to my entire tale with barely a word. When I finished, he stood up and asked me to follow him. I was confused, but I did as I was told. He walked me to the entrance of the lift. I lifted my arm to check the time on my watch. We had been outside for quite some time, and the idea of the creatures being inside made my heart pound and my stomach turn. "You are safe. It's 12:32 a.m. There's no need to worry or to check your watch." And with that, he pressed the call lift button. Despite his insistence that I was safe, my stomach continued to do gymnastics. It felt like forever before the lift finally made the clunking sound that meant it had reached the bottom. I felt my whole body shaking violently as the doors opened. I don't know what I expected to see. We were in the safe time zone, but every time I looked at the life I pictured Jamie's dead, crunched-up body. "Step inside," he said. "I can't. Please don't make me," I begged. "I won't let anything happen to you. But you need to see something." There was such sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. I had never trusted someone so completely so quickly, but every fiber of my being told me this man was entirely good. I stepped inside the lift. Derek stepped in behind me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder as I hyperventilated. He gently turned me to face the panel of buttons that control where the lift stops. "What is wrong with this panel? Do you see it?" he asked cryptically. I studied the panel, read all the numbers, counting them. I couldn't see anything wrong. I really tried, but nothing seemed out of place at all. Everything you expected to find was there and nothing more. I shook my head, barely regaining my composure. "Can you take us to floor 9, please?" He smiled slightly as he made the request. I looked back to the panel to press the button, but floor 9 didn't exist. I was so confused I had counted the numbers, I was sure of it. Derek must have made it disappear, but the panel didn't look any different to before. I can't explain it. Looking at it, I would have sworn blind nothing was wrong with it even once I knew, but floor 9 didn't exist. Derek could see my frustration. It was like the building was now playing tricks on me. He walked me out of the lift and sat me down on the bottom of the stairs before he finally began to speak. "The building is like a living organism. It can seal off parts of the world, and it can open up others you never could have imagined. When those awful people burned that whole floor of residence, I was devastated. Some wonderful people lived in those flats, both of the usual and unusual variety. But those people had no limit to their cruelty. Whole families burned alive. It was a tragedy that made me so angry. I felt so guilty when it happened. I can predict what some of our more tricky residents are going to do and make sure I'm there to help. But those people were nothing to do with this place. I couldn't see what they were planning, so I couldn't stop it." At this point, I noticed one of the hairless cats had sat between us. Derek looked at it with tears brimming in his eyes. He stroked it, and it moved onto his lap. Derek's fingers didn't burn at all. He continued. "When it happened, the building used its defense mechanisms and sealed off the entirety of the floor. It stopped the fire from spreading and kept the perpetrators there to die by their own hands. The building only allowed the floor to be unsealed once they were dead. It took about a week before those awful people turned up again. Asking for sugar at people's doors, the first few let them in. It was so difficult, so many residents burned alive, that I was having to use their remains for my garden just to hide the dead. The entire community were terrified and grieving for those that died. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't predict them or see them, so I took Prudence, who at the time seemed a perfectly reasonable woman, to the burned-out floor. Floor 9, however, had been sealed again. There was no button in the lift, and it always skipped on the stairs. Only no one had noticed. This building really is a magnificent creature." I stared at him in amazement through the whole story. I was exhausted, but my brain was working in overdrive to process what he was telling me. I had started to stroke the cat too. My fingers did burn, but I didn't flinch. I found its company comforting. He carried on. "I went back later that night and took the stairs again, alone this time. I think my intentions were clear, and the stairs allowed me access to floor 9 for the first time since just after the fire. I brought Prudence to the floor within the hour. The stairs had stopped skipping floor 9 for me, although I later learned that when Prudence had tried alone, she was not allowed access. We explored the floor, walking amongst the remnants of our dead friends' belongings. Eventually, we came across one of the soulless arsonists roaming the halls. It appears that's where they spend their time when they aren't out terrorizing the residents trying to claim more victims. He was disturbed and disoriented to see anyone not like them on that floor. He twitched a little and spat out the sugar line as if it was an automatic response. I almost felt sorry for him. He claimed to come from flat 66. More were approaching behind him. Prudence was terrified. She was starting to sweat profusely and back away from the man, but it didn't cool her down. He was burning her slowly. I felt nothing. See, the stranger things in life just don't seem to affect me. I've never known why. Sometimes I even just know how to deal with them, like it's programmed into me. On this new playing field, in their domain, I knew what to do. I grabbed the man and ran him down to flat 66, 4 doors from where we were standing. I threw him into the flat and waited. The other arsonists were approaching. The man tried to exit the flat that was doorless after the wooden doors all burned to cinders in the fire. But as he reached a door, something stopped him. He couldn't leave, no matter how hard he tried or how much he screamed. Prudence lit up. She grabbed hold of one that had tried to kill her friend Molly. She remembered the flat number she had claimed to be from and repeated my actions, with a lot more sweating and some winces of pain. It worked again. Prudence wanted to go after the rest, but as they got closer, I could see the blisters forming on parts of her body. I dragged her out of the hallway and back into the stairwell. We ran. She begged me to take her back, kept telling me that the stairs wouldn't let her, that it was too dangerous. The residents had started to learn not to let them in, and we had no casualties at all after we trapped the first 2. Don't get me wrong, it's a problem I was intending to deal with, but it was around that time that we first learned the council would be building that monstrosity over the top of my garden. He gestured to the window that just showed some of the neighboring tower block. This left me not at my best. My intuition was failing me when a few months after that, I allowed Prudence and Molly to herd the creatures from the lift to floor 9. It's one of my biggest regrets. I should never have walked them up there. But I didn't know she was going to burn them all. She didn't give me a chance to reason. I became mistrusting of everyone and distracted, not long after I went away for a long while. So I guess the arsonists remained, and now they're threatening you. Tomorrow I will go. I will fix the mess I left behind. I am so sorry it's affected you so badly. I'd love to meet these twins. They sound incredibly brave. They are, I finally interrupted, and I want to be there tomorrow. I want to lock Natalia away for good. I can't allow it. You'll be attacked. He cut me off entirely. I let it drop instantly, but in the back of my mind I knew I would be there, no matter what. I went to sleep that night with my mind reeling. I wondered where Derek slept and if he even needed to. The next morning I left my flat early, past the man on floor 5, and waited on the steps at floor 8. I tested it, of course, and just like anticipated, ascending any higher took me straight to floor 10, or 11 depending on if you hit a skip. So I returned to floor 8, and I waited. Derek hadn't indicated what time he was coming, but I was ready. I would wait all day and night if I had to, but luckily I didn't. Derek was climbing the stairs at around 11 a.m. I had already been there for 3 hours, but it had been worth it. He looked particularly unimpressed to see me. His face still looked kind, though, even with the sour expression. "I can't stop you, can I?" He sighed, sounding resigned in his tone. "Not for anything. You have to promise to stay back. If you get your girl approaches, you can do what you need to do, but you have to stay back," he pleaded. I nodded and stood up. We ascended the stairs, and for the very first time in my new life here, I saw the big plastic sign saying 9, the floor that didn't exist. As we pushed through the door, it was like entering an entirely new world. Everything was black, burned to carbon. You could smell nothing but charcoal. Literally nothing but empty shells of homes and flakes of what used to be sentimental objects remained. It was devastating to witness. If you've ever visited a mass gravesite, you'll understand partly how I was feeling. It was sickening to think of all the lives needlessly lost. But I didn't get time to think. Natalia walked towards me, flying down the hallway. "How the fuck did you get here?" she screamed. Her eyes were wide and angry. I started to feel hotter already. Derek grabbed my arm and pulled me next to him, making sure to keep a tight hold of my arm. "Where do you live?" Derek asked her. I started to back away as the sweat dropped from my brow. I desperately wanted to shout out the number, but I couldn't. I was so hot, I wasn't functioning properly. Everything became so overwhelming I couldn't remember what Georgia had said, what flat Natalia had claimed to come from. "I'm not that stupid. I saw what happened to them." She gestured over her shoulder to what must have been flat number 66, where a man laid on the floor, breathing but looking broken. Just existing in that room. Prudence had been creative with the truth yet again. She didn't kill them. You can't kill them. What had Georgia said? I racked my brains as I felt the skin on my face start to sting. I imagined her melting away. It was happening to me. I was next. And then, as my hair started to singe at the ends, it came to me. 71? I screamed as loud as I could. I could barely see as Derek grabbed her and ran towards me with her. She was clawing at his eyes and face, screaming at him to let go. But he didn't burn. He just kept hold of her. When he approached flat 71, he beckoned me over. "You do it, then get off of this floor." He was blunt but reasonable. I complied. I pushed hard. There was nothing but anger in her eyes. She pushed my face hard with her hand as I got her to cross the boundary into flat 71. I felt my skin sizzle and blister. My whole face was in agony, but I didn't stop pushing. Watching Natalia try to fight her way out of a door that didn't exist was both satisfying and humorous. The others had started to approach at the sound of the commotion. I lingered, hoping to watch her suffer, but Derek shot me one look and I knew. It was time to go. I ran out the corridor and back into the stairwell. I stopped for longer than I probably should have, but I knew I might not get to see that 9 again and it would be worth it. I waited for Derek on floor 9's stairwell. I couldn't help but imagine the cultists burning to death the first time around. I could hear angry screams faintly from inside the corridor. They made me worry about Derek, but I knew that really I didn't need to. It took a while, but he eventually left the corridor and joined me in the stairwell. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and the 3rd degree burns across my face. He didn't need to speak. I knew he'd fixed the problem. We walked silently back down the stairs towards my flat. I looked back up at floor 9, knowing the building would seal it off for good. It took a few floors to reach floor 7, and I invited Derek in for a cup of tea. He rejected it, saying he wanted to go visit some old friends. Despite my injuries, I couldn't help but smile. Something I'd done was going to help these residents. I stood at my door and watched Derek walk away, pleased that there was some true good in this building. After a few steps down the hallway, Derek started to fade, almost like a CGI ghost in a movie. Every step he became more transparent. I felt my stomach turn again, like it had outside the lift. I ran out to follow him. I called after him, but by the time I had reached where he'd been, he was gone. I walked the entire corridor to the window at the back. I looked out the window into the small concrete-heavy garden and hoped to see him sat on the memorial bench. I didn't see him. Instead, I saw Prudence, hacking at my tiny planted patch with shears. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Some people are too good for this world. I sat silent for a moment in shock that my plan had even worked. It seemed almost too simple, too easy. But here he was. Derek had a kindly face. Wrinkles around his eyes and cheeks only added to the softness of his expression. His white hair poking out from beneath his flat cap stood out in the dark night. "That's a lovely little patch you've planted. I can look after it if you like. I used to maintain the last garden here," he said, breaking the silence that had followed since his initial words. "I know who you are. We need you," was all I could manage. The mental exhaustion and fatigue from the whole experience had built up, but his arrival was like finishing a bad day working at school. I felt like I could relax again, even if only a little. "What's your name, darling?" he asked. "It's Kat. I live in flat 42 now." His face lit up as I confirmed my flat number. "Prudence has gone?" he asked. "She's gone. But the whole place is a mess. So many things are happening and the residents are suffering," I answered. We chatted for what felt like hours, outside with nothing but moonlight. He told me how he used to consider the building part of the garden, a place for him to maintain, the residents just like the plants he looks after. I explained my whole experience since moving in. I told him about Jamie, and I sobbed. Derek held me as I cried and made me feel safe, something I had forgotten the feeling of since receiving Prue's note. He didn't interrupt, he just listened. I told him about Natalia and the cultists, the problems they had been causing. He was particularly heartbroken when he heard that they had used Eddie and Ellie for entry. He had gone before they were born, but remembered Terry as a child and how sweet she was. He was pleased when I told her what a sweet adult she had become. My claims that Prudence was the only person who knew how to kill the imposter neighbors were met with a skeptical expression which gave me some hope. Derek listened to my entire tale with barely a word. When I finished, he stood up and asked me to follow him. I was confused, but I did as I was told. He walked me to the entrance of the lift. I lifted my arm to check the time on my watch. We had been outside for quite some time, and the idea of the creatures being inside made my heart pound and my stomach turn. "You are safe. It's 12:32 a.m. There's no need to worry or to check your watch." And with that, he pressed the call lift button. Despite his insistence that I was safe, my stomach continued to do gymnastics. It felt like forever before the lift finally made the clunking sound that meant it had reached the bottom. I felt my whole body shaking violently as the doors opened. I don't know what I expected to see. We were in the safe time zone, but every time I looked at the life I pictured Jamie's dead, crunched-up body. "Step inside," he said. "I can't. Please don't make me," I begged. "I won't let anything happen to you. But you need to see something." There was such sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. I had never trusted someone so completely so quickly, but every fiber of my being told me this man was entirely good. I stepped inside the lift. Derek stepped in behind me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder as I hyperventilated. He gently turned me to face the panel of buttons that control where the lift stops. "What is wrong with this panel? Do you see it?" he asked cryptically. I studied the panel, read all the numbers, counting them. I couldn't see anything wrong. I really tried, but nothing seemed out of place at all. Everything you expected to find was there and nothing more. I shook my head, barely regaining my composure. "Can you take us to floor 9, please?" He smiled slightly as he made the request. I looked back to the panel to press the button, but floor 9 didn't exist. I was so confused I had counted the numbers, I was sure of it. Derek must have made it disappear, but the panel didn't look any different to before. I can't explain it. Looking at it, I would have sworn blind nothing was wrong with it even once I knew, but floor 9 didn't exist. Derek could see my frustration. It was like the building was now playing tricks on me. He walked me out of the lift and sat me down on the bottom of the stairs before he finally began to speak. "The building is like a living organism. It can seal off parts of the world, and it can open up others you never could have imagined. When those awful people burned that whole floor of residents, I was devastated. Some wonderful people lived in those flats, both of the usual and unusual variety. But those people had no limit to their cruelty. Whole families burned alive. It was a tragedy that made me so angry. I felt so guilty when it happened. I can predict what some of our more tricky residents are going to do and make sure I'm there to help. But those people were nothing to do with this place. I couldn't see what they were planning, so I couldn't stop it." At this point, I noticed one of the hairless cats had sat between us. Derek looked at it with tears brimming in his eyes. He stroked it, and it moved onto his lap. Derek's fingers didn't burn at all. He continued. "When it happened, the building used its defense mechanisms and sealed off the entirety of the floor. It stopped the fire from spreading and kept the perpetrators there to die by their own hands. The building only allowed the floor to be unsealed once they were dead. It took about a week before those awful people turned up again. asking for sugar at people's doors the first few let them in. It was so difficult, so many residents burned alive, that I was having to use their remains for my garden just to hide the dead. The entire community were terrified and grieving for those that died. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't predict them or see them, so I took Prudence, who at the time seemed a perfectly reasonable woman, to the burned-out floor. Floor 9, however, had been sealed again. There was no button in the lift, and it always skipped on the stairs. Only no one had noticed. This building really is a magnificent creature. I stared at him in amazement through the whole story. I was exhausted, but my brain was working in overdrive to process what he was telling me. I had started to stroke the cat too. My fingers did burn, but I didn't flinch. I found its company comforting. He carried on. I went back later that night and took the stairs again, alone this time. I think my intentions were clear, and the stairs allowed me access to floor 9 for the first time since just after the fire. I brought Prudence to the floor within the hour. The stairs had stopped skipping floor 9 for me, although I later learned that when Prudence had tried alone, she was not allowed access. We explored the floor, walking amongst the remnants of our dead friends' belongings. Eventually, we came across one of the soulless arsonists roaming the halls. It appears that's where they spend their time when they aren't out terrorizing the residents trying to claim more victims. He was disturbed and disoriented to see anyone not like them on that floor. He twitched a little and spat out the sugar line as if it was an automatic response. I almost felt sorry for him. He claimed to come from flat 66. More were approaching behind him. Prudence was terrified. She was starting to sweat profusely and back away from the man, but it didn't cool her down. He was burning her slowly. I felt nothing. See, the stranger things in life just don't seem to affect me. I've never known why. Sometimes I even just know how to deal with them, like it's programmed into me. On this new playing field, in their domain, I knew what to do. I grabbed the man and ran him down to flat 66, 4 doors from where we were standing. I threw him into the flat and waited. The other arsonists were approaching. The man tried to exit the flat that was doorless after the wooden doors all burned to cinders in the fire. But as he reached a door, something stopped him. He couldn't leave, no matter how hard he tried or how much he screamed. Prudence lit up. She grabbed hold of one that had tried to kill her friend Molly. She remembered the flat number she had claimed to be from and repeated my actions, with a lot more sweating and some winces of pain. It worked again. Prudence wanted to go after the rest, but as they got closer, I could see the blisters forming on parts of her body. I dragged her out of the hallway and back into the stairwell. We ran. She begged me to take her back, kept telling me that the stairs wouldn't let her, that it was too dangerous. The residents had started to learn not to let them in, and we had no casualties at all after we trapped the first 2. Don't get me wrong, it's a problem I was intending to deal with, but it was around that time that we first learned the council would be building that monstrosity over the top of my garden. He gestured to the window that just showed some of the neighboring tower block. This left me not at my best. My intuition was failing me when a few months after that, I allowed Prudence and Molly to herd the creatures from the lift to floor 9. It's one of my biggest regrets. I should never have walked them up there. But I didn't know she was going to burn them all. She didn't give me a chance to reason. I became mistrusting of everyone and distracted, not long after I went away for a long while. So I guess the arsonists remained, and now they're threatening you. Tomorrow I will go. I will fix the mess I left behind. I am so sorry it's affected you so badly. I'd love to meet these twins. They sound incredibly brave. They are, I finally interrupted, and I want to be there tomorrow. I want to lock Natalia away for good. I can't allow it. You'll be attacked. He cut me off entirely. I let it drop instantly, but in the back of my mind I knew I would be there, no matter what. I went to sleep that night with my mind reeling. I wondered where Derek slept and if he even needed to. The next morning I left my flat early, past the man on floor 5, and waited on the steps at floor 8. I tested it, of course, and just like anticipated, ascending any higher took me straight to floor 10, or 11 depending on if you hit a skip. So I returned to floor 8, and I waited. Derek hadn't indicated what time he was coming, but I was ready. I would wait all day and night if I had to, but luckily I didn't. Derek was climbing the stairs at around 11 a.m. I had already been there for 3 hours, but it had been worth it. He looked particularly unimpressed to see me. His face still looked kind, though, even with the sour expression. "I can't stop you, can I?" He sighed, sounding resigned in his tone. "Not for anything. You have to promise to stay back. If you get your girl approaches, you can do what you need to do, but you have to stay back," he pleaded. I nodded and stood up. We ascended the stairs, and for the very first time in my new life here, I saw the big plastic sign saying 9, the floor that didn't exist. As we pushed through the door, it was like entering an entirely new world. Everything was black, burned to carbon. You could smell nothing but charcoal. Literally nothing but empty shells of homes and flakes of what used to be sentimental objects remained. It was devastating to witness. If you've ever visited a mass gravesite, you'll understand partly how I was feeling. It was sickening to think of all the lives needlessly lost. But I didn't get time to think. Natalia walked towards me, flying down the hallway. "How the fuck did you get here?" she screamed. Her eyes were wide and angry. I started to feel hotter already. Derek grabbed my arm and pulled me next to him, making sure to keep a tight hold of my arm. "Where do you live?" Derek asked her. I started to back away as the sweat dropped from my brow. I desperately wanted to shout out the number, but I couldn't. I was so hot, I wasn't functioning properly. Everything became so overwhelming, I couldn't remember what Georgia had said, what flat Natalia had claimed to come from. "I'm not that stupid. I saw what happened to them." She gestured over her shoulder to what must have been flat number 66, where a man laid on the floor, breathing but looking broken. Just existing in that room. Prudence had been creative with the truth yet again. She didn't kill them. You can't kill them. What had Georgia said? I racked my brains as I felt the skin on my face start to sting. I imagined her melting away. It was happening to me. I was next. And then, as my hair started to singe at the ends, it came to me. 71? I screamed as loud as I could. I could barely see as Derek grabbed her and ran towards me with her. She was clawing at his eyes and face, screaming at him to let go. But he didn't burn. He just kept hold of her. When he approached flat 71, he beckoned me over. "You do it, then get off of this floor." He was blunt but reasonable. I complied. I pushed hard. There was nothing but anger in her eyes. She pushed my face hard with her hand as I got her to cross the boundary into flat 71. I felt my skin sizzle and blister. My whole face was in agony, but I didn't stop pushing. Watching Natalia try to fight her way out of a door that didn't exist was both satisfying and humorous. The others had started to approach at the sound of the commotion. I lingered, hoping to watch her suffer, but Derek shot me one look and I knew. It was time to go. I ran out the corridor and back into the stairwell. I stopped for longer than I probably should have, but I knew I might not get to see that 9 again and it would be worth it. I waited for Derek on floor 9's stairwell. I couldn't help but imagine the cultists burning to death the first time around. I could hear angry screams faintly from inside the corridor. They made me worry about Derek, but I knew that really I didn't need to. It took a while, but he eventually left the corridor and joined me in the stairwell. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and the 3rd degree burns across my face. He didn't need to speak. I knew he'd fixed the problem. We walked silently back down the stairs towards my flat. I looked back up at floor 9, knowing the building would seal it off for good. It took a few floors to reach floor 7, and I invited Derek in for a cup of tea. He rejected it, saying he wanted to go visit some old friends. Despite my injuries, I couldn't help but smile. Something I'd done was going to help these residents. I stood at my door and watched Derek walk away, pleased that there was some true good in this building. After a few steps down the hallway, Derek started to fade, almost like a CGI ghost in a movie. Every step he became more transparent. I felt my stomach turn again, like it had outside the lift. I ran out to follow him. I called after him, but by the time I had reached where he'd been, he was gone. I walked the entire corridor to the window at the back. I looked out the window into the small concrete-heavy garden and hoped to see him sat on the memorial bench. I didn't see him. Instead, I saw Prudence, hacking at my tiny planted patch with shears. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. It's time to end this madness. When I saw her out the window, garden shears being gripped by both hands and a maniacal expression on her face, I just stood still. I was frozen to the spot in shock. I felt no pain at all from the burn on my face. Everything was numb. The relief of eradicating the imposter neighbors and the joy at finding a friend in Derek was hacked away in an instant. Just like every leaf from my shrubs. Why would she do this? What had I ever done to her? Every question possible crossed my mind. I could feel the frustration bubbling inside me. Everything about this place just threw up question after question, and for every answer I got, there were 10 new questions waiting to be asked. At that moment in time, though, only one was truly important. How did Prudence know? I thought about Terry and her telephone conversations. I didn't want to think that the sweet lady I thought Terry had turned out to be would do that, but it did cross my mind. I thought of Ian the postman. I'd had bad vibes from him for a while. Maybe he'd seen Derek coming up the stairs while on his rounds that morning. I stood there frozen, pondering all these things, until I saw Prudence collapse onto the memorial bench sobbing, head in her hands. She was surrounded by the remains of my attempt at a garden with the shears laid out on the floor. The stairs were kind to me on the way down. It took 4 flights to make it to the bottom. I ran down the corridor and out the back entrance of the block. No idea what I was going to say. "Prudence," was all I could manage. "Nice one, Cat." She sat bolt upright, before turning and standing quicker than I thought it possible for an old lady. "You evil, stupid little girl! Do you have any idea what you've done?" she screamed, so much animation in her face that the spaces between her wrinkles pulsated like veins on an angry weightlifter. "Me? You think I'm evil? You left that shitty note hidden, missing everything I need to know, and got my boyfriend killed, and what you're doing to your own—" I screamed, tears beginning to roll before she interrupted me. "Don't you dare talk about her." Her voice cracked and she broke down again, this time falling to her knees, twigs and leaves sticking to the bottom of her dress. I didn't know what else to do, so I sat down on the floor. I knew that it was probably a bad idea. This woman couldn't be trusted, and I hadn't forgotten that. But seeing an old lady crying on the cement floor still made me feel awful. "How did you know about the garden?" I asked her calmly, trying to change my approach. She shoved a crumpled up piece of paper into my hand. She didn't look at me. Her eyes remained on the floor. "Dear Prudence, I couldn't exist knowing what I'd done. I should never have told you about it. The last 2 won't grow stronger. She was never theirs to begin with. But I have to end her suffering. I'm sorry. Derek." I knew what he had done as soon as I finished the note. Lila, or what was left of her, was gone for good. Of all the creatures, only Jamie's killers from the lift remained. That's how Derek had spent the few hours I'd slept between our encounters. "This is all your fault," she sniffed. "My whole family are gone because of you." That hurt a lot. I trembled as I tried to speak, but I always really hated confrontation, and I could feel myself starting to glitch. How can you say that? I saw her, and she was trapped in a tiny cage eating dog food and small animals. Your family died in that lift, just like my Jamie. I may have struggled to get my words out, but I wasn't about to let Prudence Hemmings blame me for her decisions. Lila was better off dead than what she was, however awful that may sound. "What happened to your face?" Prudence growled at me. "Take you to visit floor number 9? He did this to her in the first place, not me. And now he's disfigured you." She was spinning things. I could feel throbbing as she mentioned my face. I really should have had medical attention. "This isn't his fault. You messed him up and he did that to her because of you. You told me that yourself." I tried ferociously to defend Derek, but something inside me still felt uncomfortable about what he had done. I couldn't help it. Lila was an innocent little girl who shouldn't have been punished for Prue's mistakes. This whole thing was such a mess. I was grieving. And then I had her back for all those years, and then I lost Bernie, and then my home, and now I have to grieve for her all over again. Prudence continued to cry, but softer. I looked around at the chaos she created and up at the block my boyfriend had died in and rolled my eyes in disbelief that she could be so selfish. She continued, "Let me tell you about Lila. She was a beautiful little girl. As I mentioned before, I have 2 other older children. They've had many other grandchildren. However, I hadn't spoken to my eldest 2 in years, even before what happened with Lila. Lila was my first opportunity to get to know one of my grandchildren. Bernie adored her too, always reading her stories and sneaking her sweets. I begged my son to allow her to stay. My children were all incredibly ungrateful. They had it easy growing up and still resented me. I gave them a good, strict upbringing, but they didn't appreciate it. They said I was a cruel mother. Lila's dad was the only one I spoke to, but our relationship still wasn't that of a typical loving mother and son. But she was a second chance. It was a miracle when he agreed. I was more shocked he had convinced his wife to allow it. That awful harlot of a woman never liked me, although I didn't like her either. They refused to speak to me after everything. I haven't heard from them since. They had more grandchildren I'll never meet. I knew at the time my relationships with any of my children were over for good. So when Derek gave me a solution, I took it. I wasn't entirely truthful when we first spoke. I said I hadn't wanted this, but I was desperate. There was never a way to bring her back safely. Derek explained what she would become to me. He was initially trying to put me off, even trying to get her back. I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. But I couldn't pass up the idea of my beautiful little Lila needing her grandma forever. I suppose I was too ashamed to admit it before. But why should I be ashamed? My altercation with Derek happened after she was back, when he tried to kill her the first time. Spouting the same things on that note, what kind of monster wants to kill a little girl? That's why I trashed the garden. He said he wasn't coping with the news of the new block when he suggested it, that he shouldn't have told me it was even possible, and she had to die. I hid her until the bulldozers came in. When he disappeared, I thought I was safe to spend the rest of my life with her. Bernie hated me. Spending time with Lila was all I lived for. I grew to love her how she was. I felt sick. Listening to Prudence talk brought up so many repressed feelings about Jamie. I hadn't had time to grieve or process anything. I missed him terribly. My old life and my old future felt a million miles away. I was relieved to know that Derek hadn't tricked Prudence, or even intended to create Rat Lila. He was truly good. But she didn't get to have a life. You lived for her, but she wasn't really living. How could a sane person do that to their own flesh and blood? I retorted. You have no idea. This place can make you do irrational things. But she had a life. She had me. It's all she needed. She was certainly right about the building and irrational actions. The pain intensifying on my face throbbed in agreement. But I was still convinced she had lost it Dr. Frankenstein style where Rat Lila was concerned. She had stopped crying. Her rage levels were rising again. I tried to tell her that it wasn't really the child she'd known, but she seemed to have grown an entirely new attachment to the creature that replaced what she lost. Every rational argument I gave was met with increasing levels of screaming. She got less coherent as she went on. The argument was going nowhere. We went back and forth for what felt like forever. After a while, she started to get closer to me. We had both stood up by this point, and despite her haggard and frail appearance, Prudence was truly frightening. She looked unhinged. Her words were no longer going in. I was overwhelmed and had too many thoughts rushing through my mind to process her ranting. I took a few steps back, clearing a small distance between us. By this point, out of the corner of my eye, I could see neighbors in windows of the block, watching the altercation outside. Prue's screaming had brought a lot of attention. It was bright, and I couldn't see well, but I turned to scan the windows and did recognize Eddie and Ellie watching from their bedroom, trying to wave at me. They frantically waved and pointed. I tried waving back and gesturing to them, but they kept pointing at me. Why were they pointing? Then I heard it. The garden shears scraping against the ground as Prudence picked them up and charged towards me. You ignorant little bitch! You aren't even listening. You don't deserve my home. You killed her. The twins had been telling me to turn around. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off her. Luckily, unlike my earlier shock when I had first seen her, I didn't freeze. My fight or flight instincts kicked in, and I ran faster than I ever have before. I burst back into the building and heard neighbors on the bottom floor lock their doors in a symphony of bolts clicking. I couldn't blame them. Prudence wasn't far behind me, and I wouldn't want to take her on in her current state if given a choice. But it didn't stop me pounding on their doors begging someone to call the police, although something told me that in this building that wasn't going to happen. I ran up the stairs, still being followed by her. By the second floor, most were still locked, but a few had come out of their homes, armed with a variety of heavy objects. Even in a crisis, I couldn't fault the community spirit here. I ran another flight of stairs that became 2, but still led me to floor 3, and then to the back of the corridor. I pounded on Terry's door. My heart was racing, but when I turned, Prue was nowhere to be seen. I was hoping the people who came out on floor 2 had stopped her, but something was odd. I hadn't heard any commotion. This wasn't the end of it. Eddie and Ellie hugged me tight as Terry let me in and bolted the door shut quickly behind me. I told her about what had happened. She couldn't believe what Prue had done. It turned out no one knew about Lila. I was edgy for the first hour. But Prue had disappeared. Terry helped to clean up my burn and put some cold compress on it. She offered to take me to the hospital, but I couldn't. I was too shaken up from what had just happened. I couldn't face trying to explain how I'd sustained my injuries, and I still hadn't reported Jamie missing. He still hadn't had any messages from his family, and work had given up calling. But his friends had started. They were harassing me nonstop, but I'd been too distracted to come up with a decent lie. It had been a week since I moved in, and it wouldn't be long until people realized something was seriously wrong. My conversations with my family had been short, with me insisting they didn't visit until we were unpacked and set up. On top of a murderous old lady and an untold amount of abnormal issues, the real-world problems were starting to creep up on me. I sat with Terry for hours, drinking tea and chatting to her. It started to get dark, and Eddie and Ellie came into the living room after playing in their room for a while. The voids replaced the big brown puppy dog eyes again, and their claws looked especially sharp. But to me, they were still adorable. Their transformation prompted me to head back to my flat. It was late. I needed to work out what to do next and how to dig myself out of this giant hole. I couldn't just keep planting gardens. I needed to do this myself. I wandered up the stairs. They went on for a while, but nothing too horrific. I passed the man on floor 5, nodding politely and continuing my ascent. I wondered if he'd received the letter of concern yet. He was a little unsettling. When I got to my floor, Mr. Prentice was making his animal noises again. I smiled, which hurt my face. After all the madness, I was starting to find the seemingly benign horrors of this building oddly comforting. I reached my flat and turned the key in the door before bolting myself in like Terry had. I could feel something wasn't right the moment I entered. The flat was in chaos, which was nothing new because we had only moved in a week ago and I had been too preoccupied to unpack. But things were out of place. The organized chaos wasn't how I'd left it. Then she strolled out of my kitchen. Prudence Hemmings. She was carrying a large carving knife in her left hand this time. She had prepared for her attack. She smiled at me and lifted her right hand, jingling a set of keys that she had entered with. I turned to unbolt the door, but she grabbed me from behind before I could turn the handle to open it and held the knife to my throat. "I will kill you for what you've done," she whispered into my ear. Without a second thought, I leaned forward just a tad and swung my head back as hard as I could. I couldn't believe that it worked, but I must have broken her nose. Prudence dropped the knife and clutched her face, blood streaming between her fingers. I went to grab the knife, but she was closer and doing the same thing. I had no other option but to run again. I grabbed the door handle and turned it to exit the flat as she tried to stab me. I was mostly out the door, but her arm was close enough to reach my side, and I felt the knife pierce the side of my torso. I was in searing pain, but I didn't stop running. As I stepped outside my flat, I could still hear Mr. Prentice's noises flooding the entire hallway. It gave me an idea. I ran towards his door, Prudence stabbing at me frantically with blood gushing from her nose. A few got me as I stopped outside flat 48. The pain was awful, and I could feel myself starting to drift out of consciousness. I was losing a lot of blood. I would give my last breath to end Prue. So running on nothing but adrenaline, I knocked hard on flat 48 and shouted, "Mr. Prentice, can you help me?" It was a shot in the dark. I didn't know what would happen, but I had to try something. She had stopped stabbing at me. She was enjoying watching me bleed out slowly from the wounds she had already inflicted. I was incredibly weak, and I lost consciousness not long after that. But before I did, I heard heavy clunking from the inside of flat 48, chain locks being released and bolts being undone. I watched with blurry vision as a large creature that I can only describe as a cross between a bull and a wolf charged out of the flat and trampled the old witch to death. I heard here bones crunch just as slipped away. I woke up in the hospital a day later. My parents were there, as were the police. Apparently, I had been found just outside the tower block with my handbag missing by a neighbor who had been watching from a window as it happened. The police told me that the person had seen the mugging out of their window. They had seen two men approach me and Jamie, splash something in my face, attack us, and when he tried to fight back, they bundled my boyfriend into a car, which the police had been searching for to no avail. He was officially missing. I was baffled, but grateful that Jamie's disappearance wouldn't be blamed on me. I went along with it and made out that he had ghosted work to enjoy our first week living together. I had been stabbed 4 times, but thankfully in all the right places, if there is such a thing as the right place to be stabbed. I lost a lot of blood, but I was going to be fine. They were all shallow. They assumed my burns were chemical and happened during the mugging too. The police promised to keep us updated, but they still can't find the car. They never will. I wish the story the police had been told were true. It left some hope for Jamie. My parents weren't keen on me returning to the flat after what happened. They said the area was too rough, and that I was living proof it wasn't safe. They offered to collect my stuff for me. I insisted, though, told them that I wanted to see how I felt, and they couldn't force me not to. I was released from the hospital 2 days after I woke up in there. When I arrived at the flats, it was strange. It felt like home. Despite everything, something about this place drew me to it. I took the lift for the first time since Jamie had died. I had to. I wasn't recovered enough to conquer too many stairs just yet, and I couldn't guarantee they'd be kind to me. I smiled at the lack of a button 9 and winced at the thought of the creatures. As I reached my corridor, I saw Mr. Prentice walking along with his newspaper and milk in a bag. He turned to me and smiled. "I wasn't sure you'd come back. It's nice to see you're up and walking." He made small talk as if I hadn't seen him literally trample a woman to death a couple of days prior. The whole experience had been so disorienting that I started to wonder if I really had been mugged and had dreamed the note and everything that's happened since. Then he said something that confirmed everything was real. "I never liked that woman. But you've got a real friend in the lady downstairs." He winked at me and turned the key in his door. I got into mine and sat down on the second-hand sofa. I felt empty, but relieved. With Prue and the imposter Q neighbors all gone, the only threat left were the creatures in the lift, who were only a threat between 111 and 333. Maybe I could start to live a semi-peaceful life in this place. Terry knocked on the door, my handbag, that I had left at hers before Prue attacked in my flat, on her arm. Mr. Prentice was right, she was a good friend. I thanked her for what she'd done, and for what she'd told the police. She said it was pure luck that she found me. She had been walking up to return the bag, and found me and Prue sprawled out on the floor. I asked what happened to Prue's body, and she just pointed in the direction of flat 48. "He was eating it," she said. "It's been a few days now, and I've decided to stay. I can't imagine going back to complete normality after everything I've been through, and I've grown quite attached to some of the building's quirks. I tried replanting the garden with the help of the twins. I ripped a few stitches doing it, and Derek never came. I think he's gone for good. I'm ready to fully embrace life here. The last few days have been hard, but there's some time to breathe. Along with the time to breathe came the time to grieve, and I've been grieving badly for Jamie. This leads me to the last thing I have to tell you. Last night I laid in bed, plagued with thoughts of Prue and everything that had happened. but what I couldn't get to leave my mind was how much happiness it bought her to have Lila back. It infected every part of my thoughts. I know you all warned me not to, but I did it. I repeated the ritual. I haven't caught him yet, but I've heard the scratching. Jamie's back. The previous tenant left a survival guide. Not all heroes wear capes. You're so predictable, Kat. I knew you'd find yourself here, on this particular floor. Apologies for my tardiness to this reunion. I've been cleaning up a rather large mess you left while traveling here. My skin crawled as Albert spoke. He filled me with the opposite of the warmth Derek did. The world became cold and hopeless. Is everyone okay up there? I asked, desperately hoping that my stunt with the lift hadn't hurt anyone. All but one, Albert replied, smiling wryly. Aren't you going to thank me? Yet another disaster cleaned up by yours truly. It could have been a lot worse. My heart sank as I went through a Rolodex of residents in my mind. It was like I was being told off. I was about to ask who got hurt, but I couldn't find the words in time before the brothers erupted into a bitter row. Let them go home, Albert. They've learned their lesson. They won't look for me again, Derek interjected firmly. Are you some kind of idiot? Albert retorted, rolling his eyes. All the chaos this girl has caused, and you think I'm going to just let her head back up there to cause more, when she bought such a beautiful gift? He took a few steps towards Ellie, gazing in wonder, and Derek stepped in front of her. You aren't coming anywhere near her, he hissed at his brother through gritted teeth. What is she? He stopped moving and directed his question at me. I'm a girl, and my name is Ellie, she shouted from behind Derek defiantly, poking her horns out to the side. She was audibly annoyed at being referred to as a what. I'm sorry, it's great to meet you, Ellie. He edged a little closer again and got down to void level, just like Derek had not long ago. There was no instant connection this time, though, just a twisted fascination in his eyes. He spoke as if she wasn't even there. Exquisite? She's natural. Of course she is, Derek responded, stepping back as he continued to guard the little girl. Nothing you mess with works out very well, does it? That depends on your definition. Your successes all panned out pretty poorly, don't you think, little brother? He snapped back. What are you talking about? I blurted, confused. I had no idea what they meant by natural or what they were arguing over. In fact, I had personally always found Ellie's demonic appearance quite unnatural myself. Albert scoffed maniacally as Derek looked at the floor. The sibling dynamic was so visible, you could see Derek being put into a place of little brother, trying to hide behind the peak of his flat cap. Regardless, he valiantly continued to shield Ellie. Finally, Albert stood up and addressed me directly again. He hasn't told you anything, has he? About this place, about how it throws out creations you could barely imagine. He looked around him as he referred to the building below that we had been trapped in and continued. You have no idea of the power this land has, the power it gives to people who stay. Ever wonder how Prudence Hemmings managed to throw a fully grown man off a balcony and chase you up all those stairs, at her age? Or why Mr. Prentice becomes that other thing? Or why me and my lovely brother here aren't long dead? They're just all too stupid to notice. They have no idea what's right beneath them. They won't ever realize the potential. My mind reeled at his words. Maybe the building really could change its inhabitants. To be honest, I spent more time than I'd like to admit wondering how I hadn't found it easier to escape Prue. I was permanently scarred from the altercation after all. Despite my contempt for Albert, I recognized that what he was saying made sense. I noted the residents he mentioned. All of them had spent decades in the building. It wasn't a far stretch at all to believe that it could have irreparably altered them somehow. There were others that I could think of, however, that had been there just as long and seemed as normal as you or me. All the questions hurt my mind. I heard a yelp and some pained moans and turned to flat -51, where Essie was frantically trying to wrench herself up off the floor. Every time she got close, another bone would crack and her jaw would edge slightly lower. Blood oozed from the wounds. Just let them go. This is pointless. Derek tried to interrupt, to keep things moving. I wouldn't let him. Looking at my friend being tortured by her own body had only made me angry again. No, what do you mean she's natural? I shouted at him, curiosity about their conversation getting the better of me. Derek spoke as Albert smugly grinned in the background. "Cat, we can do things. It doesn't just end with an extended life. We can manipulate some of the people and things that pass through here. That's why I was able to give Prudence the way to get Lila back. It's why those things listen to me." Derek pointed at Albert before continuing. "He gave that cult the ability to burn the whole floor with their minds, and I gave the residents that died new life as the cats. Since he left to stay down here, he's been messing around with anyone and anything he can get his hands on. I've tried to stop it over the years, but I don't always manage. Those people you dealt with on the floor below the basement, they were all his failed experiments. Those poor people were once residents upstairs that ended up here by mistake, 50 years worth." Albert couldn't let him continue. He was bursting with the need to gloat. "I wouldn't say they failed. They're all beautifully grim. I thought you were a fan of giving things new life, little brother." There was little to no feeling in his voice. His sharp tone and dusty suit made him almost like a caricatured amalgamation of every Disney villain recorded. Except in Disney films, the villain didn't win. And looking at Essie, writhing in pain on the floor of not her doorway, Albert had won already. Derek stayed silent. I could see he felt guilty for even being associated. He just looked at me in desperation. I tried to fathom what they were saying. "So, Jamie was unnatural?" I asked timidly, taking in the inference that his monster form had been nothing more than a byproduct of Derek's power. Just another twisted experiment, like the mangled people whose screams rang in my ears. I wondered if he had felt pain like they did. Albert erupted into laughter and once again clapped mockingly. "There's that intelligence I liked about you when we first met. It's in there, girl. Now you get it. Can you explain to me where your little friend came from?" His words were patronizing, but he couldn't hide his curiosity. He took another few steps towards Ellie as Derek stood bravely in front of her. "It's not often I find one I'm unaware of. I don't know how I've missed her, especially when she was able to do so much damage to my other creations. You should have seen what she did to one of the pair that inhabit the lift. I have to have her." Ellie reached a clawed hand forward and pushed Derek aside with such force that he was taken off his feet. She hissed, just as she had with the rat creatures and the mangled people. Albert winced but stayed stoic as his face filled with joy. "You're mean!" she shouted at him. My heart melted a little that she thought that those two words were fitting for the situation, if only things were as simple as they are in the mind of a 7-year-old. Derek stumbled to his feet and watched closely, in awe of Ellie's blind courage. Albert once again dropped to his knees to face her. She stood defiantly, her voids fixed on his cold eyes. He started to reach his hand out towards her. She growled softly in response. "No!" I screamed. Visions of her disintegrating in front of my eyes filled my mind. I couldn't let him touch her. I started to run towards them, but Derek grabbed me and held me in place as he whispered in my muffled ear. "He won't hurt her, but he will hurt you." I looked at his stumped hand and listened, despite my discomfort. I thought back to the article about Albert's son's death, and for the first time, I wasn't sure I trusted Derek. How could I know for sure that he wouldn't hurt her? I was ready to jump forward and throw Ellie out of the way at any point. Albert stopped just millimeters short of Ellie's face, his fingers hovering in front of the deep black voids. His eyes were filled with wonder. The expression on his face was how I must have looked the first time I saw her too. "It isn't just you, is it, Ellie?" he mused, a smile erupting across his face. "There's two of you." I should have been alarmed, worried that he had realized she was a twin. I should have pondered how he knew, but at this stage semantics were pointless. Instead, his lack of knowledge about Eddie's existence filled me with relief that he hadn't been harmed upstairs. If he had, Albert wouldn't have been so fascinated by his sister. "Eddie wouldn't like you either," she said bluntly, breaking the magic in his eyes. Before I could make a single move, Derek had leapt across the room and got between them again. "Let them go," Derek said calmly, one more time. "They don't belong down here." I'm finding it hard to believe that she didn't come from down here. And I promised that one. Albert tilted his head in my direction. A fate just like hers. He pointed at Essie, who had bloodied red tears running down her face as she squirmed on the floor. I watched the jagged edge of her snapped thigh bone scrape against the carpet, pulling it further out of her skin, and I cringed hard. Derek didn't respond to his brother. Instead, he grabbed Ellie's clawed hand and walked her towards Essie's flat. "What are you doing?" Albert cried out in a condescending fashion, scrambling up from his knees and following. I couldn't bear to see him get closer. An anger bubbled inside me, and the entire floor went dead silent. All noise was replaced by a deep mental echoing of the screams of the mangled people. I thought of all the suffering the landlord had caused and watched as he edged towards that pure, innocent, demonic little girl, and I saw red. I sprinted at him and threw myself forwards, tackling him to the floor from behind. Raising a clenched fist, I punched him hard in the face. I had never hit anyone like that before. I'd never felt the red mist that those who get angry describe until that moment. I wasn't sure what I thought my interference would do. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to kill him, and that I probably wouldn't be able to do any damage at all. But Ellie had saved me so many times already that night that I couldn't let him get to her. Albert's cold, dead-looking eyes bore into my soul, and he let out a joyless giggle as he wrestled me to the ground so that he had the upper hand. He hovered his hand over my face, just like he had Jamie, pinning me down with the other. I wondered if it was the last thing his son had seen before he died. Jamie, Essie before the torture, all of them. Had this been it? Could the last real memory they had be those cold eyes? I prepared to die. Since moving into the tower block, it was something that I'd done more than most, but this time felt permanent. Everything but Albert went black. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and tried to think of the things I wanted to remember, the people upstairs that had become family to me. Death never came. Instead, I felt a crushing and release as someone grabbed Albert from above me and threw him against the wall. I sat up panting, in shock that I was alive. I was disoriented and my ears continued to ring. I opened my eyes. The artificial light started to penetrate the black, and all I could see was Derek's tweed flat cap on the floor beside me. My heart stopped. The next sound I heard was familiar, but somehow bigger than ever before. I blinked a few times to see Ellie, claws raised menacingly in the air, roaring at Albert, who had been grabbed by his brother and had in turn overpowered him. She was much taller and wider than usual, a gigantic figure towering above all of us, and her human features that came through the demonic ones were greatly reduced. If I didn't love her so dearly, I would be tempted to describe her as terrifying and monstrous. Albert took his attention away from Derek, a smug and slimy smile forming ear to ear as he marveled at the giant girl. He moved towards her in a trance-like state. Ellie opened her mouth as she stood above Albert with her claws, revealing long, sharpened teeth with prominent fangs in the front. Somehow her voids for eyes seemed infinitely deeper. Then she bit him. Her sharp fangs pierced Albert's skull, sending blood and brain matter spattering across the corridor and all over me, Essie, and Derek. She didn't stop there. Ravenously, she laid into him with her teeth, pinning him hoisted up to the wall with foot-long claws by his limbs. She had as good as crucified him and was consuming parts. Bone and organ littered the floor and walls, and what was left of limbs twitched as she severed nerves. I watched in horror and awe. A symphony of screaming, growling, and crunching breaking through my muffled hearing. When he stopped moving and what remained slid down the wall, leaving a trail of blood, Ellie's size reduced as well, almost instantaneously. Neither me nor Derek had any words, as the now little again demonic girl stood beside a corpse of her making. She ran towards Derek with her arms outstretched, bloodied mouth, and embraced him. He held her tightly, his kindly eyes filled with the shock of what he'd just witnessed. After a minute or so, she broke from Derek and turned to me and helped me up before doing the same. It felt good to know that she was safe. She stopped hugging and stood facing us both before speaking, voids facing the ground. He was going to hurt us all. The previous tenant left a survival guide. Never take the sunlight for granted. Derek and I stared at Ellie in silence. It wasn't a stare of horror, more of sheer disbelief. I couldn't be more grateful that she had saved our lives. What remained of Albert on the floor wasn't a source of alarm. Despite his extended life, she had ripped him into enough pieces that if he had survived, he couldn't speak and must have been in unbelievable pain. Just like the residents he tortured for years. It would have been a cruel irony, and I almost half hoped he hadn't truly died, as sick as that may sound. "Are you okay?" I asked Ellie. She had shrunken and morphed back into a smaller demonic child, something that I felt a need to protect, despite the fact she didn't need anyone to do so. "I'm fine," she answered, head still hung as if she were ashamed. There was a pause for a moment. "Thank you, sweetheart. We'd all be dead without you." Derek chipped in, his normal calm and positive tone restored. Ellie lifted her head and smiled as he recognized her for the hero she was. It wasn't that I didn't feel the same, it's just that the shock was overwhelming. "We need to help another friend now, honey. Do you want to grab Kat and come with me?" Ellie wrapped her clawed hand in mine as I clutched Derek's blood-soaked tweed cap with the other. She looked at me with love, just like she had at the beginning of this nightmare. The cold atmosphere of the floors below that we stood in had been reduced to a pile on the ground, just like Albert. We walked towards flat -51. Every step felt wobbly, like those few steps after a really spinny ride at the fair. I struggled to put one foot in front of the other. Derek dropped to where Essie lay squirming and put a gentle hand over her chest, carefully avoiding the splintered rib bones that stuck out. "I'm so sorry," he said to her as he shut his eyes, leant down and kissed her bloodied forehead. The shards of bone that decorated her entire body started to move and rearrange. She squealed in pain as her skin started to cauterize over the newly repositioned bone and innards. Her twisted limbs started to resemble something human again. I felt tears rolling down my face. Once she was as close to her usual herself as she was going to get, Derek took a step back as she opened her eyes, that had returned to the hollowed sockets, and looked directly at me. Essie was blind. She had always been blind, but she knew that I was there. We held her gently as the three of us helped her to her sofa, an exact replica of the one upstairs, placing each bruised limb into position as carefully as we could. The bruises shone purple and green underneath the harsh artificial lighting, reminding me that we weren't really home. "Cat," she struggled to speak. Her jaw hadn't quite relocated the whole way. I knew what she wanted, though. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a slightly bloody cigarette. Essie reached out with broken fingers and held it to her lips as best she could as I put down the flat cap and lit it for her. "Come on, sweetheart, we're going to stand in the other room," Derek said to Ellie as he ushered her into the hallway and away from the smoke, leaving me alone with Ms. Beckman. "I'm sorry, Essie," I started. She tried to reply, but she could barely make a sound. "You were right, though. He did need help. Now no one in the block is going to go through what you have anymore. I'm sorry I couldn't save you." Essie puffed on the cigarette with great difficulty. She could barely close her lips around it, but she persisted, with a glint in her eye that indicated this was the first pleasure she'd enjoyed in quite some time. She grunted a strained no at me. "Ellie did it. I can finally take her home now. I just wish that we could take you and Derek with us." I lit my own cigarette and took a long draw from it. "You can. No, not me. Go home. Go home," she managed, every word leaving a trail of pain in her face. I cringed. Despite her better appearance, she wasn't fixed. She was in as much pain as she had been before. I smiled at her, just to try and make her feel a little normal. "Speaking in fucking riddles again, Essie?" I responded, trying to muster a laugh through the tears that continued to fill my eyes. She looked directly at me again, and I knew that she had been serious. We finished our smoke in silence as I wept and she wheezed. "Derek!" I shouted after a few more minutes with her, encouraging him back into the flat. Him and Ellie appeared within seconds. He took one look at me, nodded with tears in his eyes too, and he knew what to do. I got up from the sofa and pulled Ellie in for a hug, careful to avoid her horns, making sure that she faced me. Then I watched over her shoulder as he delicately closed Essie's eyelids, and the wheezing stopped. I held in a sob and clutched my young friend as tightly as I could. Derek walked towards us and put his arms around the both of us for a moment in silent mourning before stepping back. Ellie looked up at me, a knowing in her voids, and she spoke. "I want to go home now, Kat." Her words broke what was left of my resolve. The sobbing began and Derek put his hand on my shoulder. He started to walk us out of the hallway, and as we reached the mess on the floor that had once been Albert, outside the door of flat -42, I came to a sudden stop. "No further. We need to go in there," I said, directing them into the open door of my anti-flat. Derek tried to speak and protest, but I stopped him the moment he opened his mouth. "Please, just trust me." I wasn't angry or frantic like before, and I think that he knew I wasn't trying to lead us into more trouble. I recognized that I'd probably done enough of that to last a lifetime. Essie hadn't led me astray before. Her advice had been sound. I'd taken a few detours, but I got to the right place eventually. If I were to respect her death, then I had to follow the last bit of advice she gave out. The flat was familiar. My sofa, fold-out table, and kitchen were all there, identical to the ones I'd spent so much time at. The flat was windowless, the sole indication in my confusion that I wasn't truly home. I pulled back the curtains of the balcony doors to reveal thick concrete behind them. It was sad, really, but I almost longed to see the window cleaner tapping on the glass and begging to be let in. I would trade his persistent harassment for my current predicament in a heartbeat. I felt my face sink. Whatever Essie had wanted me to see here wasn't as clear as I'd hoped. I should have anticipated that it wouldn't be easy. Derek and Ellie stood in silence as I inspected every inch of the place, even down to an equally smashed copy of the prison I had kept Jamie in. Frustrated, I eventually looped back into the living room, prepared to walk out the front door and follow Derek to the basement entrance, where he would leave us again. The prospect of going through all that, for him to remain trapped in these layers, was more disheartening than anything I'd felt before. Then I saw the light. It wasn't a eureka moment, or some sort of religious epiphany. It was an actual physical light. It wasn't artificial like the one that had plagued our stay in the Undertower. It was real, and it was coming from the sun. "How?" Derek uttered in wonder as his eyes fixed on the grate that had appeared at the top of the concrete, behind the sliding balcony doors. The sun flooding in lit up his whole face and electrified his kind eyes. The opening looked just the same as it had the night I found the kittens, but from the other side, its appearance was all the more poignant. Who would have thought that metal bars could signify such freedom? When it first appeared, I had never imagined that something other than a basement could exist beneath the block. "Thank you, Essie." I looked up at the ceiling and imagined her smile as it had been before Albert had got to her. She knew she couldn't be saved, but she made sure Derek didn't have to stay. And I knew that in her death, she wouldn't have to suffer again. The grate was just large enough for a person to fit through with enough of a squeeze, and I could almost make out the shrubbery me and the twins had planted. "See? You're coming too!" I grinned at Derek with the first bit of true joy I'd felt in quite some time. He didn't protest this time, or argue at all. He smiled back and just said two simple words. "Thank you." I pulled open the sliding door and Ellie, who had been stood to the side, climbed the curtain with her claws as quickly as possible. I was amazed and grateful that she didn't pull them down. I watched in awe as she wrenched the bars away from the concrete and uninterrupted sunlight poured into the lower flat. The sunlight bathed us all, and Ellie dropped to the ground the same time as her claws and horns began to retract. I couldn't pinpoint the exact moment the voids disappeared, but they did. There she was, mess of blonde hair on her head and brown puppy dog eyes looking at us as she hit the ground with a thud. A little girl you wouldn't suspect more than a tantrum of replaced the ferocious beast that had protected me through this hellish landscape. The front door that led to the hallway where Albert's remains laid had suddenly been replaced by a thick blank wall, just as the lift that brought us here had been. All that remained was the flat, the three of us, and the open grate. I pulled one of the chairs from the fold-out table below it and turned to Derek. You first, so you can pull us out." He was busy staring at the newly transformed girl. There was a guilt in his eyes, and he looked at Ellie more strangely than he had when she was demonic. Regardless, the connection was still there. I handed him the flat cap, still soaked in blood, and he placed it onto his head with a genuine smile. He looked himself again with it in place as he took a step onto the chair. Before climbing out, he turned to us and winked. He wriggled through the grate with some difficulty and reached his hands back through. I watched Ellie's tiny clawless hand clutch his fingerless one as he hoisted her through the gap. Left alone in the flat, I took another look at my surroundings and took a moment to consider all the pain beneath the block. I imagined a life where Ellie hadn't come with me, and I was trapped for good or dead at the hands of the rat creatures. As I burst through the small gap, pulled by both Derek and Ellie, the bright sun and sensation of the shrubs in my hair as I crawled through them felt like a rebirth. The garden was stunning. Dewdrops littered the green foliage, and the rising orange sun lit them up like fireflies. I had never been more appreciative of it. Looking back at the outer edge of the building, the grate was gone, along with any indication that it had been there at all. I wondered why it had appeared in my flat down there, why I had been the person to find it both times, and I remembered what Albert had said about the building altering those who stay. I pondered he was right, and if it was possible that it had altered me already. As we sat in the fresh morning air, I knew that none of it really mattered. Standing outside of a grim city tower block was cathartic. Gray concrete had never looked so inviting. We were home. The scenes of carnage and destruction that I had imagined would greet us when we entered the building were nowhere to be seen. Albert had certainly cleaned up. There was no kitten leg or creatures, or even evidence of a kerfuffle. It made me all the more nervous. I had no idea who had been hurt. The slow trudge to Ellie's floor was painful. My limbs all ached and the ringing in my ears continued. Still, I was just so glad to be getting her home. I couldn't wait to see Terry's face when we returned her daughter safely. Ellie may have looked a mess, but she was alive and well, which was the best I could ask for given the circumstances. I wish I could say that Terry greeted us with joy. I really do wish I could. Instead, her face was sullen, and the dark circles that sat like tattoos looked deeper than before. The skin around her eyes was puffed up and swollen with tears. When she spotted Ellie, she fell to her knees with relief. I hoped her face would brighten, but it didn't. "Where is he?" she sobbed, grabbing hold of Ellie and clutching her as tightly as she could. "Where's my son?" My heart dropped to my stomach. I'd made a sea of bad decisions in my time, but this, if this was what Albert had meant, was the worst consequence I could have imagined. I tried to find words, but I couldn't. I'd never seen a person look quite so broken. The pain in the screams of the mangled people wasn't a patch on Terry's sobbing. "Is that his blood?" she asked, gesturing to our clothes and hair while struggling to speak. I had been complacent. If the creatures had overpowered Eddie, if they had won, then maybe there wasn't enough of him left for Albert to see that he was like his sister. I shouldn't have written off the possibility like I had. Derek stepped forwards and put his hands on Terry's shoulders. She winced, and I remembered the lockdown situation, the only grounding in reality that I'd felt since returning to the upper layers of the block. She looked him in the eyes. "I don't know if you remember me, Terry. You were very small the last time we met, but I remember your parents." His kindly eyes had locked with hers as she melted and collapsed into him, wailing and gasping for air. Together we walked her to the sofa, not unlike how we had Essie not long before. I'd never known Terry's flat to be so quiet. Eddie was always playing, he was always so loud, and he always came home. Ellie was the absconder. It's why I'd found it easy to convince myself that Eddie was playing in his room, disrupting Terry's sleep like normal as we navigated the layers below. In all honesty, I think I was just trying to convince myself that I couldn't possibly be responsible for the death of a child. Logically, I always knew that with his sister gone for that long, he'd go looking. I just hoped. I really hoped we would get home in time. that he could hold his own. I don't know. Anything but this. I had buried my worries. Terry couldn't breathe properly through thick, heavy sobs. The noise muffled my already fucked up ears. Derek sat with his arms around her while Ellie nuzzled into his other side, and I sat opposite, blood-soaked, devastated, and alone. Knock, knock, knock. The tapping on the door brought all conversation, sobbing and brooding, to a stop. Terry sprinted to the door, hope in her eyes, and as it opened, she wailed in joy. "Get off me, Mum! Where's Ellie?" The familiar voice of the young boy jolted me back into the room, and I turned to see Eddie, accompanied by none other than Mr. Prentice. Eddie spotted his sister on the sofa and ran towards the three of us. "Whoa, where did all the blood come from? Cool!" he shouted. There were a few cuts and bruises covering his limbs, but he seemed mostly unharmed. His excitement was enough to tell me that he was okay. Derek stared at him in disbelief, not unlike how he had Ellie upon their first meeting. I turned and walked towards the door, to where Terry and Mr. Prentice were speaking. Mr. Prentice wobbled slightly as he kept himself propped up with his cane. "What happened?" I asked. "I'm not sure. I heard a lot of banging and decided I should go and check what was going on. I found him at the bottom by that ghastly lift. I didn't recognize the man in the suit. I couldn't get close enough, but I don't understand how anyone could stand over an injured child and not help. He ran into the lift when I got closer, and you know how I like to avoid that place. I'm not sure why folk run from me sometimes, but it was probably for the best. I'm not sure what I'd have done." I imagined Mr. Prentice in his animal form running towards Albert. Imagining that the landlord had run scared from the beast warmed my heart. "Anyway, I'm rather tired, so if you don't..." Mr. P stopped as he caught a glimpse of the inside of the flat behind us. His eyes widened. "Is that Derek?" Derek came up behind us and reached out a bloodied hand to shake Mr. Prentice's. The elderly man looked unsteady on his cane, as if he had seen a ghost. "It's been years," he stuttered, beaming, firmly gripping Derek's intact hand. "We shall have to have a drink together, my friend." "We will," Derek smiled. "I'm back now. There'll be plenty of time to catch up." Terry clutched the twins tightly as the two men reveled in their meeting. I couldn't help but smile quietly to myself and think of Essie. The kids were safe, Derek was back, and Albert couldn't continue to terrorize the block. And yet again, Mr. Prentice had proved himself the real MVP. We left Terry and the kids to have some family time. Ellie hugged Derek so tightly as we left, I thought she might crush him. We walked back to the 7th floor where mine and Mr. P's flats were. It should have been a victory walk, but I couldn't shake the feeling that everything wasn't entirely over. My feeling was confirmed once the door to flat 48 closed behind Mr. Prentice, and Derek looked at me gravely. There's a few more things you need to know, Kat. Can you get cleaned up and meet me in the garden?" The previous tenant left a survival guide. This building will never be short of surprises. Home didn't feel as empty as it once had. Even without Jamie or Mr. Meow, I felt more hope than I had in months. I greeted Wrinkles and Tetley, fed them, and sat down to smoke at my fold-out table. Natural sun poured in through the windows, but my home would never look quite the same after my time in the Undertower. I turned on the shower and must have stood underneath the water, watching Albert's blood run down the sink for at least half an hour. Overwhelmed doesn't cover it. Shut down would be more accurate. I dithered while getting ready, exhausted and starting to feel the lack of sleep once again. My eyes were heavy. Sitting down on the bed was fatal. I woke up a few hours later, worried that I'd left Derek waiting. I rushed out of the flat and down the stairs to the garden. They were extra kind and only made me take one flight going straight from my floor to the main entrance. I couldn't have been more grateful. I was so exhausted. Outside on the bench, there he was. I don't know how or where he got clean, but the flat cap was as fresh as ever. I suppose after all the unbelievable things I'd learned, I shouldn't have even spared it a thought, but it was magic nonetheless. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep," I shouted before he had a chance to turn his head and notice me. "It's fine, Kat. I had a few things to do anyway." He spoke with a smile, the kind that you can hear just in a person's tone, and as I approached him in the garden, I realized why. I felt a lump form in my throat and tears well in my eyes as I noticed the tiny bundle in his lap. It was bald, wrinkly, and had exactly 3 legs. Mr. Meow. There was nothing I could do about his foot. I think the others ate that. But I thought this little guy deserved another shot at life. Derek grinned from ear to ear as I stared in disbelief at the tiny cat in front of me. Disregarding their burning properties entirely, I scooped him up and held him close, only putting him down as he singed my face a little. Thoughts started to whir in my mind, but before they could ever fully develop, Derek turned to me gravely and squashed them. I know what you're thinking, but there was nothing I could do for Jamie. After what Albert did. Don't apologize. I cut him off. What I did was selfish. Albert was right. Jamie died a long time ago. Sometimes I wonder if, even if I could have him back, maybe I'm a different person now to the one he knew. Derek didn't respond. He just watched while I played with Mr. Meow, tickling his belly as he rolled around purring on my lap. I know you must still have a lot of questions, and if I'm honest, I'm not sure any of them have answers that will satisfy. I'm no oracle. I still have questions myself, but I want to tell you what I know. I looked at him in confusion. Almost all loose ends had already been tied, and anything else seemed almost arbitrary. But Derek did everything with purpose, so I stayed quiet and I listened. Albert and I were never close. I told you downstairs that not trying harder was my biggest regret. I've come to realize that was a lie, and it's time I faced the true regret that haunts me. I tried to imagine what he could be talking about, but I couldn't. I nodded and listened instead. When we moved in, after our father died, we continued to lead very separate lives. I worked on the garden, and I embraced the strange things that happened around me. I don't know why I found it so easy to accept. I've seen hundreds come through this block, and almost all of them have been horrified at first, but I wasn't. When we first got here, there were only a handful of occurrences that showed themselves. The boy that lives in the mirror and the postman, along with others, came with the building. The longer we stayed, the more we discovered. I saw it as magic, a whole new world that most people never get to see. Albert didn't see it that way. He became paranoid, always looking over his shoulder, thinking that things were out to get him. Derek took a moment to look at the grass, a sadness on his face, and I grabbed his fingerless hand to comfort him. What happened to him? I asked. He wasn't always the man you met. He was always a cold, ruthless bastard, but I would have never considered him evil. This place, the place that you and I call home, it started to drive him into darker and darker places. He didn't move his family in with him. He wanted to keep them separate from his business. And although I was intent on staying here, Albert never expected to be here longer than a few months. They would come and visit, and his wife Darla started to express concerns to me. She would come by my flat after visiting him, leaving their son with him to spend some time together while she claimed she was shopping in the city. She said he seemed frightened and angry. She was worried that he was losing his mind. Tears started to roll from his kindly eyes. Derek had always seemed so wholly good, such a wonderful person that it was hard to consider him mourning someone like Albert. But no one chooses the family they're born into. And I don't believe that anyone is entirely good or bad. Having feelings for an awful person couldn't take away from his spirit. What did you do? This is exactly it, Kat. I didn't do anything. I dismissed Darla entirely, and I was wrapped up in my own world of discovery. I wrote him off under the assumption he wouldn't have listened to me anyway. Albert got worse, Darla got more worried, and eventually he stopped answering the door. Mental health services were terrible in those days. There wasn't a great deal we could do. Albert controlled his money, and Darla couldn't get her hands on it to pay for care. If I hadn't ignored it, then maybe his son would be alive, I interrupted. I wish it were that simple. He answered and paused for a moment. We sat in silence, just holding hands for a few minutes until he spoke again. I need to show you. It's the only way you'll understand. He gestured to Mr. Meow. Let's take him home." We took the stairs, skipping a few floors as we went, before reaching the door to my flat, the real one, without the minus symbol in front. It was the first time that Derek had been inside since I had moved in, and it felt good to be in a room with him while not in a state of imminent crisis. The kittens were pleased to be reunited and were quickly cuddled in a heap on the sofa. Mr. Meow's return brought me more joy than I thought possible. I retrieved the chair that I'd used to prop up Jamie's prison and made tea before we sat together at the fold-out table. "What do you need to show me?" I asked. He didn't answer me directly and instead continued to talk about his family. His name was Jonathan, my nephew. I may not have been best of friends with my brother, but I loved that boy more than life itself. He enjoyed the garden and getting dirty. He wasn't like Albert or our father, he was a worker like me. I smiled. It was nice to imagine someone taking after Derek. "He sounds wonderful." He was. He was only 19 years old when he died. No life at all, especially when you consider how many years me and his father have lived for. He had just started his own business, had a fiancée, and even in the worst of times, he didn't give up on his dad. It broke his heart when my brother stopped answering the door. So he got creative and resorted to desperate measures to try and reach Albert. I started to piece things together in my head, a pit forming in my stomach as I stopped him to ask the one question that was on my mind. What was his business? Derek looked at me, shame in his eyes. He knew that he would have to say it out loud and confirm what I already knew. He was a window cleaner. I didn't say a word. I wasn't sure how to respond. I racked my brain trying to comprehend what I was hearing. The knocking on the balcony doors from behind the curtain started. The familiar groaning and whining sound soon followed. Derek could sense my discomfort and broke the silence. When Jonathan climbed the tower to try and see his dad, he scared him. Albert wasn't in a good way. He was edgy and defensive. I don't know what happened for sure, but that knock from the outside must have really triggered something. He went outside and he stabbed him, multiple times with a kitchen knife, but you know that bit. It's what happened next that wasn't reported. My mouth hung open. Albert came to me. He told me exactly what he'd done. We fought. I could have killed him myself, but when I looked at him, I could see that he wasn't right. It was in his eyes, Kat. He wasn't my brother anymore. I tried to reason with him and get him to hand himself in, but he refused and got aggressive with me, saying that I just wanted to get my hands on the block. I left him in my flat to calm down so I could go to Jonathan. The window cleaner continued to scratch on the balcony door, his whines accompanying Derek's tale. He was out there on the balcony. He was dead. One look at him and I knew no ambulance could help him anymore. I sat with him for an eternity, trying to work out what to do. I should have called the police, but I couldn't bring myself to shop my own brother. There was no hope for Jonathan, but I thought I could help Albert. I was wrong. When I returned to my flat, he was gone. I begged the building to help me. I would have done anything to bring Jonathan back. But wishes work in mysterious ways here, and once the body was found, Albert was already missing, and my nephew had become the monster that lives on the balconies to this day. I stopped him. I tried to process what he was telling me. But he wasn't found for days. Why didn't you call the police? Why did you tell the residents not to let him in? I asked, confused. Love works in mysterious ways, Kat. I hope that you of all people can understand that. I was never fond of my brother, but I did love him, and without any way of saving his son, I wanted to give him a head start. And the residents? I asked again, remembering the strict rule that Prudence had left stating I shouldn't let him in under any circumstances. That's where things get complicated. I didn't realize at the time, but what he became was the building's way of giving him back to me. He is what he is because of me. When you see, you'll understand. He grabbed my hand and walked me to the balcony doors, letting go and pulling back the curtain to reveal the friendly-looking man I'd always seen outside my window, collapsed against it, scratching on the glass. Upon second inspection, I could see the family resemblance, but it wasn't one that I'd ever considered possible before. Prudence had told me about her experience with him, with Derek showing her what he truly looked like. I still hadn't expected quite what I saw when Derek rested his hand on my shoulder and told me to look. The window cleaner was gaunt, with bones protruding beneath his tight, thin grayed flesh, raw skin, and wounds that were in varied stages of healing. He looked truly horrifying, but what alarmed me the most were his impossibly deep black voids for eyes. They were all too familiar. I turned to stare at Derek, unsure of quite what to say, as a million realizations crossed my mind. He started to speak again. "I didn't want the residents to hurt him, Kat. When he gets inside, this form is revealed, and so many tried to hurt him at first. I found myself constantly telling people to ignore the friendly window cleaner in the hope that he would be safe from their fear of the unknown." I'd seen Albert's reaction to anything remotely different, and I couldn't bear Jonathan to face the same from the entire block. It was safer to leave him out here. After all, only someone who sees the good in everyone would let him in and accept him, and those people are 1 in a million. Derek half smiled, knowingly. "Terry," I gulped, finally realizing who the twins' father was. "I didn't know about them. Albert had me trapped below by the time Terry was in school, but the second I saw Ellie with you in that stairwell, I knew that she was family." When I realized that Jonathan's new form was a direct result of my actions, I started to come to terms with the power this place had given me. I embraced it, and I used it. I used it to hide Jonathan from his father, who I discovered had fled to the sealed floors not long after the murder. He never knew what became of his son. That shielding must have transferred when the twins were born. It was why he didn't know they existed. Once Albert had discovered his power, along with all his issues and the isolation he drove himself into, it just twisted him up into the man you knew him as. He made it his mission to know all of the special residents, but he never saw Jonathan again. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, emotion making it a little hard to speak. I wondered if Terry had continued a relationship with the window cleaner and why she had kept so quiet about the twins' dad. I processed the fact that Ellie had not only saved my life, but in doing so, she had killed her own grandfather. I couldn't judge Terry or Derek for their actions. He was right. Love works in mysterious ways. Just as it had when I made my choice regarding Jamie, and when I subsequently accepted that he was gone. I'm showing you because I think you'll understand, and because I don't want you to spend your life riddled with guilt for Jamie. We all make mistakes. Mine was a big one. But out of it came 2 of the purest creatures to walk this earth, and for that I'm grateful. He smiled again as he thought of Ellie and Eddie. Then he looked me dead in the eyes and spoke again. It's time I corrected my wrongdoings. Solemnly, he walked towards the doors and slid them open, coming face to face with the monstrous shell of a man holding a squeegee. The window cleaner took a step inside, struggling to move on his bone-thin legs, and stopped, millimeters from Derek's face. I couldn't help it. Despite what I knew, he scared me. The twins had balance. Even in their demonic form, there was a visible person there. Their father didn't resemble a person at all. The visceral reaction he ignited in me further proved Derek's point. People will generally attack what they fear. Had I been alone and let him in, I'd have almost certainly done the same. I watched with bated breath as Derek wrapped his arms around the bag of bones in a warm embrace. I watched as he let out a gentle sob and the window cleaner began to disintegrate into dust before my eyes. "No!" I shouted, hoping there was some other way, a happier solution, knowing full well that there wasn't. There was a heavy quiet in the room for a few moments. "It was no life, Kat. I was cruel to let it continue as long as I did," Derek responded, turning to me. Although similar to the way that I had watched my love disappear on our bedroom floor, Derek's action wasn't filled with malice. It was done for the sake of mercy. Derek came towards me and hugged me. I felt emotionally and physically battered, fragile, and my ears continued to ring, but regardless, with him free and with me, I felt safe. Life in the block could finally begin, with no more dark secrets hanging over me. Amongst all the death and chaos, there was joy to be found. "It's over now. A new chapter." He whispered into my ear as I sobbed tears of relief into his shoulder, and the 3 cats played at our feet. Days passed and normality started to resume. I broke lockdown in order to give Terry some rest and spend some time with the twins. It was the least of all my sins throughout this time. It took a lot of explaining and apologizing, but she eventually came round and forgave me for endangering her kids. It sounds simple when put like that, and I'm sure parents reading this would deem me unforgivable. But their kids aren't Ellie and Eddie, and there aren't many folk out there as forgiving and loyal as Terry. I haven't broached the subject of their paternity to her. I'm not sure I ever will, but I hope that one day she'll feel comfortable enough to volunteer the information herself. I continue to pick items up for Mr. Prentice and take money to Carmilla at the Gnome. I'm looking forward to a drink there when this is all over, although I'm sure Mr. P will drink me under the table. The kittens are happy and growing every day. Truth be told, I think Mr. Meow looks badass with his missing leg, especially knowing the heroism it symbolizes. Things had started to look so positive that I almost forgot where I lived. I'd been in such a daze of relief that I hadn't noticed that the stairs had skipped floor 5 from the moment we returned from the undertower. I probably would have gone longer in blissful ignorance if I hadn't have found myself on that floor earlier today. The black sign was much the same as the one on the floors below that had sported a minus symbol before it. Thankfully, however, the artificial light that plagued those floors was nowhere to be seen, and sunlight poured in. I smiled when I first saw the sign, prepared myself to greet the man with a new name. But he wasn't there. His absence was a reminder that no matter how many tribulations I may have conquered, living here there would always be another just around the corner. Instead of the man without a name, in his place was the woman, Angela.